Good afternoon and welcome into HeroesCCL. We are in week number 3, day number 2. My name is Bahamut. I am joined by Grubby and Casanova. Yes, Casanova is joining us for this day number 2. And I want to get both of your thoughts after the awesome games we had yesterday, Grubby. How are you feeling and what's your excitement level going into today's games?
I am super excited because I know maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but one of my favorite teams is playing against one of my favorite teams, ONYX versus WildHeart, to start things off. And I love all the teams and I love seeing all the different players and their potential and the underdogs versus the upper dogs. But my, have we got a cool game coming up today. I'm looking forward to it.
We're kicking off today with an awesome first best of 5. We have 2 best of 5s for you all, which we'll get into a little bit later. I want to get into Casanova's brain a little bit and find out how are you feeling after yesterday's games and anything you're looking forward to today in our Sunday afternoon of matches.
Well, it was a lot of fun being back yesterday and getting to watch a lot of Heroes of the Storm, and now getting another day of it. I would have been really sad if I didn't get a day of WildHeart because I'm a big fan of the draft phase of Heroes of the Storm. It's one of my most exciting parts for me, which is, I guess, why being an analyst kind of fits on this desk. But WildHeart has a lot of very interesting drafts. They're very difficult to predict, which is a lot of fun for me because it's more about figuring out why they drafted instead of what they're going to draft. So I'm always have a lot of fun with WildHeart. I think this will be a really cool match with ONYX.
I feel like a lot of people grab their head and say why when they look at a WildHeart draft, and then they go, oh, okay, that makes sense when they actually see the Tyrande running it down through Sky Temple. That was last weekend. That was really, really cool to see that Huntress Mark build. Speaking of, well, just in general CCL, let's actually move on over to our prizing and check out what's happened with that since yesterday. I know when we ended the stream, we were just over $8,000. And we want to thank you all at home for supporting HeroesCCL. 60% of that will go over to the players, as you can see that breakdown of first place taking 35% of said 60%. And then, of course, we always like to be transparent with all of you at home. 40% do go into production costs as well as to make beautiful graphics like this. And we have hit $8,250. So it's jumped a little bit more since last night. And we want to thank you all once again at home for supporting HeroesCCL. It's always exciting to see this pricing go up, and I think Grubby said it kind of perfectly yesterday. It's nice to have this pricing, but it's also nice to win it and take it away from other people, right, Grubby?
I don't remember saying something so evil.
Must have been your doppelganger.
Probably.
Bubby, yeah. But he has left us, and we do have the nice Grubby today.
Was he wearing like a comfortable hoodie? Because then it was him.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
He also had like a twisted up mustache at the same time.
Okay.
Very interesting. But as we're getting ready for today's games, I kind of want to just get your expectation levels from both of you. We talked a little bit yesterday about just loose predictions. How do you feel about this first game, Grubby? Do you think it's going to go more than 3 games? I know I don't want to take anything away from the players, but a 3-0 is always deserved if you can nail that 3-0. But between ONYX and WildHeart, I'm not feeling a 3-0.
Yeah, so WildHeart is going to be the favorite. They've won 2 games so far, including against last season's winner, Simplicity, with a 3-2 score. When they were against Chili Mountain, they took a 3-0 victory. Now, against ONYX, I think it is going to be a relatively tough match for them, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't think WildHeart were the favorite. I think a 3-1 score for WildHeart is predictable. Improvable by ONYX if they've done good homework.
There's a lot of homework to do when you go up against WildHeart, and we were just checking those standings, and kind of same thing to you, Casanova, getting into this. As we're still looking at those standings, Casanova, I just want to get your thoughts on this first match in a rough prediction, because I feel a little bit with Grubby here. I feel like this could go to a game number 5 in our first best of 5.
Yeah, well, so looking at this match, I think that overall, WildHeart is going to be a stronger, more cohesive team than ONYX. So I will just start it off by saying I think that this will be a 3-0 for WildHeart. However, I do think ONYX has some really good pieces on this team. They've got the leadership of Bad Benny, who has been around for a very long time on a lot of really good teams, going back even to Fnatic. But on top of that, there is Gotfilt and Funbuns. I've talked about backlines a lot since I've been on the desk, and I think that this is one of some of the newer players coming from, a lot of the amateur scene back in the day that have been around for a while that have been very impressive in recent history. Gotfilt in the Icebreaker tournament was one of the most impressive range DPS players out of the entire field, And I think Funbuns was someone who was very sought after by a lot of different teams going into the draft because of how exceptional they have been over the past few months. So I think there's a lot of potential on this ONYX team. I'm not surprised if they pick up a couple of games against WildHeart, but I will lock in my prediction as a WildHeart 3-0.
All right. I mean, looking over at our schedule for today, we do have the ONYX versus WildHeart Esports matchup, as we were just talking about. But to close out our Sunday afternoon of games, it is going to be 30K versus Granit Gaming. That'll be a fun one as well. Just want to, both of you really quickly, just what your initial thoughts of that 30K Granite? Just a little spot check on that one as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 3-0K again. In this case, I feel quite comfortable about that one, and Granite is gonna sink, I think, like a stone to the bottom. But
well, I don't know how to follow that one from Grubby, to be honest.
Me neither.
I will say I agree completely. I think that 30K 3-0 is very likely in the cards. My reasoning really is for Granite, they have to prove themselves like Chili Mountain did yesterday. This is a team that I'm not going to be able to give games to because I haven't seen any reason why I should give games to them just yet. I hope that gets turned around. They have a couple of maybe good drafts. I know we've talked about the struggles that they've had in drafts, being really locked into particular strategies that don't even seem that strong or cohesive. Maybe they'll shift things up this week. Maybe they'll find a game, but 30K is a really tough team to try and start making your comeback on. And if they aren't changing a lot of things, I don't see a reason why they should be able to get a game.
It's a really good point. We'll see if they can innovate later today, but let's jump back into this WildHeart versus ONYX matchup, and let's get into the ONYX draft or roster. This is going to be Bad Benny as your main tank, Ucky in the offlane, Valimar healing, Got Filth on range DPS and Funds as the flex. If you're wondering why there's no sub selection or sub spot, there was the infraction against ONYX from the draft show. If you'd like to know more about that, !draft in chat will get you a little more information in a blog post about that. But Grubby, on the opposing side, we got WildHeart. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, a lovely roster to look at. Still hoping to see more of Mason Blaze as well. But the main roster is so strong. Unaverted, unranged. We've got Zerkling on the side lane, Pitkid on tank? Frontliner, at least, we can say. I'm not going to say tank.
No, Batsu transitioned. Tank, yeah.
Okay. And then Batsu transitioned to the flex just with amazing grace. He has looked fantastic on that role as well, even though he used to be a healer.
Want to get your thoughts on both rosters as well, Casanova. Anything that stands out to you or anything you're excited about from either side?
Yeah, so I already touched on ONYX a little bit, how I think that backline is really powerful. I think they've got a really good setup going into this season, and I expect good things out of ONYX overall. But WildHeart, I can't, overstate Justin. He always finds a way to find a brand new pick to bring out or some exciting strategy in the tank role. We continue to call whatever he picks a tank, even though it doesn't really necessarily fit that role in your mind. But I do think that the synergy of Justin and Buds, they've been playing together since THC back forever ago. They've been doing this longer than anyone else, I think, in the league as far as competitive heroes is concerned. And they are spectacular. Buds, like you mentioned, the transition to the flex role, but I think he's at home there. Buds has always been someone who is very good at playing the flex position when we had in-houses and, SCL and all the pro player in-houses back in the day. Buds was great at flexing over, playing a lot of flex heroes. He had a good Medivh, he had a good Tyrande. He has been able to play a lot of different heroes, and I think that between the two of their leadership, bringing in Zergling, who's a fantastic shot caller, I think this team just has a lot going for it.
There's a lot going for WildHeart and a lot going for ONYX as well. I want to go over to our maps and figure out where we're going for our first game here, because I'm ready to get into this, Casanova. You've broken it down so very well. And to catch everyone up at home, how we're getting to Dragonshire, it's going to be WildHeart winning the coin flip, opting for first pick priority in this game number 1. WildHeart banned out Alterac Pass, with ONYX banning out Tomb of the Spider Queen. And as I said beforehand, ONYX has chosen to take us to Dragonshire. It's an exciting map, Grubby, and definitely one that we could see a WildHeart innovation, but still a strong map to kick things off in a best of 5 for ONYX as well.
Yeah, I think ONYX feels comfortable here because they seem very focused on having a good solo laner for Ucky. He really gets what he wants in this team. He often gets the Rexar or the Hager. Maybe Sonya would be his third pick. And Dragonshire is very much a healer and solo laner centric map, in my opinion. They're very important. There's 3-4 really important healers like Brightwing, Stukov, Karazim, and then the solo laners are also really important. So let's see whether they're going to put their eggs, first of all, into the Aki basket, or if maybe they're going to give Bad Benny a very quick pickup on something like a Nubarak.
Yeah, a lot of good callouts from Grubby. I think watching out for the Brightwing, but also the offlane is so important on Dragonshire. I think this map is one that we could see, Pitkid or Justin go for. The Zool even is something that they really liked on Dragonshire in particular, in controlling that 4-man rotation and allowing for good collapses on to that offlane and creating good ganks with the Bone Prison. But we do see that is going to be a Medivh ban alongside the Lost Vikings as the first ban from WildHeart. Is there a good TLV player on ONYX?
I believe Aki. Aki showed it.
Okay.
And this is actually targeting Aki specifically as we're getting through these bans. It's actually even as Hogger as well. Lucio won't make it through, but where are we going to go with this, Grubby?
Well, Rexar for Aki most likely. That means that WildHeart, knowing that they banned 2 of his picks, will have an idea for that as well. There are a few good Rexar counter picks. Kira, Deathwing, and Illidan all do very well against him in the solo laner. I think in particular Deathwing and then Illidan. They can also just go for Yrel. Yrel will do pretty fine there as well and will not lose the lane too badly or anything. Let's see how it goes. So WildHeart for now is not too obsessed with picking up that solo. They're going to pick a quick Chromie for Unaverted.
We could see. Oh, go ahead, Baha.
No, I was just gonna say I like the Chromie, and I was gonna talk about a follow-up punch into this, and it's actually a Varian, which is a bit of a steal away from Bad Benny. Cass.
Yeah, Benny does like Varian. I know this has always been one of the main tanks that Justin actually likes. Is Taunt Varian.
No.
I was gonna say I know there's Colossus Smash as well, and it might just be that instead. He has liked Taunt in the past. He also likes Colossus. Colossus is an interesting pickup here. I see no reason why we would go Colossus Smash yet. I think there are good spots for Colossus Smash Varian, but end of the day, I can't predict exactly what Justin's gonna do. As of right now, it looks like this could be a taunt, but maybe he pivots to Colossus if the last 3 picks make it look good.
But last week he went Colossus Smash every time. Maybe you didn't see that part.
Yeah, look, and then he also called it OP in the post-game interview as well.
This is me holding out hope. This is like me talking about Void Prison. This is like Void Prison is a much better talent than Narazim. You should pick Void Prison here. It looks good, right? This is so far, Taunt is probably better, but he's gonna go Colossus no matter what. I'm just trying to give it the benefit of the doubt that he's keeping his options open.
Isn't it sick if Pitkid, Justin, were to every time take a different spec on Variant? That it was actually going to be Twin Blades this time. Be so sick.
Oh, please, Grubby, don't tease me with that.
I actually like Colossus now into the Anub, by the way. I actually like it here. Yeah, I think it's a way. Anub is a very squishy tank overall. So once he goes in, he becomes very vulnerable. Colossus Smash is really good at turning Anub into paper after Burrow charges down. I think, unironically, it's kind of decent. We'll see if he actually goes for it. Like you're saying, he went for it both times last week. There is opportunity that he would pivot from it, but the Diva lock-in makes me feel like he's going to be confident enough in the overall tankiness of the team that he can just go and rip a Colossus Smash Variant on top of this, go with the Greymane damage. This Anubarak is going to melt like nothing, and we'll see if it works out completely. As always, they are an interesting team to watch draft. The Lunara is a pick I have yet to see being on the broadcast, but I know it is a fun special. So we'll see if he ends up playing it this game and the Gotfilth goes over to the Deathwing, because I think Lunara generally not incredible into Malfurion, but it is just a lot of pressure so that the rest of the team can continue to get that damage through as Malfurion tries to sustain through all of that Lunara damage.
The sustainability is going to be a big factor in all of this, and I think the ability with the Lunara to be able to dive onto the backline or even to dive in with the Anubrak, Misha, or there's a lot of they needed a dive buddy. And so it's there for the side of ONYX, but I'm leaning WildHeart on this one. Casanova, just as we're about to load in, I want to get your prediction. Who's going to win this one?
Look, I'm going to stick with my prediction on WildHeart. I want to see more of this Varian, this Colossus Smash, see if it's really broken, see what's going on here for Justin, or if he's just clowning on people yet again. It's going to be interesting to see how ONYX plays around this. I am looking at that Lunara. That's the big key point for me. If it goes Leaping Strike with the extra damage on Q for the burst, I think there is potential for that to really show up here with the Anubarak, and maybe ONYX finds the win. But I will predict WildHeart for this game.
Alrighty, well, we're having 2 WildHeart predictions just as we're going to load into Dragonshire here. Thank you so much, Casanova, for your analysis and your breakdown, and we will see you after this Dragonshire map, and we are ready to go into our first game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. On the left-hand side, we are going to be having ONYX with Ucky on the Rexar, Funds playing the Lunara, Valimar playing Stukov, got Filth on the Deathwing, and Bad Benny playing Anubarak. For the side of WildHeart Esports, we're looking at a Diva played by Zergling, Weary Day to be on Malfurion, Buds playing the Greymane, Pit Kid on that Varian, and we've got Chromie played by Unaverted. Grubby, let's hear it. What are you thinking? Or are you just going to Colossal Smash yell into the microphone and call that analysis? Yeah. I mean, honest to God, when I played my Storm League game of Colossal Smash, I was doing it the entire time, every time.
I think there's a really mean single target blow up comp from WildHeart with Varian, Malf, Chromie, and Greymane. And I don't see a lot of ranged counter CC that can save Anubarak. Oh my god, that was such a sick combo by Stukov, but the burrow charge missed. That is actually a huge mistake by Bad Benny. That could have easily been a double kill had he angled it slightly closer and further to the right. Pity, he wasn't ready for Valimar to be that great that early on. A slow start, and he's like, hey, hold up. Pause for a second here. How did that burrow charge miss?
And it looks like they'll figure that one out here in just a second, and we'll bring Casanova back in here as well. The setup for Dragonshire is pretty standard. The one thing I actually wanted to bring up really quickly, and we have Casanova here, is actually going to be an adjustment to the Diva. She actually went liquid cooling at level 1, so you can activate to gain the effects of Healing Fountain in mech mode, but you also have the passive. While in mech mode, Healing Fountain cooldown is reduced to 50 seconds, and its effects last 25% longer. Just curious from both of you, but I'll start over in Casanova, just adaptations onto the Diva. Do you think this is for more sustained against Ucky, or is this something WildHeart's trying to teach us?
I mean, it could just be trying to utilize the health bar more and more, just fighting with Rexar on the top side, just continuing to want to keep that pressure up and not worry about the HP of the mech. I think that's generally going to be okay in side lanes where you're taking a lot of pressure, and if they're expecting to stay and play on the point a lot, get hit by Rexar a lot, it could just be a way to be trying to sustain through that.
Okay, all right.
It's also really good.
Oh, please.
It's also really good when your Healing Fountain gets sniped to cheese.
True. Good point.
Actually, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that whatsoever. We're about to get back into the game, so Casanova, thank you for the quick analytics, and we'll see you after the game once again. But I do actually think that's a great point, Grubby. It's the Wells snipe on Dragonshire is fairly common, especially with the way that the lanes are kind of opened up to kind of sneak in there, and with the Lunara, she might be able to just go really quickly and grab that. Even maybe look at Lurking Arm. Well, no, the Lurking Arm from Stukov would take too long, but it's I don't know, it's an interesting adaptation. I just don't see it very often. I wanted to point it out.
I don't think it damages building, the Lurking Arm. Otherwise, would be pretty sick. Yeah, non-structures. But anyway, I wanted to point out one final thing about the draft, even as we get into the full nitty-gritty of the gameplay. ONYX, I mentioned that they were going to very heavily emphasize on the solo lane for Ucky, and actually both teams did. With WildHeart banning out 2 of Ucky's heroes and Ucky going Rexar immediately. And not only that, but the primary counter to Rexar, 100% Deathwing. And then they picked that up as well in the 3-4 pick before WildHeart could get their 4-5 pick. That was 100% to protect the Rexar pick, to keep that value and top shrine control. So I think it's really cool. Now, here's a big invasion on the Bruiser camp. Bad Benny standing on that point with the 40 spell armor, Funds running him down, getting 1 kill on Greymane, trying to get the 2nd kill, and he gets it. Don't tell me he survives. Oh, he walked into the root, he inched into it. 136 life, he survives.
But the impale from Bad Benny is going to be perfect, and that'll keep the Lunara A-okay in that situation. Is just okay. Well, I saw it happening, and still starting to giggle, and I was surprised that we were. It didn't happen faster. Regardless, all right. So it looks like we are dealing with a little lag, and we will go ahead and let that get fixed in the time. We'll go ahead and continue to break things down for you. The one thing I do want to also point out during that entire engagement. Chromie was free pushing the bottom lane, so it might be one of those situations where, yeah, you found an early game kill, but or I guess double kill. What value does Chromie get in that bottom lane? Has she opened things up a little bit further? No. Yeah. I actually just jumped down there myself, and I was like, yeah, she's pushed up the wave, but yeah, Grubby, this is already a solid level lead for the side of ONYX. A great kickoff for them.
Yeah, really, really good invasion. Anubarak, Deathwing, they're great on those point controls early on. And what is sick is you've got this really small window. I mean, Bahamut, we're looking at 2 minutes and 18 seconds of the game time. And that is the window you have, roughly, until Varian gets level 4, where he is, sadly, going to be picking up Taunt. His level 1 ability says it's going to be a Taunt game, not Colossus Smash. He went for the Lion's Fang quest. He always goes High King's quest when he's getting C Smash. So no Colossus, most likely. We'll know in like a microsecond after we resume. But this is the window to exploit against Varian pre-4 and to actually get numerous kills out of it. And the Bruiser Camp steal is super sick.
It's a very good invade as well, and the aggression and the triple front line of ONYX allows them to be this aggressive. And with that as well, the level of CC, because I'm also looking at like Funds, who wants to step forward and find those kills on Lunara, but needs that safety away from the charge of Varian, the Dark Flight of Greymane, the Roots of Malfury, and even the Bops of Diva. So you have, you've got the Earth Shatter from the Deathwing for that. You had the Impale that actually did save Funds in that last engagement from the Anubrak, as well as that 13 Virulent Reaction, a charge from Misha. There's good CC on the side of ONYX. We'll see how it all unfolds into that level 4 for Varian, because we're a sliver away at level 4 for Varian, and that could be we'll see. I mean, like, if it is Taunt, Grubby, it could be single target turnaround blow up in favor of WildHeart for the rest of the game, but you never know. Sure. I mean, you could see good CC from Bad Benny to lock down the enemy player, and there's no actual burst dive blow up onto someone. We can sit here in theory craft, and I'm curious to pick your brain as well. Like, do you think there will be a big turn? Sure.
Let's talk about which comp is strong early and which comp is strong in the mid and late, as we wait for the players that are having lag issues to try and sort that out. Hopefully everything is going to be fine. And by the way, there is a maximum pause timer teams are able to use. After that, they have to play with the bot, which is obviously not going to be amazing. But hopefully everything is going to be sorted out. Thank you for your patience. But when it comes to heavy bruiser teams that are extremely high on CC, they do tend to rule the roost early game. This doesn't always happen. What just happened? This was very well crafted and created, but it is common for this to be possible. It is the ranged compositions that tend to pick up more power in the mid to late game, especially around level 13, where a lot of ranged assassins are getting their mobility, like Raynor with giddy up movement speed, and Greymane with his level 13 Inner Beast on the prowl movement speed. Those are going to allow them to sidestep the crowd control that in its base form from tanks hasn't changed. Impale usually remains Impale, but having bonus movement speed makes you able to dodge it more easily. So that power balance does tend to shift a bit, and for this reason, we should see more advantage from level 1 to 3 from ONYX. When Taunt comes out, there is the chance for a comeback swing, but not necessarily, because there is no Cursed Bullet yet. And Chromie gets her heroic ability at level 8. There's another very early game power spike where she can use Temporal Loop, or more likely Slowing Sands, to get a bit of advantage back. So this is roughly on par with what you would expect, but maybe half a level lead would have been more realistic for ONYX. They have a level lead, so they're slightly leading upon the expected lead that they should have at this time.
That's actually a really great breakdown. And actually, let's bring Casanova back in this time. It's we're gonna have the player actually restart the game. It looks like, so it might take a little bit longer. I want to get your thoughts on this early game into late game. Do you agree with Grubby? Do you have a difference of opinion, maybe?
Well, I mean, I just think it's good to call out, and I think Grubby already did. Am I muted? Oh, okay. It's
There.
good of Grubby to call out. And a good thing to notice is that they were going very aggressive pre-level 4 on the Varian, right? We see this invade on the Knights straight away. This is incredibly important and incredibly good that ONYX is having the communication to do this. I wanted to call out Funz is playing amazing on this Lunara already. The way that he's playing the fights, ignoring a lot of the front line and finding his way to the back line in the early game, because you can have these trades with Lunara with these power spikes in the early levels, trying to get this early lead, utilize Ucky later on because they indexed heavily into the off lane with the Deathwing pick as well. I think getting these experience advantages are going to make it so the scaling might not be able to actually matter from WildHeart if they can keep up the pressure. They have to keep their foot the pedal to the metal right now, keep going for the invades, keep creating all the pressure, get the talent leads, and then convert to a win. Like I'm expecting, I want ONYX to go for a very, very clean game on Dragonshire here, get that early DK and find a quick victory, because as this game goes longer and as things even up, it opens up to picks with taunt. As I was thinking, it might still have been a taunt, but if he goes C-Smash, either way, if it's taunt or C-Smash, it doesn't really matter. The idea of the composition is still the same. We're going to find one target and we're going to blow them up, and then from there start to take advantages. So as the game goes longer and longer, there's more opportunity for WildHeart to do that. And realistically, we want to be seeing ONYX continue to keep this pressure with their aggressive early game.
Wow. Just sorry, I'm reading, I'm getting some directions here, but I'm also just thinking about the breakdown you had right there. It's just, I want to get back into this game. I want to figure out what's going to be happening with all of this. A really quick reminder for everyone at home as well. We are in a game 1 pause. If the player cannot reconnect, the team has the option to play with a bot. So we'll see what happens with that. We do have a few more minutes of in-game pause timer for the members of ONYX, so just to catch you up on all of that, and we'll find out in a few minutes if the player can reconnect and get back into the game, or if we will have a bot. We'll hopefully see that player reconnect here in just a second. As we look at this game here, and we talk about the cleanness of ONYX, just do you feel like Grubby, it could actually, ONYX could run away with it? Like, it's one of those things where like they get this experience gap, and even though there is a lot of blow up and single target from WildHeart, do you think ONYX could just keep the pedal to the floor, as Casanova was saying, and just run away with this Dragonshire game?
Well, not if Bad Benny becomes a Nubarak bot.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
definitely not.
that part aside, yes.
Like, he's going to hit his skill shots, but he's going to linger too close to the front, and he's going to get blown up and stuff. And there is also no sub. Actually, worth pointing out, the sportsmanship of WildHeart, they were saying,
yeah,
like, can we restart with them having a sub? Which is a really good sportsmanship by WildHeart, except if he knew that they actually don't have a sub. He didn't know, but there is no sub for ONYX right now, so it would be an Nubarak bot. Under normal conditions, if he comes back, and we only have 1.5 minutes left, I do think not only can they can run away with it, ONYX, with this lead, but they should. It is what their comp is expected and needing to do. Being equal here is not equal.
Well, it's a good point. Yeah, like I definitely think that ONYX needs to continue to hold things over, and we're sitting here just anticipating, we're waiting, because I think all three of us are nervously hoping that Bad Benny can reconnect into this game for a Nubarak play. But 60 seconds were just called a little bit ago, so it's a little bit less than that. And Casanova, I just don't know, like, oh my god, sorry, I'm seeing something else in the in-game chat. But Casanova, thoughts too.
I want to see it play out, because I think that ONYX, like I was saying at the start, I think this team is a team with a lot of potential. We haven't had a chance to really see that just yet in the first 2 games of the season. I think that they've already started to have a fantastic early game, which is rare with teams that are like 0-2 starts, or even just any team in the CCL having just these very well coordinated early games and that actually transitioning it. It's pretty rare that we actually see that happen overall and just continue to have those snowball leads. So I want to see ONYX do it, because they drafted a comp that can. And if they don't actually pull it off, if they start to drop some kills, they start to lose that experience lead, and WildHeart starts to bring it back, I think the Chromie becomes a problem. I think the Varian blow up with the Malfurion becomes a problem. And I'm not sure if ONYX will be able to take it home if they falter at all with this aggression.
I am loving the sportsmanship that we're seeing here, because Grubby was just pointing it out, and I'm in game, and WildHeart is donating their pause time over to ONYX right now, so that way ONYX can get their player back into this. So with that extended pause time, we're gonna jump to a little bit of a break, let us relax and wait and hope that Bad Benny can get back into this game. So we'll see you all in a few minutes back into Dragonshire. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into Dragonshire. We got Bad Benny back in through the beautiful sportsmanship here in CCL with WildHeart donating. Actually, no. There was one of the players had to run to the bathroom during all of this, so they actually extended the timer out. So in the end, though, no, it was actually really nice.
4 minutes and 20 seconds, WildHeart said, nice, in order to fix their spontaneous oncoming of stool pressure. But yeah, they were giving time. And then Bad Benny cut himself while trying to bring his internet back on. And then BitKid is like, did he fix his internet with a machete?
We were sitting here just laughing in the break while we were waiting for Bad Benny to reconnect, and we have Bad Benny back in, no Bada Nubrak, and it is going to be Taunt Varian, but also to note, D.Va going to be going into nuclear option at level 4. Not something we see often, but it's very, very exciting talent for zone control and, well, that increased mecha explosion.
Yeah, it explodes quicker, and you get more self-destruct charge when you're doing some auto-attack damage. A big plays here on Variant, but nice route by Weary Day, which will actually interrupt the silencing arm. Double red lasers here for WildHeart as they try to mount a comeback. They lost their top wall and fountain, and suddenly that liquid cooling from D.Va seems like a very prophetically good level 1 talent, as the Bruiser loss and the Fountain loss went hand in hand. So he's got that to back himself up and keep some healing. Double blue lasers now. ONYX still in the lead. 1 level lead tends to disappear and go away, since the total absolute amount of XP difference tends to kind of remain the same, and levels need more and more XP. Nice combo here, once again, on Varian, as Weary Day tried to peel on Valamar with the root, but he gets blown up likewise. Fantastic control by ONYX, and keeping up the momentum of their early game lead, Bahamut.
This momentum is necessary and found through the side of ONYX, and we talked about this in our little pause right there. What does ONYX need to do to beat out WildHeart? And it is to build the experience gap that they did early on with the invade onto that Bruiser camp, and to be able to hold this over against the side of WildHeart. This was insanely well played, and the bait in mid lane where Funds found that second kill, or third kill I think actually, it's just so well orchestrated from the side of ONYX. They are really conducting themselves well on this Dragonshire map.
Yeah. It's just really good pressure by ONYX to take down a top wall, take down a mid wall. Exactly what the Nubarak is meant to do. But's trying to get the interrupt there. He does get the auto attack. We have Rexar's Misha actually keeping Varian impotent, trying to steal that top shrine back, the Sun Shrine. And a Nubarak Benny now in the Dragon Knight.
I keep referencing our talk that we just had with Casanova, but it's literally playing out that way. It's almost like ONYX was listening into us and saying like, oh, Casanova, okay, you want us to go all gas on this Dragonshire map? All right, we will definitely just put it in 5th gear and see how fast we can go. And this is great Dragonite, great initial siege with said Dragonite, and ONYX are looking comfortable with their heroics as well. Or Nubarak holding heroic, I don't think there's a world where we get Locust, Grubby.
Well, it is just ever so remotely thinkable. Most likely he's not pressing that right now because he's busy with the Dragon Knight, but it is remotely believable because the comp idea here for WildHeart is blow up a Nubarak. Arian always has front to back. Oh, Lunara, Funds, can he get away here? He does have Leaping Strike, but he didn't use it. But's trying to get away as well. He gets away. Weary Day with the Tranquility. There's the first blood for WildHeart, and it is going to be Cocoon. Yeah, I was just thinking, is it Locust Swarm just to keep himself alive? But nah.
What is, because I honestly don't see it enough or at all, realistically. It's basically just, it's healing, right? Or is there some spell or physical armor with it too?
No, Locust Swarm is just dealing damage in an AoE around a Nubarak in a kind of intermittent way, and then healing when they come back. It is based on the StarCraft 1 carrier behavior and the StarCraft 2 carrier behavior, shooting out interceptors, in this case Locusts, that deal damage. When they return, they give healing. It's the same code, actually, originally. Fun fact about Locust Swarm.
But a Nubarak's a Warcraft hero, Grubby.
Yes, but HeroesCCL is based on the SC2 engine. But we have Locust Swarm there too.
Oh, okay, fair. Okay, that is true. That's true. Alrighty. Anyways, we have our first Dragon Knight already expired. Got a lot of value for the side of ONYX. Got Filth defending bottom lane, and WildHeart's starting to close that gap that was forming early game, and is well trying to start to open things up. But that's a great Cataclysm in. Time Stop will scout out Bad Benny. Unaverted and Crew looking to back off on the side of WildHeart.
And all the solo laners are coming in here. We have Zerkling and Ucky both coming in, bringing up that solo lane. But it's Zerkling that will be sacrificing more, as the Bruiser camp is even now taking down the top fort, which will start passive XP and periodic catapult pressure. Can he keep it alive? He's trying to boost through. They're still hitting, not all too hard. 830 life, 638, 319, 126, and it is down.
There's the fort in favor for ONYX, which also pushed them into the range of 13 talent here. The announcement of the dead husband has played. Oh, wait. Oh, big rotation into bottom lane, but it is just front to back sort of deal. Pitkid looking for a target, goes on to Misha. Greymane dives out as well. Quarter kill over to the side of WildHeart. It still is at least a little experience from that Misha kill.
Quarter kill. Nice.
Nice.
Varian comp validated here. Let's look at 13s. Poo 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 for Diva. We have On the Prowl for Greymane, Timeout, and we have the healing debuff for Varian. So he is going to be very good at killing Misha.
The burst heal is a little mitigated as well. I mean, it's through Stukov, but no, I like this level 13 for the variant. I think that's going to be extremely helpful in this blow up composition. As I'm Grubby, what? I thought Deathwing was already in bottom lane, but WildHeart just sneaks the second Dragonite very quickly.
No one seemed to dare to step up into Variant's realm of influence. It feels wrong. But I can't 100% explain why they let this Dragonite go. It's level 13 apiece. Bud's getting all in here. Hey, maybe they don't care about Dragonite. They're just gonna go engage past it. Funds with the Leaping Strike. Cursed Bullet from Bud's misses. And Funds, oh no! Why didn't he just go top?
I think maybe Funds was worried or wanted to come in and team fight since there was the slight advantage with the double kill already. I don't know. That was...
No.
Yeah,
That
was a weird... Yeah, you're right, actually. That was a weird leaping strike, Grubby. I don't know.
He ran down Greymane in exactly the spot that he should. But look at that wall. That wall was 100% available to have a horizontal escape.
It's a choice that was made, but
yeah.
The Diva Mech explosion kill will send that Lunara flying. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, though, Godfilth does find the fort. ONYX with the second fort of this map, and mid lane fort also very low already, somewhere probably in the couple thousand health, as 16 talent tier is looming in favor for ONYX. WildHeart trying to close that gap with maybe a kill or two.
I gotta say, man, ONYX has been playing this really well. The draft was very intelligent. They circumvented the double Aki ban, and then they took the counter to Rexar in Deathwing, who has just been a force to be reckoned with in the middle to bot lane as well. They leveraged their draft well also. Anubarak, one of the great pushing tanks, as the Beatles tank tower shots and allow for deep dives. And look at that coordination by ONYX. These kind of rotations, trying to get the Zergling, and then realizing when it's not possible, quickly going back down again. Still though, WildHeart is fighting heroically. They've got their own level 16s, and it should be noted that Variant 1620 are incredibly powerful and synergistic. He gets the banner of Dalaran with spell power, and then at level 20, he has 98% uptime for it, where you have a 12.5 second banner cooldown on a 12-second cooldown to cast. It's really crazy. That's 20% spell power to his entire team all the time. From that moment on, anything could happen. Chromie is going to be a beast.
Even some of the Moonfires from Malfurion will be amplified by that, and great extra healing coming out on top of that as well. Just banner constantly being thrown out from Varian, and mid lane fort does go down, so all three forts down the side of WildHeart. But I like to say in my own games, we don't need forts where we're going. Forts just hold you back, and you know it means that the enemy team doesn't want to come over and play as much. And so now that they're down, we can see more fights into the right side of the map from Oxygen. The chase potential is higher actually into WildHeart, and it is beneficial for ONYX as well, to be able to have those periodic catapults with no matching catapults against them.
And they've got that bruiser camp again, pushing. Every time that there is a forced bottom fight here by WildHeart, where they're saying, hey, we need a 5-man here, there is an advantageous macro situation for ONYX. This is potentially the scariest moment for ONYX, as they are defending with 4, sending Deathwing mid while having top pressure. They need to be very good in control and not overstep and make any mistakes, whereas WildHeart will be looking to make a play here. Oh, Lunara actually cannot get taunted because she does a double leaping strike. This is so well played by Funds and Bad Benny. Bad Benny instantly pulling the trigger when he sees that Malfurion is out of position, and Funds does not give Pitkid the chance to lock him down with the quick double leaping. Very, very good coordination, and just getting the best out of every situation, even when a less experienced, a less well-playing team might throw the lead that they had built up so far.
I'm shocked how well ONYX turned that team fight around. I really thought Malfurion had the heals. I thought it was just going to be Pitkid finds a nice taunt onto a target, and the blow-up will continue. Not the case, and ONYX continue their domination of this Dragonshire map with the solid level lead, 7-2 in kills, and we're looking like a dragon to get into a Dragonite. Makes no sense, but hey.
Yeah. Well, but anyways, he's now also knighted. It's nice.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. It's a dragon knight. But the question that I wanted to ask is, what do you do with this? We're 13 minutes in, and the Dragonite's hitting for 693 into structures. seems like it's going to be opening up bottom lane, trying to find some sort of advantage on the map through that, maybe even set up a win condition for ONYX.
Yeah, for sure. They want to try to get that keep. They're not going to be able to get the whole thing unless they have follow-up kills. There's a root on D.Va. D.Va actually takes loads of damage. They're going to get a little bit of damage on the keep, but they shouldn't be able to get it unless they get that follow-up kill. Unaverted is going to be able to clear those camps. The slowing stance is going to create space as well.
So the keep won't fall. The front gate goes down, but meanwhile in top lane, WildHeart finds a free fort through their massive wave, and actually Zergling, with the Mecha Explosion up and available, WildHeart wants to find a kill, but the chase potential isn't available to WildHeart since there's a lot of these forts that the ONYX members can retreat to, like this Deathwing.
Yeah, exactly. That was the first fort for WildHeart that they got by virtue of their Bruiser camp and Archer pressure. And, you know, WildHeart, they have been doing a lot of grouping. Basically, they're hoping for their veterancy to create results here. They figure if we stay together as 5, eventually teams always make a mistake. That's where we'll take it back. Instead of trying to create opportunities where Pitkit and crew rotate up top and try to take down Rexar, or they try to set creative ambushes on the other side of the map, it seems like WildHeart is completely playing off of the confidence that they are the more experienced and better team. And that although they are behind, and although they got probably countered in draft, if Deathwing was indeed on their minds, they're waiting for that mistake. And the tension can be cut with a knife here.
The game is actually so tense, and Funds wants to keep themselves super safe that Galloping Gaint is grabbed at level 20. Activate to increase the movement speed bonus of Dryad Swiftness to 80% for 6 seconds. That is that the fastest speed? No, because I think it's Junkrat's Rocket Ride mount at level 20. Is that faster?
I think that is faster. It gives you 200% mount speed.
Oh, is it 200? Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I was like, is it 150?
Yeah.
Is it 200? But yeah, either way, it's up there. It's one of the fastest movement speed talents we have in the game. So we might see that activated on Funds if he needs to disengage. But right now, Deathwing takes flight. Some meteors will rain down from Deathwing immediately. He's got a few seconds before the dragon can drop. And in that time, the camp is pushed up through the bottom lane. Shrines activate in the next 4 seconds, and Atonk goes out onto Misha, and that's all that WildHeart can find here, Grubby.
And Deathwing never landed, Bahamut. He was thinking, I will join if required, or go top, flex if not required. And now you have Lunara actually able to take the Dragon Knight. I'll be damned if she...
Wait, what?
Did she turn on the Dryad Swiftness? I cannot see right now.
I can look. It's actually on 7-second cooldown, so maybe, yeah, because it's 30 seconds.
I thought that's Abolish Magic.
I'm sorry, you're right. That's the Abolish Magic. I looked at the wrong thing. I don't think I can actually check her Galloping.
No, we actually can't see it.
No, unfortunate. Okay. I thought the one cooldown was the, and then I hovered over it and I was like, oh yeah, oh, unfortunate. Okay.
But very well done to keep Deathwing in the air as flex. Deathwing is not a global, but he can choose to land anywhere on the map after a significant wind-up in preparation. And that was their flex. And really good rotation by ONYX to get it this way. Alright, what's happening here? A lot of damage on Deathwing. He's gonna still cast his Molten Flame. They keep dropping so low, but Hunter's Blunderbuss by Butts is doing a lot of damage here. And that banner uptime by Varian all the time, that's going to give 50% healing to everyone. We have a Tranquility with a Varian banner. This is a very powerful healing combo.
Buds has that Inner Beast up and active. You can see the glow on their weapons. The mount up comes out, and this will be Inner Beast dying off. That splash from Greymane's level 20, Grubby, you were noting, it was also great to poke down the wave that was being pushed up as well. It's a lot of really cool 20s and Pitkit jumps in with a... Wow, that's a big curse bullet, but Pitkit tries to go in with the charge, won't be able to find a taunt onto anyone. Dragonite does drop in the mid lane, and it seems like some micro missiles out from Zergling, but Grubby, it's a clean disengage once again from ONYX, who find the keep through the bottom lane and have only given over the top lane fort.
Yeah, they just have been playing perfectly, Bahamut. It's really rare to see a game that has practically no mistakes. The catapult pressure this time took down the top keep tower. And although catapult pressure is equalized up top, it has repeatedly been pushed in by ONYX, therefore creating an issue for WildHeart, who still seem to be doing a lot of deathballing. Even getting 1 or 2 kills is probably not enough for WildHeart to finish the game. They need 3 kills, and Varian usually has a really tough time to get 3 kills in a single fight. 1 is okay. And it's actually ONYX that make the play here. Zergling take a lot of damage. He loses his mech. There's a cocoon on Varian. Bud's trying to free him.
Time Trap is used on the far side of that, catches the Varian. Molten Flame comes out as well with the Conflagration value, but the Time Trap did have the Chronic Conditions, that's 30 armor to the Varian, so he took really no damage. Misha will go down. Valimar being slowed. Controlled Chaos will come out from Valimar. Those flailing swipes with the level 20 upgrade will be able to save him, but he only used one of those charges. Potentially the second, actually. He might have used one in bottom lane. Regardless, Banner comes down through the mid lane, amplifying that spell power, as Grubby was mentioning. Lunar trying to poke at this, and the poke, everything keeps happening, but WildHeart has to disengage because 3 catapults have arrived to the bottom lane core, and that's 708 damage to a structure.
And let's see, there's 3,000 shields, and they're hitting maybe once every 3 seconds. They're almost going to be cracking that shield. There we go, 96%. Such is the power of this stage of catapults. But it's going to get dealt with. That's 4% on the core. No major issue for WildHeart yet. And they did force a response by a Godfilth as well, who is even now clearing top. This time, Bruiserkamp is pushing for ONYX again. And they're going to try to find an opportunity to skirmish bot and disengage so expertly as they have been doing whole game. While Deathwing has gone in the sky, it's announcing that to Pitkid. And Rexar gets all in here. Does he have Feign Death? Yes, he does.
Slowing Sands underneath. Mecha Explosion onto the far side of this engagement. Uki so very low, will go down in this engagement. Micro missiles out from Zergling to slow down some of the enemy members to chase in, but the virulent root reaction will slow down Pitkid from stepping in as well. Good Siege Giant, good wave as well, and this is looking like it's the fort through the bottom lane in favor for WildHeart. And with the Rexar dead for 45 more seconds, WildHeart rushed through into the bottom lane keep front gate to try and find parity in this lane.
Yeah, this is where they need to get another kill. Another nice virulent reaction on Varian there. But Greymane and Chromie are so good in situations like this. There's a lot of damage being peppered. WildHeart not playing for the Dragon Knight here. They're looking to get another kill. Was that a mistake from Aki or a space creation by WildHeart? Either way, they want that again. They want more of the same thing. And everything starts with a keep for them. If they can, they're going to try to get a taunt. Will Funds, Valimar, or Bad Benny overstep?
Fun steps forward for a second there, made me a little nervous, but Pitkid's positioning doesn't lead me to believe that they would be able to... Oh, no, actually, Pitkid goes in onto Bad Benny once again. A lot of CC thrown into Pitkid, but he's got just that banner out. You can see the little plus 50 next to his health bar, and slowly but surely, the keep doesn't fall. Pitkid,
oh my God.
You're playing with fire right now.
It has 618 life. And they can definitely get the keep. There's the Dragon Breath. By the way, it should be noted that Fun's level 13 Abolish Magic validates the Lunara pick in such a big way here. It's so cool to see those cleanses coming out from not the healer, since they have Stukov. It is an instant cleanse and then a 2-second CC time reduction, 50%.
It's a really good adaptation from Funds to be able to deal with this enemy team. Deathwing pushing this top lane through with the Skyfall Meteors. Also to note, the catapult's dealing 400 standard damage, 800 into structures. But now WildHeart, they get the bottom cap, and they're all showing through this bottom lane. And, it's all a bait. It's all a bait to try and get, a rotation into Pitkid for the single target pick. No, it's not a bait. They
just want to go core.
They're gonna okay, Grubby.
Their comp is worse at global. They just lost their top keep. They're running out of time. They're just gonna hope that there's another mistake here, that they can get a taunt kill. It's actually very reminiscent of the Colossus Smash game WildHeart did against Simplicity on this map, with Varian trying to push in, just 5-man deathballing. It didn't work out that time. We had some great Junkrat defensive riptires. Let's see if ONYX likewise does a successful defense here. This should be illegal, a 5-on-5 push on core with everyone up, but let's see if there's going to be a mistake from either side. Again, very tense moment, Bahamut.
Both teams have Zergling has their Mecha Explosion up and available. The kill command comes out from the Rexar. Misha diving onto Zergling mech. Catapults have arrived to the core of WildHeart. Mecha Explosion comes out, bops Valimar for a bit of damage. Pitkid needs to back off, has protection status from the shield wall. Cocoon onto the Greymane in the back line. Pitkid backs off, and this is a stall that's playing out. Oh, actually, no, there was a catapult that did spawn in that top lane, so I was going to say it's a stall that played out for the side of ONYX, but no. It's, I don't know, Grubby, it just felt so very forced. And I guess you can niche a kill. It's
because
like...
It's just accepting their macro deficiency and trying to get opportunities. Every second you stay there and you're not dying, there is a chance that someone from ONYX makes a mistake. But there's very little they could do in the way of forcing it. It's such an interesting realization that you can't make it happen. It can only be given to you, and then still hoping for it. It's them stress testing the young squad of ONYX. And ONYX, so far, has passed with flying colors. It's going to happen again. We have Zergling disengaging from Bruiser Camp. He's going to try to steal the top shrine. Varian is set up again with squad in the mid lane, hoping for a mistake. So far, Bad Benny has passed every test as well. He's very aware of what a Nubarak can get away with and how Varian works. The charge happens, you hit a quick impale, and taunt follow-up cannot happen. It's been successful every time, but it only needs one time. This game is also a perfect putting on a clinic, showing how you can use a lead. One of the big criticisms in HOTS is no matter how far ahead you are, and we can say ONYX is ahead, one late game team fight and you can just lose it all and you lose the game. And that is why ONYX is not taking it. And that is why that argument is invalid, because catapult pressure can and will create issues. And it has done so far. 4% on core, top keep dead. But it is a slow burn, and many players and teams don't have the patience for it. ONYX so far does.
I've been sitting here and I've just been enjoying your breakdown of exactly, because I agree with you. I agree with you in that argument, but I've just been swapping through vision the entire time. I just keep checking vision of Bad Benny. And there was that setup through the mid lane just now that WildHeart was setting up, or was attempting, and immediately Bad Benny just started pinging those bushes right there. Those bushes. You even saw Deathwing utilizing the meteorite from the Skyfall level 7 to try and check that bush, and they saw the Greymane, but the fight breaks out. There's no dive onto Valimar. He goes down first. Cocoon onto the Greymane as they're trying to break them out on the side of WildHeart. Cataclysm from Got Filth, leaping strikes after the Bellowing Roar comes out. Buds is getting shredded, tries to razor swipe through the enemy team, and the banner from the Varian with the Glory of the Alliance at level 20 upgrade, saving Buds for now, with the chase continuing into bottom lane.
This felt very forced. D.Va Zergling taking the shrine, Deathwing landing on it, and Bad Benny likewise taking up position on the shrine, as we got a very tenuous moment where WildHeart was starting to do double laser pressure. It felt very forced, and Valimar paid the price for this mistake. Dragonite has now been taken. We have a sleep on Bad Benny. He's going to try to get away here, and this Dragonite surely has to be too powerful. Funnily enough though, WildHeart does not go through mid fort, as they don't want to take any damage on the Dragonite at all, which allows Stukov to come back just in time. Buds! He dropped so low again! ONYX nearly got the kill that they needed. Lunara now getting taken out. WildHeart, it looks like they actually may have done it. Buds dropping to 460, but once again being kept alive by Weary Day.
Dragonite actually uses the kick onto Stukov to get closer to Carr and starts wailing through, dealing 1,341 damage to that structure. This is going to be a feigned death Rexar, but the core is falling too rapidly. No one's dealing with the Dragonite on the side of ONYX, and after a massive back and forth, after a little bit of a pause, this will be WildHeart taking game number 1 in our first map of the day. GG's over to WildHeart. And Grubby, I think you explained it so very well, the position WildHeart was in and the plays that needed to be made with their lack and their lack of global potential and mobility around the map. So this was a great play from WildHeart, turning things around in the latter half.
It's Valamar's first death, Bahamut.
Wow. Oh, wow.
But it is also the last thing that decided this game. It's a very rough situation to actually be in. Where both of his frontliners, Deathwing and Anubarak, maybe not counting Rexar, were on the shrine, and he felt like he had to contribute. He wanted to go and kill that Zergling, that D.Va there, but it ultimately left him in range of Varian. A sad ending for ONYX, who had passed every question on this exam, on this job interview so far, but they got the final one wrong. Would you like to work here? They're like, no. It's like, oh, damn it. No, I would like to work here. It's like, no, it's too late. You do not get the job. You were a perfect fit. But if you don't want to work here, it's sad for ONYX. But for WildHeart, likewise, I don't think very satisfying. They basically were losing the entire game, and they had to wait for a mistake. Eventually, they were right. They were paid off for their efforts, and they held off catapult pressure really well. And eventually, They got the kill that broke the camel's back.
Well, let's get Casanova back in here and get your thoughts on that game number 1. Bit of a wild ride, right, Cass?
Yeah, I mean, this was actually a fantastic game. I think there was a lot of good things that ONYX did that got me a little bit more excited for this team as a whole. End of the day, WildHeart was able to take it, but it all started at the start of the game. We had a noob going for these invades with the rest of the team, grouping up, getting wave priority, going in and taking mercs, trying to continue that snowball like we talked about. There was a little bit of momentum that got killed off when an invade happened for WildHeart being able to take easies. But from there, they stabilized, they continued the pressure, they found more kills, and finally even were able to start to make their way towards a DK. The problem came with the first time that Funds was picked. Funds died while they had that level lead, and it killed all of their momentum. This resulted in an easy steal, an easy take, bottom knights being taken, and all pressure from being able to invade the other knights of WildHeart going away. I talked about how good I thought Funds was positioning, immediately cursed him because he had just after that he had a pretty poor positioning play, got picked. From there, I was like, oh, this game is over. WildHeart has won. The momentum is gone for ONYX. But I was wrong. ONYX actually started to bring this back. They had a lot of very good moments where they went and found additional picks and started to try and build their lead back to finish the game before level 20, because once you get to 20 with the Varian, with the Malfurion, those team fights are not going to go your way anymore. It's just not going to happen. Grubby pointed out beautifully multiple times about how, like, no one can die. There's just too much healing here.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that was crazy is just ONYX continued to find these picks, diving past the DK, finding more kills. And this team didn't look like the team I expected. They looked like a lot more seasoned, a lot better. Even with the mistakes they made, they still continued to find opportunities to bring themselves back into the game. Because after that pick mid, it was back to even, it was back to parity, and they recreated those advantages. They created them again and again until WildHeart eventually caught up, got to 20, and was able to turn it around.
The banner at level 20, I feel like, is one of the biggest factors in that game for WildHeart. Like Buds on Greymane, there were 2 instances at the end of the game where Buds should have died, but didn't because of just that banner, that extra heal. It was really, really well played from the side of WildHeart. Adaptation, adjustment, and overall patience into the late game, because it's a lot of patience from the side of WildHeart. They really wanted to, they wanted to force some of those situations where there was that single target dive, blow up, blah, blah, blah from the composition, but ONYX wasn't presenting those moments to WildHeart, and it shows a lot of really good communication, and I say patience, because WildHeart, instead of just forcing the situation every single time, we're waiting for just someone to step a little too far forward. Grubby had mentioned it during the cast as well, waiting for the mistake of ONYX. Now, let's actually continue this discussion here in just a second. I want to also jump us over to where we're going to for our next map, and it is going to be the map choice of WildHeart Esports, choosing to take us to Infernal Shrines, with the first pick priority going over to ONYX. ONYX, that losing team, opting for that. Now, Grubby, kind of same. I want to continue talking about the last game into this game here. The patience from WildHeart really played off. Do you think ONYX plays that same sort of style again, or do you think they have to draft differently going into this map?
You can't play it exactly the same, Bahamut, because here there is a central point that you need to run at. You can get away with drafts that don't have engage, so long as you can defend a point. That is the big difference here. In Dragonshire, because of the nature of the map, the cat and mouse game, you need engage. And to be fair, there was engage on the side of WildHeart. It's Bad Benny's amazing tanking with 0 deaths in the end. The only one, together with Deathwing, but he cannot be CC'd. The only one that never got caught by a taunt chain. And the other members of ONYX, not often, by the way. But that allowed them to say, hey, WildHeart, you don't have engage. On Infernal, it doesn't work out the same way. Everyone's got to come to the campfire and kill some skeletons and try to summon that Punisher. So the exact same draft won't work. But let's say that the skill that ONYX showed and WildHeart showed in their tenacity and patience can both be translated into an Infernal Shrines equivalent.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up real quick, Baha, that
Please.
ONYX and Grubby highlighted this beautifully in the last game. ONYX drafting looked spectacular on Dragonshire. They completely set themselves up for Uki to have a very good game, and they continued to control the macro game throughout the entire time. Even up until losing, they had good macro control. They were able to net a keep off of just Katas taking it. That came from macro dominance throughout the entire game, and that was started with the offlane draft that they did by, even though they saw a lot of bans onto Uki's picks, they pick up one of the other picks that he likes and take away the best counter in Deathwing, right? So these fundamentals of draft that ONYX have are very exciting to me. This is like, okay, this team is drafting like a top tier team. They might have even arguably had a better draft than WildHeart. They could have won. They needed to win on a timer though. They couldn't get level 20. That's a very hard draft to execute in Heroes, but they were almost doing it. So seeing that out of a team like ONYX is really exciting to me, and I look forward to what they're going to continue to pick throughout the rest of the series. And if they have other good moments like that within the draft, maybe they can get those edges and actually convert them into victories.
Can ONYX find the edge in the macro sense against WildHeart? That I feel like is actually a good question to ask, because if you could play, if you can play the macro here on Infernal Shrines and beat out WildHeart, one, that's a really big factor in itself, but two, that's, I think, maybe the play into WildHeart. They did look really kind of stuck into the way that their composition was being played. Grubby had mentioned that there was a lot of deathballing, a lot of 5-member rotations to try and get those single target picks, but that's not the case here for Infernal Shrines, or at least there's no Chromie for this map, as she will be banned out. I'm excited to get into this. We still have Lost Vikings up and available. Hogger was banned out. I wonder if we have any sort of fun drafts from either side here, Grubby.
Very possible. This is a very flexible map where all kinds of things are possible, except the 4 heroes that are banned. Yrel is quite good here as well. WildHeart may use that once again as one of their main tankers. We have a quick Lucio pickup by Valamar, who, by the way, last game played a phenomenal game. Let's see if he can do as well on Lucio as he did on Stukov.
Next two.
Oh, go ahead, Baha.
No, I was just gonna say next 2 picks for the map. I was gonna get your opinion on this, Casanova, but it will be that Stukov Yrel.
Yeah, I liked what Grubby was saying about Yrel. I think she's very good on this map. It's a great hero pickup for Zergling, but also Pickkid can take it in the tank role. It's a flex pick for this team. They can play it in multiple positions, and I think that Yrel in general is quite strong on Infernal Shrines. We've seen a lot of the Lucio. I think it's very good. It opens up options to go double support, and also there's just a lot of walls and places to kind of jump around on Infernal Shrines during these fights. And Leoric Diablo, very powerful combination. I like that a lot into Stukov, who doesn't have an escape. Yrel is a little bit easier at trying to get away from these things, but that's not your target with this. You're just saying, okay, immobile characters are incredibly risky against us now, kind of limiting the selection from the other side.
Is there any,
this is also threatening a Deathwing pick. Leoric Deathwing, one of the old combos in Infernal. Yeah. Will WildHeart ban it or pick it?
Also, Medivh is up and available as well, and that's the thing I'm starting to kind of sit here and think about too, because Leyline Seal, Apocalypse, you've got an Entomb, you've got a Lucio for high 5s, Force of Will. It's a Cho'Gall, obviously, with the Tychus ban, but it's
Greymane, probably
I had to do it once. Greymane actually would be wonderful for the side of WildHeart.
Yeah, it really should be a Greymane for WildHeart. I'm curious what crowd control they're going to end up picking up to go alongside this. They take the Medivh, the Zul'jin, into Diablo Leoric with this much protection. Maybe this is actually a very good Zul'jin spot. This is interesting.
There's another support coming. Isn't WildHeart running this like triple support Zul'jin?
Could be a Zarya, actually. Zarya would be...
This could be the way to do it.
Yeah. Also, there's a consideration, maybe even Zul main tank for the side of WildHeart, because we did see that Zul Jin composition a few weeks ago on Tomb of the Spider Queen in week number 1 of CCL, but Decker Kane Vala for the side of ONYX here, Casanova. What are you thinking as we were wrapping up this draft? I'm leaning heavily into WildHeart, honestly. I haven't even seen the last draft pick.
I actually think this is a really phenomenal draft from ONYX. I think this is really good on the map. This is Vala is great on the point. You've got double support and a big beefy front line, so she can play forward. I think the issue is going to be Grubby actually pointed this out about Infernal. You don't really need engage, and so yeah, we see the Zul. Instead, WildHeart is just going to stand their ground with Zul'jin and protect him with Medivh. And I don't know that Deckard Lucio is actually going to have enough healing once we scale. So this is another time where ONYX needs to get ahead on the early shrines and convert them into big leads that can cause them to win the later shrines. Because if we get to the late game and this Zul'jin, Zul, Medivh composition is still even, I actually think this is going to win. Wow, that is surprising because I hated Zul'jin yesterday, but I actually kind of like it in this spot.
It's a really exciting Zool. And also, I mean, late game though, to be fair, on the side of ONYX, they've got Mixing Fire for healing reduction into enemy heroes. You've also got Emerald at level 4 for the Deckard Cain. So there are opportunities. I'm leaning WildHeart. Just as we're about to load in here, Casanova, want to get your thoughts. Who do you think wins out the game?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is even a draft win for WildHeart, but I'm still leaning towards them. I think this is a great draft from ONYX. I actually think that they have a good chance. They've set themselves up for success. They do scale well themselves with the Leoric, with the Buried Alive alongside the Diablo. The Vala scales as well. It goes alongside the two healers. I think it's a good draft. I just look at WildHeart's comp, and I think the stand your ground capabilities of the Zul'jin in this instance with Medivh, it actually feels really good to me. Yrel provides a lot of appeal as well. So I'm going to take WildHeart here, but get into that game, Baha, and have a good one.
I'll see you after the game. Thank you for the breakdown, Casanova. On the left-hand side, we got ONYX trying to get themselves up on the scoreboard through Infernal Shrines. Aki going to be on the Leoric, Bad Benny playing Diablo, Got Filth on the Lucio, Valimar playing the Deckard Cain, and Funds on the Vala. For the right-hand side, we got WildHeart, who are already up in this best of 5. We got Unaverted on the Zul'jin, Yrel played by Zergling, Weary Day on the Stukov, Buds playing the Medivh, and we see Pitkid on the main tank Zool. What are your thoughts here, Grubby?
Well, I think that there are some really powerful tools for ONYX to deny healing in Mixing Fire, Lucio level 20, and Emerald. And there's also really powerful AoE crowd control. Very strong late game. You've got level 20 Buried Alive for Leoric, and Deckard with Stay a While and Listen, Respect the Elderly, gets an AoE sleep silence that lasts several seconds. I don't see how Medivh, Zul'jin, and the very brawly group together kind of comp for WildHeart can survive that. I think we have a bit of a role reversal. In this case, WildHeart needs to run away with this game, like ONYX was kind of doing last game. I think level 20 is fatal, is lethal for WildHeart, but you know, Medivh is pretty strong himself as well. With Leyline Seal, he can try to stop the perfect combo by ONYX. Still, there's going to be many fighting moments potentially, and I think WildHeart is the one that needs the lead in this game.
I would agree with you on that. It definitely... It just feels like it's almost like a little bit of like it's impending doom with that level 20, and maybe WildHeart recognize that, or WildHeart feel comfortable in that realm. Sometimes there are these teams that play perfectly well in these chaotic moments, and that's a little bit of WildHeart's playstyle in general if I were to summarize them. Wait, hold on. That's a step forward onto Vala through bottom, but she gets a little speed boost from Got Filth, and Unaverted is getting chunked right now. Vala steps forward, throws out a bunch of damage, but it's not enough into Unaverted. And we still sit killless so far in our rotations on Infernal Shrines, with our first Punisher being Arcane in the top.
Vala is an interesting pick. I'm not a huge fan of her normally, and a lot of her damage comes from auto attacks, which Stukov loves to counter with biotic armor. And so it's hard for Vala to really step up, do that barrel roll forward that she just did, the vault, and try to blow up Unaverted, even when everyone is low and he knew that Force of Will had already been used. But at least Vala is also at least partially a spellcaster. With multi-shot, which he has spec'd into, he gets some spell damage that doesn't get countered by biotic armor. So
Grubby,
it can work okay. Yeah.
We're getting ready for the first shrine here, and we will get into comms at some point in this game. I do promise you, chat. But what do you as we're kind of making the rotations here? Are you excited for the new Vala and PTR? Because I love all of the reworks. I think the new Vala looks really, really cool too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so excited. Like, I think they've done a great job with... Oh, nice, but I think they've done a great job with all of the reworks. I really love what's coming in the new patch. I love change for the sake of change, even if it is neutral, but I think it's good. I think it's exciting, and I hope they keep their fingers on the pulse to see how everything is working out. We don't know when the patch is going to happen, chat, but it could be tomorrow, it could be on Tuesday, it could be on Wednesday. They said the PTR is ending tomorrow, so we'll see.
I'm fingers crossed over here with it being Monday, but I don't know either. So I'm gonna be a hopeful. I'm just gonna be as hopeful as I always am and wait for that potential Monday patch to come through. Either way, we are here on our shrine, and it is gonna be Arcane. We have Buds working on those baseline stacks, 11 out of the 40 for this Medivh. Gotfilth is still just wall riding around, finding a few skeletal defenders here and there, but the vast majority have gone over to WildHeart and continue to do so. With 7 up on both sides. Yeah, I was going to say, in mid lane, though, there's a big dive, but it's Leoric and a Diablo.
And there's the portal.
And a blue build Zool on top of that at level 7. So he's A-okay right now because he has the Harvest Vitality from level 7.
Yeah, blue build Zool is such a melee carry. It's a really crazy DPS when you can get away with it. There are no blinds on the side of ONYX. Oh wait, is this Death Dealer? Ooh, Death Dealer. So he can last shot skeletons and vault again and again and again. Too bad he doesn't have caltrops for massive mini slows.
Oh, F to caltrops in our upcoming patch.
Actually, he gets it again.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's
not completely gone. You are correct, but not at level 1 anymore. Jump over the wall from the Punisher, baited by Diablo. Gonna have a little silence. Urel actually jumps over the wall as well. She has a protection status, able to dive through the portal. I mean, there's so much self CC or even just or CC mitigation from Urel, but unaverted is gonna go down. So will Diablo. It's
pretty
a
sick that Diablo went down, considering he had a healing fountain health with Devil's Due that was gonna heal him from 0 to full. Oh, Zergling, you griefer.
Yeah, that saved him.
Pushed him away.
But it's just what I wanted to get at in that little engagement on Zergling specifically, because it was you had Hand of Freedom after you had the Force of Will, so it was just there's so much to just save the Urel when she jumped in. It was a little too greedy on the second engagement though.
The Zul'jin unaverted, you mean?
Yes, sorry. Just initially we had the Urel jump in Zergling, but then unaverted did step forward, and you have that Voodoo Shuffle, but if you can't press your button, you can't do anything. So that is a little bit of the issue. Actually, we did see Voodoo Shuffle just now. This is a weird engagement in top from WildHeart. I don't know why they're going for this. It's not like there's a big gain anywhere else on the map or even through top.
Stacks.
I guess so.
For the stacks.
You're right. I mean, 14 out of the 30 so far.
Yeah, not bad. He's almost halfway, almost gets the bonus auto attack range. As for Buds, has been playing Medivh very safely. 27 out of 40.
Root onto the...
Nice kill.
Yeah, that Lucio. Well, that's going to be a follow-up kill on Uki? No, he's...
Oh.
No, he's not. Axe is donated to the face of the Skeleton King, and that'll be a double kill for WildHeart, who pushed their way through this mid lane. A good advance as well for the side of WildHeart, because the Frozen Punisher is going to be in mid lane fairly soon too. I think the announcement should be right around the corner, and maybe, just maybe, that's the time we maybe jump into comms, Grubby.
Yeah, sounds good. We should be about a minute out or so, and bear with us. Then we'll get to pick the brains of one of these two teams. Unaverted, quick taking down that camp. Tough game for funds, considering Urel gets 35 physical armor, Zul slows her attack speed, and Stukov gives physical armor as well. It's not going to be easy for him to take anyone down. Bad Penny now, fully stacked on souls. He's going to get loads of regeneration from a variety of different things, thanks to Devil's Due. And he's got that self-healing build as well with the full W.
Invade onto the camp portal, already set up by Buds. As noted, 29 stacks on the Medivh, 19 for the Zul'jin. Wow, the last time I checked the stacks, it was like 30-some seconds ago, and it was at 14. So this is definitely a lot being built up. Now, Grubby, we've promised chat. We've been building this all up for chat here. Yeah. Which comms do you want to jump into?
Let's jump into WildHeart for this one.
Sure thing. Let's get in there.
No, we're good. We're good. They're up there. We're fine. Okay, I'm gonna do bot camp.
Let's play through mid.
I think they're gonna be late.
Okay. I'm playing top side by myself. I'm gonna prep top wave.
Okay. I'm gonna be late, but I think it's worth it.
Still I think you need to. Yeah.
I'm coming soon. Lucio's bot, so 4v4. I'm on my way.
I can't step in, yeah.
We can't step in. That's fine. We can fight when I get there.
I'm waiting
for
Sir.
I prep top wave. Our top wave's gonna win. So.
Yeah, they're gonna get fucked by bot. I'm gonna push mid.
We have to get ready, portal.
I'll push mid and then I'll come.
Okay.
I just play on the shrine, and I think we zone them off the shrine entirely. And then, yeah, Zerg plays split for me, and I'm just gonna stand in the middle of the shrine. Like, I'll stand on this choke.
Yeah. I'll just play underneath.
Look at that. I'm gonna play this lane here. Oh, yeah, stopping.
I just get all the monkeys here, and they can't walk.
I'm just gonna keep floating between here.
Look at this. Yeah, just watch if they sleep on the over the wall there. because I
They're
want to
stepping
play.
in. I'm ready
I
to
can
put
ley
it
line
down here.
engage. I'll just ley
Diablo's
line
gonna stay
engage.
here. I don't wanna.
My root's
gonna
on Lucio.
Diablo zone.
Let's
I
read
have
him.
root in 3.
Can we hit
root in
shrine?
3.
Can we hit shrine?
Yeah.
That's right.
I'm walking up to Vala.
Yeah.
I got a
I'm in
reset on my
Yuki.
W.
31-26.
Yeah.
Watch bleep.
Let's sleep. Wait, we can fight them still, I think.
I'm like,
Wait,
stand
can
up.
we look at
31,
this guy? Look at
Oh,
Bahamut.
let's still go
Alright,
through.
Bell.
Just play on me, I killed them all, I think.
I'm on Bell. I'm still
Play
hitting
on me.
Bell.
Yeah, play on me, I'm stopping. I'm just hitting
I'm
whatever
hitting
I
out
can.
funds.
I'm hitting whatever I can. Oh, they got it. Kind of annoying. I took the port out. I'm far from
Yeah,
you.
we
Let's
just
just clear.
clear.
We're fine.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
our lanes are insane right now too.
Top left,
Watch
top left, top
Brandon.
left, top left.
I'm good, I'm good, I'm
Look
good.
at Brandon too. I'm gonna push the top wave. I'm leaving you guys.
I'm
They're gonna see
fine.
me top there. They're gonna go
That's
aggro.
fine.
They're gonna freak out when they see me here.
It's gonna jump in like 5 seconds.
I got
They're
a
like
tap
losing the game,
control.
top and bot right now.
I can protect jump in 1 sec.
Oh, they might come gangbang me.
Hello, jump.
No, it's just Leo. I think.
The biggest takeaway from that, Grubby, for me is the setup, the preparation from WildHeart into the objective phase. So well communicated and good communication even in the engagement on the team fights. The only lacking thing, and I think they kind of realized this, is the Punisher phase itself. The team fight was so focused that they actually lost track of the Punisher phase and lost the Punisher, but still well played and defended by WildHeart.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, they got 1 kill. Honestly, it was fine. They said the enemy was going to get fragged by those waves, top and bottom. That was kind of true. I'm with you, man. It was so cool to see how much attention there was to their positioning. I go into team fights and I'm like, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to hit this guy. They're like, I'm going to keep going in between here, Diablo zone, and going for Vala. There was so much coordination there. Such calm as well in the way they approached that fight. Really, really nice.
Even the defensive calls too for watch, ley line over the wall or watch stay a while over the wall. If they do stay a while, Buds was saying, I've got the ley line ready. And that was actually, it was said, it was communicated. And then when it happened, snap, immediately. Stay a while and listen starts to come out. Ley line's right there. It was just good communication, good setup, and follow through as well as the other factor in this conversation is something is said and it's done. It's not, It's not like, oh, okay, well, actually, what's going to happen here is we have a re-engagement through the mid lane into this Leoric who's trying to Wraith Walk away. Ucky very low, is in 500 health, able to back off. Leyline Seal slows down the disengage. Vala trying to back off with no mana. Stay well and listen Apocalypse as well from the Diablo. And this Deckard Cain who gets rooted right now. Valimar slowed. Leyline Seal once again because you have the Temporal Flux and Ucky and Deckard go down. A double kill to the side of WildHeart, who know that the next Punisher's in top lane, Grubby, so they continue to push in with this wave that just now arrives. Perfectly played from WildHeart, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Just perfectly played. And this is a kind of like, oh crap, we don't actually know how to beat this comp moment for ONYX, I feel like. Might be true, might not be true, but that was pretty sick. Like, Pitkit was taking no damage at all. Yep. With that build, that blue build, the full blue build with the skeleton mages, no poison over this time. And they're just running at them like a bulldozer, and ONYX cannot get out of the way on time.
The prep and the... Not even the prep, Grubby, but it's the execution after 2 kills was so clean right there. In the time that those 2 death timers elapsed, there was Zul split off and started pushing out a bottom lane. A camp was stolen through top. The keep still went down in the top lane. And all of this is timed perfectly with this next Punisher phase that will be spawning in the top lane. It is going to be a Mortar Punisher. If won by WildHeart, this threatens core, threatening game number 2. But if ONYX can get this, Grubby, that's the big if. If ONYX can get this, ONYX will at least get the fort, maybe the keep front gate, but a lot has to kind of crescendo in favor for this blue team.
Yeah, they can't get this because WildHeart has the top wave push. They would walk through it. It would be like walking through mud. it will be so slow, and WildHeart also has bottom lane pressure. Best thing they can try to do is get like a Zul kill. We see Godfield on Lucio trying to chase Zul, but he's not in any threat. Zuljin is here already. We've got Stukov coming out as well. Yrel finishing it. Vala didn't even take Manticore. That would be a way to circumvent some of the armor. He's got the multi-shot build. Look, they're going for Zul. All the damage is being put on Zul. Is it enough? He's dropping real low.
Low is true, but dead, it's not going to actually happen. Oh my god, there's the Entomb onto Unaverted. He's just like, oh, okay, I'll just keep donating access to your face, bud. Like, I don't. Yeah. I mean, it did.
Aki was like, "Welcome to my tomb."
Well, it's just.
Because nobody says your tomb, but actually,
Yeah, I know. That's yes, you got me with that one. But the 39, or excuse me, the objective phase will be hit on the 39 point. There's going to be another camp for mid lane from the left-hand side as well as on the right from Zool. And this is actually pushing into 20 talent here, and I think that's the reason WildHeart's 39ing this, so they can have that 20 talent here. Leoric will be able to respawn, but it's going to be 5v5 with the enemy team having that advantage.
Yeah, 2018. It's going to be a tough defense by ONYX. Those vaunted level 20 abilities may not come in time. Stay a while, listen, upgrading with the silence, and then buried alive. Leoric has to get some kind of long distance wraith walk on Medivh and or Stukov to get a big buried alive on him, and then Deckard steps up and does a stay a while, listen. Not easy. And I'm not sure they will survive the long night of this incoming Mortar Punisher.
Everything is tense right now. I'm even kind of just sitting here, just like I've pulled away the talents. I'm just looking at the game that's unfolding in front of us as we have a leyline seal onto 4 members of ONYX, and Diablo looking just sponge-like with the damage. Yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, very dead indeed. But like, it almost seemed like Diablo didn't even have souls the way that they were chunked down by Unaverted and crew. Like, that's the crazy part to me. Weary Day finds a massive shove onto that Diablo, and Grubby, it's looking like the WildHeart crew are going to be able to take core here on Infernal Shrines with their Zool Jhin composition.
Leyline again, this is so sick. Vala, good luck, man. No, it's Deckard. It's Deckard. Oh, it was Deckard.
He's gonna have a story time of his own right there, as he will be dead for a little bit, and that will be game 2 over to WildHeart. Definitely a wild game. There were a few moments where ONYX really started to kind of build the momentum, but that late game was just nail in the coffin sort of deal. The Zool Jhin, just the Zool Jhin itself.
Yeah. Zool Jhin and Zool, 48,000 damage. He had a lot of stacks, like 45-ish or so.
Yeah.
But most of all, WildHeart with really good AoE clear with Zool and Zool and Yrel, they just did good objective control, and they did what they needed to do, win pre-20. After that, anything could happen, but basically WildHeart was in the driving seat the whole game.
Casanova, I want to get your thoughts on this. Did WildHeart drive this game to the core, or was there were there some icy spots put out by ONYX?
Look, Storm, take notes. This is how you draft a Zool Jhin. This was brilliant execution just from the draft itself. We see a lot of the power picks on Infernal Shrines that we see banned away again and again, given over to ONYX. Lucio, Diablo in the first 3 picks, Diablo Leoric, a combo we see consistently. And this is responded to by Stukov Yrel, a very flexible, open draft that can go into a lot of different options. And it leaves the trap to be able to go into a Medivh Zool Jhin, into a front line that cannot deal with it. It opens up a situation where ONYX, I was sitting there kind of like the whole game, like, okay, are there 2 picks here after the Zool Jhin Medivh rotation where I feel like we have won the draft? Like, we have taken care of this Zool Jhin. Do we feel like we can beat it easily? And I was struggling very hard to actually find any picks. I think what the route ONYX went for is a good draft for the map, but it could not do anything to WildHeart's composition on the shrine. Like Grubby was talking about, you don't need Engage. WildHeart had Engage because they have the teleport with the Bone Prison, but realistically, that wasn't at all what their comp wanted to do. They just wanted to stand still on the shrine, make you come in and win through that. They also had the macro play of Zool being able to rotate between lanes and continued to control the entire map because of it. Just flawless execution from WildHeart, from the draft to the gameplay to the victory.
It was such a fun game, and when we get these WildHeart drafts are always really fun, and I'm always ecstatic to see them, and I hope we get to see more of them, as we are going to take a small break here, get ready for game number 3. Hopefully it's not that 3-0, and we get to continue to see more wild drafts. In that time, though, I do want to bring up one wonderful thing, and that is that we have, well, discussed a new stretch goal for our HeroesCCL donations. If we can break $9,000, we will find a way to bring Logan on cam. Yes, we have to get the contract signed first with Logan's agent, but in that time, I highly recommend you check out the Matcherino page. You can hit !prize pool, and that'll get you a link over to that custom CCL page. We thank you all once again for donating towards HeroesCCL, and I do see we're at $8,500+ already. Thank you all at home for supporting HeroesCCL. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with game number 3. Can WildHeart close out on a 3-0, or does ONYX breathe life into the series? We'll see you soon. Welcome back to HeroesCCL. My name is Bahamut, joined by Grubby and Casanova, and we are in the midst of a wonderful best of 5 that could go over to WildHeart on our next map. Grubby, I want to get your thoughts, and Casanova as well. How's the series going? Are expectations met? Do you maybe hope for a Cho'Gall, or is that just me?
That's just you. I'm hoping for a Nazeebo. But I think Unaverted does play some Nazeebo. Who knows? He's been allowed to play Zul'jin. It might be possible. Looking back on the series so far, up until this point, I think ONYX can really kick themselves in the shins for losing game number 1. But game number 2, they never stood a chance. For WildHeart, they did good to rally back and take game number 1. Though, like I said, it can't feel too good having to wait for a mistake, even if almost everyone eventually makes one. Game 2 was just them repeating a draft they had used several times in CCL so far, finding the constellation right, and then playing it to perfection. Game 3 must be terribly tough, psychologically speaking, for ONYX, following on those 2 games.
I want to go and take a look at the map that we're going to be heading into and also get Casanova's thoughts on how the series is going as well. It is going to be the map choice of ONYX to go over to Towers of Doom, giving first pick over to WildHeart. But same question to you, Casanova. Expectations for this series, have they been met, or are you left wanting more?
I would say they're kind of exactly what I was thinking would happen with this series, as far as like I expect a WildHeart 3-0, but I think ONYX is a good team, and I think they're going to put up a fight. Game 1 was a good evidence of that. They really had a great game. I completely agreed with Grubby. Like, they should be kicking themselves for not getting game 1. I think they had it, and it just got tossed away by WildHeart continuing to just hold on until their comp scaled and they found a pick. Game 2, again, that seemed like a draft difference. I didn't notice it from the get-go, but seeing that Zul'jin in action, the way that composition played, didn't feel like ONYX stood a chance in that game. And now going into Game 3, it's on Towers of Doom. I've said it yesterday. Towers of Doom is the map you go to when you think you're the better team. I think WildHeart's the better team. I think WildHeart's going to win on Towers of Doom. I think the 3-0 is going to come through. I still think it's going to be a good match. I think ONYX is going to put up a fight. I don't think they're going to get stomped on Towers of Doom, but I still think that WildHeart should be able to take this home.
I would lean into your line of thought as well, Casanova. It is Towers of Doom though, and that's kind of the not the wrench in the gear or anything like that, but it's the one kind of crazy factor. It's not like you can just win a good team fight and then rush core and end the game. You need to be able to play the map, and you can definitely have a draft difference here. We'll see how it all plays out. I mean, the one draft difference that always comes to mind was that Sidestep Kings versus Oxygen Esports match where Sidestep Kings literally was just like, oh, you're going to go for this crazy Abathur Vikings comp? We're just going to sit in bottom lane with Hammer and just win the game. Yep. So there are moments like that, and we could see that pop up here, but we're into Towers of Doom. We're into Game 3. Hopefully it's not the last game in this best of 5 series, but WildHeart, they could earn that deserved 3-0, especially, as the two of you have said, after that game number 1 on Dragonshire, Casanova.
Yeah, this is interesting for me because the game 1 draft gives me kind of some confidence in ONYX's ability to potentially get an outdraft here. They played really well around their solo laner, and I think that if you play really well around your solo laner on towers, you can create some very big advantages. A lot of it comes down to your solo laner getting an advantage on top side and turning it into a rotational play on the mid lane or coming down to the mercenaries. So if ONYX can go for a way to play around Uki, again, I think there might be potential for ONYX to land an outdraft, have that good macro game like they did on Dragonshire, and potentially find the win, because like you said about towers, it's not about winning one fight and getting the core. It's about winning advantages over and over and over again, which is why a lot of people agree that Towers of Doom, generally the better team will win on Towers of Doom.
You agree, Grubby, or maybe have experienced anything different? No?
I don't agree. I've lost many games on Towers of Doom. How is that possible if the better team wins it?
Thank you, Grubby, for the analysis.
Very true.
That's very true, though. You make a good point. Though I am curious though to get your thoughts on this, on how things are going to unfold here, or even just the draft itself, Grubby.
Well, WildHeart has a wider solo hero pool, it looks like, with them being able to pick up D.Va very happily, Yrel, and I'm not sure ONYX has that yet. So we have the continued bullying of the little guy, of Aki, removing 2 of his picks, Hager and TLV, and forcing him on something else. Is it going to be Rexstar? The tough part for ONYX is they don't play D.Va or Yrel, it seems, whereas WildHeart doesn't really seem to mind needing Rexstar all too much. Sonya is another option, though. That might be good to try this time.
Okay.
And there will be a Sonya with a Lucio as well. Great momentum. I think Lucio great movement speed buff from Lucio, as well as that high 5 Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, I think this can be solid. Sonya generally can find ways to get push and rotate. I'm sure Zergling's going to have an answer to a Sonya to play in the side lane. I can't imagine he won't have some kind of pick prepared that he feels comfortable going up against that. And Stukov's still available. Going to be an easy pickup for Weary Day. Yeah, just Stukov Yrel, just remaining flexible once again with this draft. Yes, they have the Chromie already, so it's a little bit less flexible than when they were on red side and they just went Stukov Yrel. But it's still, this is opened up to a lot of 4 or 5 picks on this red side because they have a tank that can be flexed as the tank or the offlaner. They can pick up any number of picks to follow up because they already have a healer. These last 2 picks could literally be anything for WildHeart as far as what they need to fulfill their needs in the game.
You make a really good point with that. It's like in the past when we used to see Arthas picked up in this slot. Like, is Arthas the bruiser? Is Arthas the main tank? It's very much like that. Oh, and thank you,
Did we
production.
see Mason Blaze?
Wait, are you... Oh, you're right. Yeah, completely.
I didn't see that.
Mason Blaze snuck right into the draft. But sorry, production just came into my headphones and let me know that we broke $9,000 already. Chat wants Logan. Chat will eventually get Logan. Thank you all at home for supporting. Thank you all very, very much. Just want to get a little quick update to everyone about that one. As we are into this draft, and Grubby, please, I want to get your big brain as we've seen half the draft so far.
I'm thinking with my stomach right now, Logan's stomach, in fact, because I can't bring him on cam without giving him good old Tritos. So
Yes.
Thanks from Logan as well. Into this draft, yeah, Mason plays for Buds. They're going to let him play this one. Let's see if that's going to be something that weakens them or keeps them just as strong as before. ONYX is 3rd and 4th coming out now. And it's going to be Mei and maybe Cassia. Yeah, those are great synergy. Not surprised to see Mei into Cass.
Yeah.
Yay! We did it! We did it, everybody! We did it!
I was gonna bait you into asking for it, Baha, but then they just picked it because I saw the Tychus ban and I was like, okay, so they banned Tychus. There has to be some kind of high HP threat that they want to pick, so it won't be just a Yrel main tank. I wasn't gonna say Cho'Gall, but it actually ends up being the Cho'Gall. This is a decent map for him. He can get the rotations early on. He's got a lot of poke. You can run into problems with getting macroed down with the Cho'Gall, but I'm not sure if this composition from ONYX is really there. The fall stat's going to be the angle that they're going to take. They're going to go for that macro game, but we'll see, Baha. You might get your Cho'Gall, and you might get a Cho'Gall win as well.
Oh, please, please. I actually said to Jules, and I said to all the production staff, I was like, when we get the Cho'Gall game, I am going to put all of my 32,000 channel points into the Cho'Gall win. So, I'm so excited about this. Everyone knows my opinion. Everyone knows I'm going to call for a WildHeart win, but I want to get Casanova, as we're loading into this game, I want to get your opinion. Who do you think wins this? Is it the Cho'Gall, or will Cho'Gall falter?
I think they took the draft on picking a Cho'Gall pretty seriously. They set it up well. They banned the Tychus. They picked really flexible, strong picks with Stukov and Yrel alongside the Chromie. I think the Cho'Gall can fit okay onto this map, and I don't think it's exceptionally countered by the opposing composition. I think it can do reasonably okay into Cassia. It does have good burst damage for her, and she's short range, so can't really avoid it. I kind of like the Cho'Gall here. Do I think it was the best pick in the game? Probably not, but I think it's good enough to find the win. I think WildHeart's still going to take it.
I am aghast at something like that, but either way, thank you for your breakdown, Casanova. We'll see you after the game, and we are into Towers of Doom. Welcome in, everybody. This is going to be map number 3, Towers of Doom. On the left-hand side, we have got the members of ONYX. We've got Funds on the Falstead, Got Filth playing the Cassia, Valimar and Lucio, Ucky on the Sonya, and Bad Benny on the Mei. On the right-hand side, we're looking at WildHeart. It's going to be Zergling on the Arel, Weary Day playing Stukov, Mason Blaze on the Chromie, Unaverted on the Gall, and Pit Kid on the Cho. But we all want to know, it's Perded on the Cho Gall. Now, Grubby, what are your thoughts?
Well, first, I don't know. These talents that they're taking are not what I normally see for Cho'Gall. We see you and consuming fire. I wonder how much they really practice this. I'm excited to see it. So let's talk about Cho'Gall for those CCL viewers that don't see him a lot. A hero that is controlled by 2 players. Cho is the one that controls movement. He can mount up and he can start rolling a ball. He does auto attacks, and he can have a few spells. Then it's Gall. Gall is always unstoppable. Even when Cho gets stunned, Gall can still cast spells. He has 3 different spells he can cast, and he can also give a little shove to the body of Cho'Gall, giving him a push in a direction and a sprinting movement speed for a short period of time. Is Urel just 1v2ing?
Just casually, and fine.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. So that's Cho'Gall in a nutshell for you. And then there's many talents, of course, that can synergize. Cho'Gall is particularly good at non-stop skirmishing without dying. He has good poke. He's great late game, especially level 16 plus. His greatest weaknesses, supposedly, are percentage damage or macro split push. And it looks like ONYX has decided to go in that direction with Falstad.
Grubby, though, the one thing that concerns me a little bit from the side of ONYX is this Sonya and Falstad pushing out the top lane. Top lane isn't really as powerful as controlling bottom lane. Yes, there is one sapper camp you can feed through this top lane, but you don't gain any sort of macro advantages in the sense of being able to force the enemy team to make an awkward rotation to an objective phase. Is this just ONYX trying to innovate and not have to play into the face of Cho'Gall, trying to play the opposite side of the map in a sense?
Yeah, it's like how you would play against the Zul'jin hyper team, where you are trying not to stack them too much. Now, this Cho'Gall doesn't have a stacking setup, but fighting into Cho'Gall can often feel futile, as it is difficult to get a kill. Oh, Cassia goes down to Weary Day and Mason Blaze. That's Mason Blaze's first kill this season.
Mason Blaze is going to get flown in on. Actually, it's Weary Day the one who gets flown in on. Big hammering comes out. Weary Day in a bad spot. Can't back off. Mason Blaze, though, will live, so it is going to be traded kills in the bottom lane. Cassia for a Stukov, but that Stukov with 10 seconds on that death timer and the objective phase up in 16 could be an advantage to ONYX, who maybe play with the lack of a healer on the map. I'm looking at the positioning. Yeah, they will. So ONYX wants to play for this center altar, but WildHeart might change it up and go for both the top left and right.
Very possible to go every direction. I would normally expect 2 altars to go to the non-Cho'Gall team. I think he's a slower scaling hero, except if you keep playing into him, which ONYX is showing that they do not feel forced to do. Lucio is going to keep interrupting Zergling at the top shrine, which creates a no-healer situation for ONYX. Perhaps not the best one to do a disruption there. It's now 1-for-1, and it looks like it's actually WildHeart that's going to be getting it, with ONYX giving it over.
I think, we're gonna finish this game here, Grubby, and it's just gonna be Cho'Gall left and right in the Nexus. That's my call already. Just everyone's gonna see this game and be like, man, Cho'Gall's kind of perfect. Like, we should play him more and more.
He has the highest win rate in Storm League, in Masters.
Chat?
But nobody plays him.
Okay. All right. Well, I got excited. Yeah, I got excited for a second there, Grubby.
It shows more people have to play him. Like, among Masters players, and Masters players, like Master Hero Mastery, Cho'Gall has a 70% win rate. But it just shows, like, you really need to be a well-oiled machine with the 2 of you to get your combos right. And that's the question. How much did WildHeart put into this? It's a Q build from Cho'Gall.
Actually, I really like that for the Cho. Yeah. To be able to dive into the face of the enemy team and then get those auto attacks out as well, because I believe the level 7 gives you increased auto attack speed. No, that's the
16?
slow off of that. 16, I think you're right. Yeah. But the other thing too is what I like about this build is with the surging or the the Surging Fist? I'm blanking on the name.
Surging Fist. Yeah.
It is Surging Fist, okay. That allows that level 16 Leaden Orb to really get a ton of value, because if you actually Leaden Orb with the triple bounce, you can actually get like perma-stun on a hero with the reverse bounce on the... So there's a lot of really, really nice in-your-face play from Cho'Gall. This is the build that I kind of tend to go into as well when I'm playing with my friends. Like I have a Cho'Gall partner. I used to actually Warak, and we try and Cho'Gall at least once a week together, so we get our practice in for the event that I'll eventually create, the Bahamut Blast Cho'Gall tournament. It's all
Nice.
it's all 2v2s in Cursed Hollow mid lane. No wells, no hearts.
Okay, nice. Looking forward to that. So this is now heating up. We have a double altar phase. Cassia, Godfilth already channeled the bot, and with level 10 now coming out, we're going to see which heroics will be used to try and tackle the giant that is WildHeart and Cho'Gall. We've got Ball Lightning, Mighty Gust, High Five, Leap, and Ice Wall. Leap is the one I put the biggest question mark at, but it seems like Ignore the Cho'Gall is going to be the name of the game. Gust him away, presumably, Ice Wall him, and then Leap on the rest. Had it been the goal to take down Cho'Gall, you would have seen Wrath of the Berserker, as he's always in front anyway, with that level 16 Giant Slammer. But now we know the strategy for ONYX.
I do like that Leap to get into the backline onto Chromie, or maybe even onto Stukov. Twisting Nether will be the grab from the Gall. Waiting on shows, but I feel like it would be Twilight Hammer. I don't know if you really want to go into the upheaval. Oh, no, it is going to be upheaval with the Twisting Nether. Godfilth is going to get yoinked in this bottom lane, but they're absolutely fine. The Ice Wall comes out onto Stukov. Blizzard underneath, Ball Lightning Fen comes in, and that's a big burst onto the Stukov. Gust out from the Falstad, but it's sidestepped by Mason Blaze and the Cho'Gall, but Cho'Gall gets dove in by the Ucky Spear, and Lucio finds the kill. In the end, it's a triple kill over to the side of ONYX, who, we didn't talk about this at all, had that top lane bell tower converted in their favor, and got... Did they get 10 shots in that last objective phase? I do believe they did, actually, yeah.
Yes,
because,
they did. That's true, yeah. But by the way, to come back to the point about top fort, it's true. It represents one sapper camp instead of two. That's why top fort is generally worth less. But we see this sometimes with Abathur comps choosing to instead focus on top. It's still a good consolation price. It's worth more than half. It's still one occupation of a bell tower that gives you bonus shots, and it's half the sappers. So altogether, it is a consolation price, but it's not too bad.
Single altar in the bottom. Now, I was throwing my hands in the air for a second. I was like, ooh, maybe we get into some comms, but ONYX is literally just pushing in through mid, so ONYX
Don't we want to though? Cho'Gall comms? How many chances are we gonna get? Like when? Soon.
Soon. Yeah. This engagement isn't right for it. I was hoping we'd see a big skirmish over that bottom lane altar, but it was an attempted mid lane fort from ONYX. So ONYX takes 4 damage. I don't know how I feel about that trade.
Yeah, they took 4 shots, but they're running in 3 sappers via that top. Nice job. Really good, just not being where Cho'Gall is. Strategy play by ONYX.
It is very much like ignore the Cho'Gall, but Cho'Gall is now trying to push 3 sappers through the bottom lane, while top lane's being held over by ONYX. Weary Day and Mason Blaze trying to make something happen down there. We saw the attempt of the upheaval onto Godfilth once again. Won't be able to snag that Cassia.
Such a short cooldown, 40 seconds, but then you compare it to Twilight Hammer, which is a 15 second. Oh my!
What?
That shouldn't have happened. May has Cryo Freeze available for Cryo out loud, and he still died there. It was that level 4 uppercut, 5% max health damage. The fully channeled Twisting Nether, 666 damage.
Metal.
And an auto attack.
Very, very good. I started hovering over that upheaval as well, but hold on. The leap comes in from the Sonya Gust, from the Falstad Ball Lightning. There's an upheaval from Cho'Gall to actually put the enemy behind him, but he still falls down as the objective phase spawns in 21 seconds. So Cho'Gall will be missing for a little bit. Virulent reaction from Weary Day, but where's the damage? Where's the team? Where's the beef?
Stukov running forward to do a solo combo is everything that's wrong with Storm League Stitches players. Hitting hooks and getting themselves killed. He just lost his cool when he saw Cho'Gall go down.
I just don't know. I like Grubby. This game is wild. It's absolutely ridiculous between both sides. But at the same time, I do want to point out this has been good control overall from the side of ONYX, piloting this game to potential victory, stealing all of my channel points.
Yeah, you put all your points on this.
30. I said 32,000's
yet.
in. No, it's not over by any means. It's Towers of Doom. It's always anyone's game, in my opinion. The healing pathogen over the wall. Bad Benny is going to throw out the ice wall into 2 enemy heroes. 16 talent tier advantage still for the side of ONYX. Who Bad Benny? Where are
Bad
you going?
Benny, wrong
Sacrificial.
way, buddy.
Yeah. Maybe Bad Benny was like, oh, we have the top lane bell tower still, right? And the team's like, no, we don't.
I mean, he didn't have Cryo Freeze available anymore. He had no abilities, and he was getting cut off on the left side. So trying to do like a time buying movement, pivot into the other side of the map. But I have to send out a PSA service announcement here.
Sure.
WildHeart is closing in on level 16, and that orb is gonna feel mighty heavy, perhaps even leaden.
That was very good. I like that a lot. The leaden orb is a big factor as the mid lane bell tower is converted. Top lane has 3 sappers attempted to be forced in. Triple altar face coming up, but for anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, leaden orb was picked up at level 16. Dread orb stuns enemy heroes for 0.75 seconds. Zergling gets leapt on. Sapper camp comes through. Falstad converts the bell tower, or at least begins to force that conversion.
Yeah.
And so is it double? I'm assuming it's the top 2 bell towers go over to the side of ONYX, and WildHeart only gets 3 shots through bottom.
Yeah, should be like that. And we have an immediate attack again on the mid fort with Bad Bunny icing in, getting some revenge there on this mid fort. Should be bottom fort going to WildHeart, so we have a 4-2 split. Sonya, 1, 2, 3. Oh,
that
was
bad.
clean.
That feels bad on the side of WildHeart. They end up taking that extra shot since they didn't get the bottom bell tower converted quick enough.
Yeah,
so 11 shots.
Auto attack. Missed.
Yeah, 11 shots went into WildHeart's core, while WildHeart only dealt 3 into the side of ONYX. WildHeart looking to convert the mid lane bell tower. Cho'Gall to go up into the top lane. It is map control. It is getting out of the Monka steer on the side of WildHeart, while ONYX, they're sitting comfortable right now. It's not cruise control by any means, but it's definitely a comfortable position for this ONYX crew. Now, we have a double altar phase coming up next. Do you want to jump into those ONYX comps potentially when that next bell tower phase comes up?
You don't want to have Cho'Gall comps?
I do, but we went into
the only time ever.
I know. We went into WildHeart last game. That was the thing. I want to try and give chat both sides of the
That just says a lot about how much Bahamut cares about these teams to willingly leave the cake on the table for himself that he wants to eat so badly and give it to everyone else. What a hero! Yeah, let's do ONYX when the next altar comes up.
That might actually not even happen with the bell towers being converted so quickly across the map. Almost ONYX able to go for that 6 cap, but this mid lane.
Let's do it.
Okay, yeah, let's go and do it right now. I want to hear what's going on the side of ONYX.
They're only 8 health, so like losing bot's not a big deal.
Yeah.
They're leaving here now. The defender's
Especially
shot.
midway.
Bot camps is 30 sec.
I wanna hit this. They're still bot, right?
Yeah, they're rotating. They could be
They
there.
have
They're
to
probably
do
mid.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
coming.
okay.
They're 5 top.
Wait, they don't have Tony. Can we fight them?
I'm getting mid fort.
Okay, chill top.
Okay, running.
I can stall here.
Yeah, we don't.
I can
Yeah,
cap,
I mean, we
so
can
you
look.
just cap
Wait,
power.
Yeah, come, kill them. This is good.
Okay, okay.
Ice wall here. They're stuck. Stuck.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yes, Cho'Gall. Cho'Gall.
Napping.
Cho'Gall.
Big damage, rest.
One shot him.
That's big,
Yeah,
that's big.
Let's not die to Chromie now. Let's fight.
You're on the jump. You're on the jump.
Yeah, I'm stoners.
Wait, you're on
Okay.
still?
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah,
Let's fight
Lift.
I have to be safe.
Dukov. Still.
Does he have
Look,
push?
it
Does he
does.
have push?
Yeah, I think he does.
I'm cleansing.
Oh, good. Okay,
Cap
cap.
me.
Cap.
It's over.
Go. Cap.
Follow more cap.
Yeah, I get.
Oh! Save his KDA. Don't kill him.
And with that, my channel points go off to the economy of HeroesHearth CCL. GG's over to the side of ONYX, Grubby. That is going to be game number 3, won by ONYX. The series continues to live Cho'Gall, not so much.
But there might be a comeback because they say the second Cho'Gall in a series is always twice as scary.
That's a good point. Casanova, I want to get you back into this immediately, and I want to hear your thoughts on that Towers of Doom game.
I don't know if you want to hear my thoughts about that Towers of Doom
I do.
game, Baha. I'm not sure. That was like, I don't even feel like I watched the game of Heroes of the Storm. I feel like I just watched WildHeart in for 10 minutes, and then the congrats to ONYX, they won a game. I think ONYX played fine. They've been playing fine the whole time. It's just WildHeart's been playing a little bit better. Now suddenly WildHeart just runs it down for 20 levels, and ONYX picks up a win, and we'll see if they decide to take the next game a little bit more seriously. I'm not sure. It feels like we just saw there was no part of this game from WildHeart that I could think of a good thing to really go for. And I mean, I'm sure they know it too. We had Zergling getting picked in top lane right before Altars. We had Weary Day go for a combo mid with no one around. We had Cho'Gall pushing to the entire opposite side of the lane and getting picked off by 4 members repeatedly. There was nothing good to be said about WildHeart's play in that game. But ONYX continuing to just be solid. They're still playing well. Maybe they can continue to ride this momentum and pull off a reverse sweep. I'm not sure. But WildHeart's got to get it together if they don't want to randomly get caught with egg in the face.
Grubby, you agree? Does WildHeart need to get it together, or was the Cho'Gall composition just a little too much of a bit of memery from this WildHeart crew?
I mean, we cannot assume any lack of serious intent and ambition to win the game. We cannot assume it, but allegedly this was a trash Cho build for Pitkit, and allegedly bringing in Mason Blaze after being up 2-0. With all respect, this looks like it might not be the best that WildHeart could have played this game.
Now, you bring up a really good point. I actually want to circle back to that. Mason Blaze was brought in for this game. And actually, this is Mason Blaze's debut HeroesCCL game. And I actually want to just talk about them really quickly on this Chromie. They did a phenomenal job. I'm actually looking at the stats still. Highest siege on their friendly team. Highest heroic damage. 1 death and 13,000 experience. It's literally top stats for their entire team. Thank you, production, for bringing this back so we can kind of just highlight this really quickly. I want to be able to highlight Mason Blaze because, this is a substitute coming in for their first game. And they played a phenomenal game, but I agree with both of you. The Cho'Gall, it flopped. It floundered. It was a dead fish on the pier sort of deal, and it did not look as good as I was excited for. But still, I got my Cho'Gall game. I can shut up about it for the rest of the season. That's not true. It's gonna, next week, and I'll bring it up again. But I want to talk a little bit about that Mason Blaze and the Chromie. They had such phenomenal plays. It just feels like the draft didn't play towards the Chromie a little bit. Like, it kind of felt like everyone was playing their own hero. Like, Cho'Gall was playing Cho'Gall, Chromie was doing Chromie things, and Stukov and Yrel were off doing Stukov Yrel things. Like, would you agree with that, Casanova, or do you feel like it's there's a lot more layers to the loss?
I think it's unfair for me to try and analyze Mason Blaze's play in this game because I think they did fine. I think they reasonably did okay on the Chromie, but it's very hard to judge what Mason Blaze was doing when the rest of the team is just falling apart the entire game. And I get this is a weird composition. They're picking Cho'Gall. Maybe this isn't like there's we're not going to claim that they weren't being serious because you just assume that every match they're trying to win. But if they were trying to win, I hope that this was just kind of a very bad situation for WildHeart and they just made a lot of mistakes and we're like, okay, well, game's done. We're going to have some fun with it because it just is not a good representation of what maybe Mason Blaze can bring to a team. And I'd love to see them get some more playtime throughout the season and potentially find drafts that are actually ones that are going to work out for WildHeart and that they've maybe practiced a bit more because the Cho'Gall definitely left a lot to be desired.
Same to you, Grubby? Does you wanting more Cho'Gall essentially? Because that's what it sounds like Casanova wants.
Well, it felt like Mason Blaze was the only one trying to play the game normally. There were a lot of solo moves by everyone else. Of course, Cho'Gall never made a solo move. They can't. But I hope Mason Blaze gets another chance to play in a more allegedly serious draft.
Yeah.
For the rest, I do think WildHeart is going to turn up the heat again in game number 4. And it would actually be quite beautiful, alleged poetic justice if ONYX were able to take it back in a total 3-2 score. It will be tough. It's unlikely, but if that happened, this will be the game people will talk about.
Yeah, it really will be.
I don't remember. Do we have any reverse sweeps in season 1 of CCL? I'm trying to think back. Like, I don't think we did.
I don't think so.
No, we had a lot of series like yesterday where there was a lot of, back and forth, a tug of war in the series, but we haven't had any sort of, that traditional, like, a team is up 2 and then they lose 3 games in a row. I don't think we've seen that yet in CCL in our entire history. So maybe that'll happen this season. Maybe it will happen today. You never know what teams are able to play. What I do want to be able to tell everyone at home about is what map we're going to be heading to. That one we do know for certain, and it is going to be the map choice of ONYX, meaning that WildHeart opted for first pick priority as the losing team, and ONYX choosing to take us to Sky Temple Casanova. It's a large map, bit of a unique draft style on this map. Some people say that you don't even need to play, or you don't even need to team fight. You can just sit there and sit on the objective and win the game.
It is possible with really good macro play. I think it's pretty rare that you'll see 0 fights on a Sky Temple game, even though in theory, you can create drafts that don't have to fight at all. I would like to see some Falstad priority from both sides. I thought the Falstad play was fine in this game. Hard to judge it again because that game was very difficult to analyze. But I would like to see more Falstad out of ONYX. They've been playing the macro game really well. I'd like to see them continue to do so, and I think Sky Temple makes sense because ONYX, I think one of their biggest strengths so far has been just their overall macro strategy and their macro game. So this will be cool to see. WildHeart, though, I wonder if we see WildHeart from game 1 and 2 come back, or if we see repeat of WildHeart game 3 in this game number 4. I still am going to hold true to, I still think WildHeart should win this series, but ONYX is playing very well. You can't clown on them. You can't just do crazy things that are not something that is practiced. Playing things like Zul'jin Zul, that is practiced, a very strong composition for WildHeart. Them picking Cho'Gall seems like they wanted to have a little bit of fun with the draft. So let's see as we get into game number 4 if WildHeart pulls it together or if ONYX could ride the momentum.
You make a really good point with the Falstad note on that last game, and it is a little hard to judge Fun's play on that map because we were very centered on the Cho'Gall for a lot of that, and there was, it was a chaotic game, so it wasn't a standard, if you will, from the Falstad, but that Falstad had 6 kills, 6 assists. I believe that was 100% kill participation, and it was 0 death. Fun's had a really good Falstad game, and I agree. I hope ONYX plays into that global. Now, I want to actually ask you, Grubby, and maybe you know, maybe you don't know, but do you know if Uki potentially has a Dahaka? Because that would be really cool from the side of ONYX.
Almost certainly not. Most people don't have one. I can think of Cure and maybe 1 or 2 more, but it is I've never seen him play it.
Okay. That was the one thing I was curious about, because I agree there are a few players in CCL. I think actually literally Zergling plays it quite a bit as well in the past. Nasmus, I think, has a Dahaka as well. And either way, we will kick things off with a Lucio, first pick on the side of WildHeart Casanova.
Yeah, Lucio just seems to be a solid healer in the meta overall, so not too surprised to see a first pick Lucio once again. We've seen this a lot throughout the 2 days I've been here, a lot of early prioritization on it, and Uki gonna go back to the Sonya alongside a Malfurion for Valimar, which I believe is overall Valamar's most played healer. From what I've seen from him over the past few years, back in the close to death days from Valimar as well. But this is an interesting draft overall. I think I want to see the Falstad. I wonder which side is going to grab it. It doesn't feel like a WildHeart pick. They are playing Mason Blaze again though, so I am excited for that to see if this is more of a serious pickup and actually utilizing Mason Blaze strengths and have an opportunity for him to really shine. But we're going to go into the bans, and I'm not entirely sure where ONYX is going to want to ban. I liked the Medivh ban at the start. Yeah. But going from there's not any other problem picks, so it's more about what their next 2 picks want to be, and then banning because of that. And they decide with the Cassia, so I guess they just want to get rid of very strong range damage dealers that they didn't want. This just means they didn't want Cassie to deal with the Diablo. They didn't want it into Diablo Diva. I'm curious if you have any insight onto what ONYX range DPS players really like in this spot.
I'm thinking back to just what we've seen in the past, and I agree. Ooh, like the fall stat again would be really, really good, but I'm also realizing like Got Filth has an insane Li Ming that we haven't seen. I want to also just let you all know at home, Grubby's absolutely okay. He's currently fixing his headset, and that's the reason he had to we had to pull him away for a second. So just Grubby's okay. There's no worries, and we're just gonna continue into this one. We'll let Grubby fix that headphones or that headset in the meantime while we continue into this draft with that Mei and the Falstad for the side of ONYX.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Falstad. This was what I was talking about from the start, is I wanted to see ONYX go back to this Falstad, play the macro style. On top of this, I just expect another ranged damage dealer, one that potentially has a little bit of wave clear, just so they have a mid-bot rotation and can keep Falstad flexible. Hanzo Sylvanas is very high damage. This is a very standard comp from WildHeart. This is the most standard I've seen them play in a long time. Maybe this is an opportunity for Mason Blaze to really shine. Unaverted's going to get his Hanzo. This is just a good, solid draft from WildHeart Esports. But there is opportunity for them to get out macroed, and they do go for a Rainer, which is reasonably good into the Diva and the Diablo, as well as the Lucio. You can kind of just frag away at the Lucio while it tries to run around you. You just right-click, let go of your keyboard. I like this draft from ONYX. I like the draft from WildHeart as well. This is very standard drafts on both sides. There's a macro edge over to the Falstad, but it's going to be answered by Sylvanas by pushing. So pretty deuces on the draft for me so far. And when it comes down to who I think is the better team, I think WildHeart is. So with an even draft, I got to give it over to WildHeart.
I would agree with you as well. I was actually looking in my notebook really quickly, and this reminds me of Game 5 last weekend up against Simplicity. Game 5 was when WildHeart broke out the standard draft. And I feel like when WildHeart picks up Diablo, that to me signifies we are going to play to win this game. Because if we play, as you're saying, kind of standard Heroes of the Storm, you have a tank, you have a, your ranged DPS, all that kind of stuff, it really plays into, or at least shows me that WildHeart, they really, really want to just win this game. They want to close the series out. They had the, they were able to provide me the Cho'Gall. I did see that there was actually a tweet out, and they were like, we do it for Bahamut. So thank you, WildHeart. Thanks for giving me my Cho'Gall so I can shut up about it this weekend. But I probably won't, because now that I've got one, I want more and more and more. We're gonna wait for a few seconds here before we get into the game. We're gonna try and get Grubby back. He is working on that little headset fix. So in that time, we can continue talking about this game here, Casanova. As I said, WildHeart's drafting this standard. Do you feel like this is an impenetrable fortress from the side of ONYX with this Diablo Diva, all that kind of stuff, or do you think that there is an Achilles heel to the WildHeart draft? Is there a way to beat them out?
Well, first things first, we have to blame Baha for me yelling at WildHeart then if they pick the Cho'Gall specifically for Baha. But I do think I think on both sides there's good opportunities to find advantages. It's going to stem from the Falstad for ONYX if they can get a lot of the early pressure by utilizing the global and rotating to the temples, forcing a rotation out of WildHeart and then flying in to create 4v5s. That's how I want to see ONYX play. That's how they win. WildHeart will have the stronger baseline team fight. They're going to just be better in straight up 5v5s if there is no other additional setup from ONYX. So the onus is on ONYX to create these plays with the global to set up so they have opportune team fights on their initiative. They decide when the team fight happens, and then it is good for ONYX. If WildHeart gets to dictate, and it's can be pretty easy to do with Lucio and Diablo, if they get to dictate, they will be able to find the victory in this game.
It's a lot of like crazy momentum shifts too, because I'm looking at the draft overall, and both sides, if either can find an advantage or get a kill or two, the push potential is absolutely insane. Like Oxygen, while they can't turn off towers like Sylvanas, you've got Falstad Rainer. That right there is inherently strong. May can soak up so much damage, whether she needs to tank the tower shots or just zone back the enemy team. Sonya Siege is great, Mafir and healing from range. But on the opposing side of things, you've got that Lucio AoE healing for the speed out if the enemy team starts to engage onto WildHeart. Sylvanas locking down towers. Hanzo not the best when it comes, not the fastest in Siege, but he still can put in damage. It's really, really, this game feels like it can shift both ways. Like I know that some people in chat might sit there and say like, oh, like this team, they get a momentum, they get one kill or two, it's momentum one way. But I definitely feel like with Sky Temple, things can shift, things can move around a lot more often, and that might be the case for ONYX. So I was reading a production message really quickly, but I think it is really on the side of ONYX to try and find, as you said, dictate the pacing, dictate a fight, get a kill. Maybe it's post 10 with like a leap in Sonya or an ice wall from the Mei, and then they take that small advantage, that little death timer for 20 to 30 seconds, and push in through a lane and open up the map faster. That is the big thing that I'm trying to kind of like break down and see from either of these sides, because there is a win condition from ONYX Casanova. It's just, it feels more difficult to achieve that into the WildHeart draft. That it may sound like I'm favoring, and I do favor the WildHeart draft, but it's not impenetrable. It's not like as I said, like it's not like there isn't an Achilles heel. There's a way to beat it out, and we'll have to see if that's possible here. I'm just checking a production to make sure that Grubby's A-okay, and he's going to be I think flying on back in just a second. Cat. Oh, please.
And one of the things that ONYX has done really well, and they did in game 1, was manipulating mercenaries. And I think that's one thing that you can look at a lot on Sky Temple, is by utilizing the night camp on the top side and the siege on the bottom. There are a lot of ways that you can create pressure points on the map, utilizing your global with the Falstad, that can create opportunities to get things like the free keeps that we saw in game number 1. Welcome back, Grubby, with the style change, but we do have the opportunity for ONYX to take control of the map via Mercs again. And I want to see them go for it. I was not ready for the...
It's cute. It's cute, Grubby. I like it. I honestly hope it stays. I really hope it stays for future weeks. Can we all get like pink headsets? I'd really like that as well. Welcome back, Grubby. It seems like you have you fixed your headphone issue and
improved in fact.
Oh, yes. The audio quality's improved. Well, with you back, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Casanova because we are ready to get into our 4th map of the day, Sky Temple. We are here. Can the members of ONYX continue this best of 5 series? We'll have to find out here. Fun's on the Falstad, Got Filth on the Rainer, Valimar playing the Malfurion, Uki will be on the Sonya, and we've got Bad Benny playing the Mei. For the right-hand side, we are looking at WildHeart Esports trying to close out the series through Sky Temple. Zergling will be on the Diva, Pitkit on the Diablo, Weary Day on Lucio, Mason Blaze playing Sylvanas and Hanzo, played by Unaverted. Grubby, you've had some time to sit and think about this. You've heard Casanova and I break this composition down on either side. What are your thoughts?
I didn't hear anything.
You're right. I forgot. Yeah, literally no headset. Well, Grubby, I mean, you didn't hear any of that, but I want to hear what your opinion is. And
I disagree with both of you.
Oh wow, that's a bold claim.
Yeah, especially since I have no idea what your opinion was, but I just. In light of recent developments, I feel like being disagreeable. I'm going to move forward. Thank you so much for the fill. I'm glad to be back. And I am actually seeing draft for the first time. What do you guys think about the draft? Just fill me in quickly.
Sure. Yeah. The breakdown between Casanova and I, we kind of agreed on the topic of what ONYX needs to do to set up the win condition for this game. We believe that ONYX needs to dictate the fights. WildHeart wants to bring the fight into the face of ONYX consistently, and ONYX needs to be able to kind of slow those down, play the macro, and not give those fights over to WildHeart. And once ONYX can maybe find a pick or two, utilize that momentum, find structural damage while WildHeart is down and can't initiate another fight. That's kind of where we landed a little bit. So ONYX could be strong, but both Cass and I still lean into WildHeart. My big takeaway is when WildHeart drafts a main tank like Diablo, like they did last week up against Simplicity, that's when WildHeart is saying to the enemy team and to the viewers and us at home, everyone, we're playing standard because we want to win the game. And that's where I sit with WildHeart, going to be able to take this game here on Sky Temple.
Yeah, I think the barrel roll forward with the Thunderstrike. I think that is most likely the situation WildHeart is at mentally right now. They also have this Lucio draft, and certainly Lucio hasn't been winning all of the games per se. But I think it is a strong pick on this map. It's going to help Diablo get out of commitments that Diablo normally cannot get out of, especially into a Mei. It can be quite tough to be able to control your character with all those slows that she's putting out. And Rainer Falstad excel in taking down a Diablo together. but with Hanzo and Sylvanas, there is a pretty scary backline for WildHeart as well, and I think their team fights are going to prove quite strong. Hanzo most likely in this case is going to go Arrow. I don't think Unaverted will go Dragon Strike again, and I think that push power that ONYX has is very much so mirrored by WildHeart as well, with Sylvanas, with Lucio, who represents both push power and deep push power in terms of slowing people's rotations down. WildHeart is already off to a strong start, taking down much of the wall here, and if they are actually allowed to take this entire temple, that's a 4th down. And it feels like ONYX cannot and should not allow WildHeart to take this top temple. They're so close to level 7 as well. Can they get a kill? Can they dictate the flow of the game, like you said?
Half a level went actually, or excuse me, not half a level, half of a kill went over to the side of ONYX just now as the Diva mech fell in bottom lane. Falstad still pushing against that Bruiser. Valimar comes up, gets a mark onto Aki, and it seems like WildHeart will be able to get the vast majority, no, it will get the entire top temple with Bad Benny grabbing this mid temple for the side of ONYX, and I'm waiting to see. I'm just looking to see does Hanzo step up a little too far right there? I was looking to see if he got punished, maybe going for the icing in, but that is a top. Oh my God! Top fort goes down. Mid fort sits with a couple hundred health, but I think these minions, the Winions, yeah, they'll take down that structure through mid.
That's a really good job by ONYX, despite not having Bruiser cap mid, to take down the entirety of that fort as well, making their temple pay for itself as much as WildHeart's temple had paid for itself. Falstad now has less of a escape path, as will Sonya, when manning that top lane. WildHeart with Lucio can try to get ganks on the solo laner there when possible, but that is pretty far away, and the vast distance towards that top lane is the only thing really keeping a Falstad or a Sonya safe for ONYX. Anytime they see people on the map, they know, hey, okay, this is safe to be pushed out. But note that Fans is actually not super fast killing that lane. He is using the fact that the lane is pushed against him to stand next to it and to soak it for free, while not giving any defender their chance to soak the XP. And WildHeart actually responds to that by doing a strong 5-man push, a great counter to a freezing lane solo laner on the other side of the map. We see that 5-man death ball with Sylvanas.
Also going to have that level 4 from the Diva for the increased cast speed on that Mecha Explosion. Loving the aggression through this bottom lane from the side of WildHeart, kind of prepping for the next objective phase here. And we will have an objective phase in the bottom. Will be a single altar as well. As we're getting into the counter for this, Grubby, I want to get into the comms a little early for this game. Which team would you like to jump into?
Let's jump into ONYX once again.
All right, into ONYX we go.
Yeah.
If I don't have to fly, I don't want to. Do I need to?
Okay, yeah, you can sprint mid, I think.
We got it, I think.
I'm gonna one-shot Siege. No, we can push bot. They have to clear. Someone's
My
down.
mana's kind of low. I'm gonna tap mid.
I might be able to go Bruiser actually.
I got the golden mid.
Kind of creepy.
Sonya on bot. Cap.
Yes.
I think we just go push top actually. Get as much as you can bottom. I'll hype
Yeah. I'm covering for you.
You can start camp. Or unless you want to push.
Nah, just go for it.
You might judge me. Yeah.
I think get out bot now. Might need an ice wall to get him out.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
He slept on me.
Huge ice wall actually. Let's keep flying.
Diva,
Working top.
we can maybe get this.
I'm gonna get mid
Yeah.
pay.
Yeah, we're leaving bot completely now, for now. Trying to combo him. What? Oh. Try. Diva's
Diva might be coming over to you.
Sonya plays bot side after
Alright, get out. I'm gonna go get ours.
I was looking forward to an explosive team fight. It didn't happen, but we did get insight as to how ONYX is playing the macro in this. And we also get insight, Grubby, into what Casanova and I were discussing. ONYX is trying to dictate the pacing, dictate the fights, and are not really giving these engagements over to Diablo, but oh my god, the punishment into top lane comes through into ONYX from WildHeart.
Yeah, the first blood actually at 7 minutes and 10 seconds, and now you cannot run against Lucio. Oh, ice wall! Again, Diva and Lucio. Oh, the root as well. Great disengage by ONYX.
But Grubby, those comms are exactly what Casanova and I had talked about. Is just controlling when WildHeart engages. This top lane, I think, was a little bit of an overextension. Maybe they were saying we can push longer than expected.
Yeah.
I jumped out of the comms first, so I didn't hear what the game plan for that one was. But the setup from ONYX is looking okay here on Sky Temple, though there was that kill to WildHeart, and ONYX still experienced advantage by half a level, finding 13 first.
Yeah, they still have mid fountain. None of their keep walls are damaged. We have half a tower down on top for WildHeart. We have 10% of a tower down mid. So there's a small structural lead for ONYX. In theory, if every temple phase is split perfectly 1-1 and no further kills happen, ONYX will win the game. And of course, it doesn't have to go that way. We look at boss. It's 2 minutes, 30 seconds out. Hobbies right now on the map, there are none. No camps on the map, no clarion call for teams to pile in and take camps anywhere. We have many people showing for WildHeart top, which normally would allow another team to do a cheeky little keep push. But if you look at the map, diamond shape, and the middle of the map actually controls every single rotation. Not just the vision, but the middle of mid lane. And you cannot do a cheeky little keep push just because the other team showed top. They will catch you before you go all the way across that semicircle of bot lane back to your own keep.
I'm watching. Mei was showing on the bottom lane in vision. Yeah. Raynor not showing whatsoever. Falstead showing top, and that's all the information WildHeart has as they go for this invade onto the camp. Got Filth immediately leaves the bush. That does scout out this camp invade. Sonya can't go in. Falstead should have flat up and available, but Raynor can't make a quick rotation. Camp will be nabbed very quickly by WildHeart, and that's a little experience over to the side of WildHeart, closing that small gap that has formed in favor for ONYX. With our temple phases up, it's a double temple phase, mid and bottom on the map. Does Oxygen go in for this fight, or do they just play the macro game and just trade out?
Oxygen gonna observe this one. ONYX will go for the 1-to-1 trade.
Mm-hmm.
You said Oxygen again. It's okay.
I did. I know. It's a bad habit. It's a bad habit.
Why so rare letters twice represented in the league? But look, WildHeart got a first few shots on mid. How many did they get? Oh, more than half actually. And now they're rotating to engage to try and make Falstad global value not good. A big D.Va flank here. An arrow. The push on Malfurion back into the D.Va mech explosion. Mind control misses, but Pitkit finds his mark. Aki goes down as well. That's how you play against a global. Manipulating the fact that Falstad wants to be on the other side of the map as much as possible. And a massive engage successfully performed by WildHeart.
The control from Weary Day to Bop Malfurion just back into the mech explosion was so good. And Grubby, we're 10 minutes in. There's no way Mason Blaze and crew can end right here.
Yeah.
No, okay,
it's Mason Blaze. Yeah, I just realized.
Yeah, Mason Blaze once again in this game showcasing they're not just a Chromie one trick. Okay, so
he was like, can I play in a allegedly serious draft? And he has now gotten his first keep in CCL. Mason Blaze's first keep. Historical moment. Last game he only got bell towers.
Fun fact, actually, at 12 minutes on Towers of Doom, when they upgrade the towers, they actually upgrade to keep experience, damage, and health.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I remembered that and then I forgot it. Now I remember again.
That's okay.
It's
okay, we're teaching Twitch chat.
Yeah, that's good. Bit of keep damage there. Nice job by ONYX. And, you know, bottom temple is still half alive as ONYX once again goes for the boss and will try to use the Falstad Gust to try and secure it. Ice Wall also. Funds, barrel roll. Oh!
Lightning Breath was...
how? Where's the Gust? Okay,
there's
there we
the
go.
Gust. Ice Wall doesn't expire quick enough for Weary Day to be on the point. It was a really good Lightning Breath for the self-cleanse in a sense, but it was actually canceled early, and Diablo goes down, Souls reset. Bad Benny on the Mei will be able to sneak away into that mid lane. Temple phase is still up in the bottom here, Grubby. Boss goes over to the side of ONYX. That was a big team fight that WildHeart, I think, was very much expecting to win, and it just flopped.
Well, you know, Pitkit shows up, he sees the boss is being taken, but he's got his souls, and he's using them in a cavalier fashion, jumping in with no regard for the consequences, hoping maybe they mess up their Ice Wall and Gust. Because certainly WildHeart knows there are better boss manipulation techniques on the side of ONYX, with Zergling Diva Mech not being there. And even if it was, it could get gusted away. But let's hold that thought.
Yeah,
Vance is getting all in here. No wall stun. Nice disengage by Vat Benny and friends. But Lucio, okay, they're forcing the Gust.
Zergling comes in with some micro missiles. The engagement continues. There was a cleanse out as well. Big arrow. That's a great stun duration. Mind control. A lot thrown onto the Mei. She does fall. Wrath of Berserker popped by Uki, who's able to spin their way out of this engagement. They do have that level 13 no escape for the increased movement speed after basic abilities are used. Camp will be grabbed by the side of WildHeart, and that was WildHeart chasing in for those team fights like Casanova was saying. WildHeart trying to dictate the pacing of this game. ONYX backing off, but it still had that catch on the Mei. Really, really good play, good synergy, good heroics out from WildHeart as the top lanes opened up. Falstad trying to make some macro play in the bot for 20 talent tier.
Yeah, he's standing there, he's heartstoning because he's afraid that they're gonna lose a keep. And this also shows that ONYX believes they can save the keep if he comes back. Where's the Gust? It's not available yet. 4 seconds out. Somehow Godfield is still alive. This is sick healing by Valamar. They kill Diablo. The Gust, it interrupts the Hanzo jump. Zergling loses his mech as well. Fun survives with the barrel roll. Aki goes in. We get a slam. We get a kill on the Lucio. We get a kill on the Hanzo. This is a legendary defense by ONYX that I didn't believe was going to be possible. 4 versus 5. Funz gives up the macro play, comes in for the defense. Somehow Valamar keeps Godfield alive, and we have the immediate turnaround play by ONYX. Let's see what level 20s they pick. Falstad went with the epic mount. He's giving up super duper mighty Gust with the epic mount. I feel like Nexus Frenzy would be a better core finishing tool.
I agree.
Is this too greedy? Can they really finish here? Or can Mason Blaze and Zergling do an epic defense?
There's the mind control into Uki right now, who we have Zergling boosting in onto the Sonya. She's getting a little bit low. Ice Wall comes out, slows down the damage from the Sylvanas. Core's falling rapidly. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to a game number 5, the reverse sweep. It's possible. It is potential, Grubby.
Yep, I just did a quick scan, Bahamut, of all of our games in CCL Season 1 and Season 2, and we have had roughly 10 or so, give or take 2 or 3 games that went 3-2 in all of our best of 5s.
Wow.
And none of them went 0-2, 3-2. We did have an 0-2, 2-2, but then finally 2-3. So a reverse sweep, this would be the first. Can ONYX get that final clinch in the 5th game? Or will WildHeart take it back? This was a solid game by both teams. And honestly, I can't believe that ONYX was able to defend there at that keep. We had really cool engages by WildHeart, with Zergling cutting everyone off, popping the mech, and then from out of the left field, or in this case the right field, we had Unaverted coming in with the arrow multiple times for a great engage.
Casanova, I want to get you back in here and get your thoughts on that game as well. How did things unfold for you? Because I'll be honest, I'm surprised, even though we laid out exactly how ONYX needed to win.
I mean, this is just like what we talked about when we were going into it, right? ONYX needed to control the macro game and try and pick fights on their own term, whereas WildHeart needed to force engages and utilize the Sylvanas to make pushes. WildHeart in the early game was making a lot of good moves with the Sylvanas. They found those engages, they used the flanks from Zergling, and they found a lot of good kills, making it so they got an advantage. Though ONYX was playing their globals very well, they were using the Falstad in the side lane, getting mercs, getting split pushes to make the structures even when they were giving shrines, which is exactly what you want to do on this map with the Falstad. ONYX played the macro game beautifully and finally gets one fight that, yes, it was forced because they were defending their keep, but it was on their terms. It was how they wanted to fight. They found the fight, they found the engage, they found the kills, and they turned it into a core. Beautifully executed from ONYX. I think WildHeart played great about 90% of the game. For that last 10%, that was enough for ONYX to turn it around. ONYX, if they keep going with this macro style, if they get another map that they can keep playing macro, they seem to be outplaying WildHeart on macro over and over again in each of these games. And they're saying, hey, we're a good team. You can't disrespect us. We will reverse sweep you.
It's possible. Like, the reverse sweep is knocking on the door, Grubby. Do you think it's possible? Like both of you, but I want to ask Grubby, like, do you think it's possible the way that ONYX has been playing in these last 2 games, maybe even the mental state of WildHeart after losing 2 in a row?
I think ONYX played well every game so far. They looked chanceless against the Zul'jin comp, mostly because I think they didn't know how to fix that in draft. They didn't know how to answer it. It was a knowledge gap. But macro and micro-wise, they have been really good with few mistakes. And I hate to be that guy that singles out the sub. Honestly, I don't know him that well yet. I think he played really well. But just when you look at the stats, usually you see teams make decisions that are following small sample size of statistics. Mason Blaze played twice, WildHeart lost twice. It is not his fault. He played a great game here. He didn't die. He hit a lot of important abilities. He had good damage. It's not his fault. But statistically speaking, this is where you bring Buds in and you lock it down and you win 3-2. Just statistically speaking. Doesn't mean realistically. But you see that often in best of 5 series. Even in, I look back at some of my RTS games, and if someone wins with a strat twice, loses with another strat twice, they bring back the winning strat.
Cass, your thoughts as
Yeah,
well?
I agree.
Game 5? Sorry.
I don't think Mason Blaze played poorly necessarily. I think Mind Control was interesting. He was landing most of them, had a decent high percentage on that. But overall, I agree with Grubby. You put Buds in here. This is game 5. You have probably, I would imagine, a bit more versatility in the draft with Buds. He's been playing for a very long time. He played as a healer for a while, and then, of course, swapping over to Flex. But he's a very flexible champion pool, or hero pool, and he should be able to bring additional intangibles that maybe Mason Blaze doesn't have within the communication with the leadership of the team. I mean, I think it's a no-brainer to bring Buds back in, not even taking into consideration how well Mason Blaze played or not. It just makes sense, as Grubby was saying. Bring back the person that you were winning with, bring back Buds, and see if you can take this 5th game.
Well, you make a really good point, both of you, and we're going to take a little break here, get the rosters set up, get the lobby set up as well. I want to take a quick moment and thank you all at home for supporting HeroesCCL. We broke $9,000 today, and that's because of your support at home, so thank you all very, very much. Actually, $9,045. But we are going to get into that break, and in that break time, I encourage you to hit ! prize pool in chat to get you over to the custom Matcherino page if you'd like to check that out, or even make a donation yourself. But we're going to get into a break. We'll be back with game number 5 in our first best of 5 of the day. Can WildHeart close it out, or will ONYX be the first reverse sweep in HeroesCCL? We'll find out in just a few. Welcome back to Heroes CCL, ladies and gentlemen. We're still in our first best of 5 of the day, but we're on the precipice of what could be a reverse sweep. I'm joined by Grubby and Casanova. Are you both ready for this game? Like, Grubby, are you ready for what could be our first reverse sweep in Heroes CCL history?
I'm so ready for it. I'm also ready for it not to happen. It's just going to make, when it happens, even more exciting, Bahamut. And I want to give a little bit of a spoiler here. I know it's we have plenty to talk about in draft, so that we don't have to focus on that there. Mason Blaze is playing again for WildHeart. And I have a lot of respect for that, because it feels really bad if you play twice, lose, one of them allegedly a meme draft, no offense, Bahamut, and then are benched for the 5th game. I have a lot of respect for them trying to give him that cathartic moment where he gets his first win in CCL Season 2, and for them to prove that he was not the problem, and Bud's sitting out and saying, I have faith in that. So that's really cool.
A lot of faith into the WildHeart roster, and we look at this right now. WildHeart putting their faith into Battlefield of Eternity for map number 5. Casanova, you had brought up the fact that, you know, ONYX was playing a really, really good macro. This is there's some macro here, but a lot. Let's
eliminate
it.
Yeah. Let's eliminate it. That's a good call from WildHeart. I feel like they're getting a little bit out macroed, but they are, I believe, in general, out team fighting ONYX. I think for the most part they have been. So yeah, let's go to BOE. Let's take it there. I think this is a great map choice. I'm with Grubby. I like that they're playing Mason Blaze. Now, I think most of the time you would see them swap out Buds. Yes, analytically, I think yes, swapping in Buds makes sense. But you know, for the heart of the team, like, just let's get Mason Blaze the reps. If you're wanting to continue to use him as a sub throughout the season, this is the time. Be like, hey, Mason, come be clutch, come play extremely well. I don't think Mason Blaze was the problem in the last 2 games either. I'm with you. I don't think he was really the issue. So maybe WildHeart agrees, and they're like, you know what? We just need to help him get the win, help build his confidence of this young player. And I think it's really cool. Let's see if they go for a pretty standard draft on Battlefield again and go for the big team fights and take down ONYX.
We're into the draft for Battlefield of Eternity, and you know, it's the slow build, you know. Mason Blaze gets their first kill in Heroes CCL, then they get their first structures, they get their big first wombo, and now they get their first win, potentially. But I am I'm very, very excited for the potential of what could be a reverse sweep. But at the same time, WildHeart, they like to play under pressure, and they do well under pressure in these situations. So we'll see what the draft is built out for the side of WildHeart. As we get into Battlefield, race potential for the Immortals is a key factor, as well as team fighting. Things like Li Ming could be highly prioritized. This is one of her best maps. We're getting through this ban phase, and it seems to be a lot of targets onto Uki from the side of WildHeart here, Grubby.
Yeah, it continues. Hogger being gone once again, probably the hero that Aki is most known for right now. Are they going to ban Vikings again? Macro on a small map? It is possible. The Urel ban is the one that's most interesting here. A hero that's low in the Storm League win ratings. Not every team plays it in CCL, but WildHeart does so repeatedly to great success, and it has now finally earned itself a ban.
All right, Lucio kicks things off. I was just waiting to see. I was like, what do we get? Do we get, you know, Lucio's up and available, Chromie is as well, but okay, that's a... Wait.
Ooh, wait.
Yeah, I know.
Buds, though.
I had the same realization.
Buds. So this is a Mason Blaze Medivh, I believe, because Unaverted is generally the ranged player. This is who you want on your highest DPS characters, and he's incredible on those. So this has got to be Mason Blaze Medivh that they're trusting him on, and I love that. You know, we were talking about just build this guy's confidence. He lost the first 2 games, but give him a shot. And they put him in game 5 on Medivh. I love to see it. There's a Dahaka.
Wow.
Going on to ONYX, which I'm sure is a surprise to you, Grubby, as well, right? Because you were saying he probably doesn't have a Dahaka.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm surprised.
But in game 5.
Yeah, in game 5, that's true.
Because isn't Battlefield considered one of Medivh's worst maps as well?
Yes.
So
according to CCL Season 1, this is the map where Medivh doesn't get banned because he's not as good here. And he had mixed success here as well. Medivh coming out here, it's really interesting. And also the fact that Dahaka cannot cancel his drag tongue when he tries to get a diva and it's actually the exploding diva mech. It's like eating the ice cream in an airplane too quickly, you know, when it's like minus 40 Celsius and you cannot get your tongue off and it hurts.
I've never had ice cream in an airplane, but I got it. I get the idea.
Be patient. Wait till it's not too cold.
So we've got unaverted on Hanzo. I was going to say I'd love to see him on Hanzo again. I thought he played exceptionally well in the last game. I think it's his best hero, and it's great on Battlefield, so they picked that up. Malfurion, because Stukov was banned. I think this is the second one for Weary Day, especially since Deckard, I don't think, is incredible in the spot. Wow. Kira. I like this in the Medivh, but this is interesting.
I don't like it.
It's cool. It's cool that like Medivh is like holding his force of will button, while Kira is like, I could come in anytime now with the stun. But it's Kira. Like, so what?
Yeah, this... I don't think I'm a fan of the pick. I think this is some interesting stuff that ONYX better have practiced. Artanis... What's funny is, like, this is not even a shock to me. BOE Artanis, if anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Pit Kid.
Why? Just why?
And it's with the Medivh.
Nobody should pick it.
I don't
Look, I don't disagree. I'm just not shocked. That's where I'm at. Like, I can't be shocked by WildHeart, to be honest. It's very difficult to be shocked by anything they pick. I'm trying to figure out how this plays. Artanis is terrible into Arthas. Like, really bad. Yeah. Like, it's one of the worst matchups for him, I believe. Because you can't get away. Once you get slowed, you're stuck. You're dead.
Artanis can't get away from Murky or Avatar. Like, he can't get away, period. Arthas...
Yeah, it just gets accentuated by Arthas because you're permanently stuck in a slow getting beat up.
True.
Like, it's one of the ways that I would, like, never want to pick an Artanis. It's entirely for the race, right? Like, it is 100% like Artanis can race well. I don't know what I hate more, Artanis or Kira. I don't want to pick a winner, but I'll just stick with my original prediction and go WildHeart because I said they would win this series. But I'm not happy with this draft. Have fun with it, though. It should be an entertaining one.
We're into it. Game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see Casanova after the map. Bad Benny on the Arthas, Valimar on the Lucio, Funds on the Kira, Got Filth on the Greymane, and Uki on the Dahaka for the side of ONYX. For the members of WildHeart in the red, we're going to be having Zergling on the Diva, Pit Kid on the Artanis, Weary Day on the Malfurion, Mason Blaze on a Medivh, and Unaverted on the Hanzo. I've been sitting here cackling. I wrote down ONYX in my notebook, so that is going to be where I go. I sit with Casanova in this Grubby, and I'm just like, I don't know. I don't really want to choose a team. I'm not the fan of either side's drafts, but I kind of feel actually like, in all seriousness, like, analyzing this game, I do feel like actually ONYX does have a better draft.
Yeah, I think so too. We also have a small chance to see Syndra Goza. Howling Blast missed for Bad Benny. Doesn't get the unaverted, but got filled, not stopping yet, and gets unaverted to 249 HP. Pretty close. Any God Swappers? Yeah, I cannot in good conscience sanction an Artanis, Arthas, or Kira draft. But Artanis is the worst, so I'll go with ONYX actually to close it out 3-2, but we'll see. It's gonna be so annoying once Pitkit and WildHeart win, and then I'm gonna get like comments like, but I thought Artanis was bad. And then they win with it, but I'll be like, yeah, but there was Arthas and Kira on the other side. Anyway, it's gonna be really tedious, but best of luck to both teams. I'm sure it's gonna be a super fun game.
We are in for a treat, definitely. These players, I don't know. The other thing to consider here is just, really good swap onto Got Filth, but uses the Dark Flight to just disengage. You have Frozen Tempest from Bad Benny. Like, that is, oh no, Mason Blaze, okay. Stacks will be dropped. Wait, any stacks actually at all? Were there any stacks?
If any, not many.
Yeah, I'm peeking back onto the mainstream, and it's like, oh yeah, it's still 0 stacks. Kira goes down in the top lane, so that will be a trade. Speaking of trades, though, siege potential out from ONYX through this bottom lane with that Greymane Arthas.
I see 1 stack now on the mainstream, which has the 1 minute delay, so he lost like 1 or 2 or so.
It's still a rough go to lose your stacks regardless, or even get picked off as a Medivh player. But we'll have our first objective announced here in roughly 10 seconds, up for contest in 40. And yeah, with that, I was looking at the mini map. We do have both teams splitting off and grabbing their bruiser camp for the top and bottom lane. I kind of feel like the playstyle from ONYX here, Grubby, is run into the face of WildHeart during the objective phase, find a kill, and then go for the race. Like, ONYX's race isn't bad, but their team fight's way better, in my opinion.
Yeah, probably. You know, Artanis gets more tanky once he gets that level 10 blind that can shut down enemy auto attack damage for 4 seconds, which is a really, really solid heroic ability. We now actually have a bit of a gank on Uki. He's going to try to 1v3.
No problem.
We have a lot of race damage from Greymane, but with Lucio, ONYX is able to jump in and out of Immortal Racing so quickly that they can kind of do both at the same time. You see how easily they get away here, and it's going to be the key for WildHeart and Mason Blaze to use portals to try and chase and keep up with the Lucio.
5 stacks on to the Medivh currently. Camps in both lanes will be cleared out. Kira with revolving sweep, bops into the Hanzo. Pitkid going for the swap onto Uki, really just pushing enemy players around, but the portal does get a few of these WildHeart players out, with Valimar pushing off into the enemy team's face on that Lucio. The race potential did go over to ONYX for a slight moment, but now there's a burrow under the ground from Uki, who's trying to back off. Swap comes out immediately from Pitkid. We have the revolving sweep onto onto Weary Day on the right-hand side. Big mech explosion out from D.Va. Doesn't really get much damage. Portal into the enemy team unaverted. Able to get back through that portal before Greymane shreds through them with that Dark Flight.
Dude, these fights are crazy. We have a lot of action going from either side. A lot of good counter plays. There's too much to talk about, but it's a high-paced game. Really, really fun to see so far. Very few kills, but a lot of nearly kills. We have another engage there on Artanis. He gets the portal. Mason Blaze gets him to safety. Is he going to go back through it? He thought about it, decided not to.
Belef and Alarian swap to the race potential sides. Massive howling blast from Bad Benny, but right now Funz actually finds the kill onto Hanzo in the split fight. Portal gets Weary Day out, but Funz is on the far side of the portal.
On the other side of the portal, waiting for the minions of hell to come through that portal. And Funz with the double kill, nearly. 60 life Medivh, 100 Funz.
Triple kill, quad kill, excuse me, over to the side of ONYX. It's 5-1 in kills, almost level 8 to level 7. Dahaka goes in the bottom lane to start pushing things out, and the objective phase goes over to the side of ONYX, first one of the game. I know you asked this last week, Grubby, and I did my research, and we also see it here. You're asking about the Immortal Shield. Does that actually cause the Immortal to spawn slower into lane? It actually insta-procs. It is always standard how long it takes the Immortal to spawn into lane. I did my research throughout the week. You asked me about it, and I was like, I'll get back to you on that one. But for anyone wondering, there is no timing difference based on the Immortal shielding.
All right. Pitkid now trying to use that amateur opponent. He actually brings Funz in. Funz, if he got punished there. Artanis outplays. I don't think he even used his Q, his psionic synergy, the Blade Dash, in order to do that, because that is a legitimate play, to use Blade Dash to bring Kira further than she wanted to. This was just straight up a Funz int, let's say, where he tries to stun Artanis at the gate. Artanis took 2 steps back, and Funz was over the gate. Very bad momentum breaker, actually, by ONYX, because they have been doing really well so far with this composition, with Arthas and Dahaka, and that was a kind of a momentum breaker. WildHeart, nice for them to get that pick up. It was given to them.
It's a change of pace, absolutely, in favor for WildHeart as Unaverted finishes out that level 1 questing talent on Hanzo. Want to also let you all know at home that there are 34 stacks on that Medivh, 6 on the Arthas level 1 Eternal Hunger, and you have 8 stacks on the Tissue Regeneration for Uki. That's actually really, really good, being able to get those Regeneration Globes and finish that out. Wow. And also, that Essence is not the easiest on a 2-lane map to build up that quickly. In top lane, Kier finds the kill onto Artanis, and that pushes ONYX into 10 talent tier a little ahead of WildHeart, and Bad Benny rotates into bottom lane. A little slow on the Lucio.
I see. It is going to be ghouls. A funny fact about Cinder Gozain, it's really only very good at doing a team fight. Although it shuts down buildings and that has value, so do ghouls. Ghouls will take attack priority from forward, so that is why you almost never see Sindragosa. You can walk on their forward, pop ghouls, just much like a Nubarak makes beetles to take aggro, and as long as none of the players attack enemy heroes, and none of the ghouls do, preface, that fort is not going to be attacking heroes. That's why you barely see Sindragosa. But Syndra is pretty cool for teamfight. Though you don't really want to put all your eggs in one basket when you're engaging into Medivh. That's why Ghouls is the better choice.
Do you know what I also love for team fighting? Unrelenting strikes for Akira. We actually get to see that
nice.
massive AoE. Mason Blaze finishes out stacks, for anyone wondering. So the Medivh, it's time to feed on Medivh, everyone. Can't lose those stacks anymore. Weary Day is going to get... Wow, Bad Benny is going to get punished for trying to make a play into that... into Weary Day. Fun's going for a bit of a sweeping strike, but there's going to be the unrelenting strike afterwards. Medivh, a Mecha Explosion comes out on the side. Mason Blaze will be targeted. Able to get a Force of Will on themselves. Got Filth, goes in for the throw, but can't solidify a kill. A lot of WildHeart members are low. So are ONYX, and the snipe onto Uki, and a trade onto the Greymane as well. Great play from WildHeart and ONYX as the Arthas is just now respawning from the ONYX core.
Yeah, that was actually... there's so much happening. Nice Artana skill on Greymane as well, on Godfield. Weary Day kept him himself and Medivh alive. Medivh now going down. He does have his stacks. ONYX, Funds, finding another sweeping strike there. Revolving whatever thing on Malfurion. Sorry, I don't cast her all that much. Checking, okay, what's it called? The Revolving Sweep. Getting another kill there. ONYX now in the lead. They did sustain some fort damage in that top lane, but they're able to deal with it. And another Revolving Sweep there on Unaverted.
Artanis went for a maybe a swap there. I don't know if Pitke was going for it. We do have Unaverted just ripping an arrow into the lane. It is gonna, or into the enemy team. That Dragon Strike trying to find some damage. A lot of damage onto Ilarion. Great tongue drag coming out from Uki onto this Artanis. The tongue drags have been great, but the silence from Malfurion will kill the Artanis. Another Revolving Sweep from Funds to push this Artanis into the wall. I heard go for the throat, but I saw no dive from the Greymane or big health bar depletion, so I guess it was eaten by a Force of Will?
Yeah, perhaps. We have the race being won here by WildHeart. They've equalized in XP. They're down pretty much one full fort, but they've won the race with 5,000 HP. I gotta be a little critical here of the Arthas play. He gets blown up a couple of times by Twilight Dream moments after summoning ghouls when he's like at 20-30% life. In that first time when he tried to gank Weary Day, he didn't manage to summon Icebound Fortitude, the CC reduction, quickly enough to block the Twilight Dream, even though Twilight has a small wind-up. There's the lag component, of course, but Bad Benny needs to start playing a little safer, summon the ghouls and start eating some of them right when he goes into a fight, because this has happened a couple of times now, and Weary Day has been punishing his, let's call it, slow reactions. Bad Benny needs to stay alive, and Arthas is such a sustain tank, he needs to start sustaining early.
The setup could be a little bit more prepped on the side of ONYX, I agree. And wow, Zergling taking a lot of damage from Uki in the top lane, who did finish out that level 1 questing town on the Dahaka, the Tissue Regeneration. Arthas already finished out the Eternal Hunger from level 1, and I believe that's an over-questing town, is it not?
Which one?
You can't,
yeah. It's infinitely, it doesn't cap.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. I clicked on them really quickly. Maybe they just didn't get an 11 stack. That's why I was like, wait, did it actually stop at 10? Either way, Medivh finished out their quest baseline as well as the Hanzo symbol geometry. Just want to catch anyone up at home who might be wondering about some of those questing talents while we are in the lull of the map waiting for Beleth and Ilarion to respawn in the north and south positions.
Let's put it this way. The mana cap's at 40 mana return, but the damage is stacking infinitely, 4 per stack.
More damage is always nice. No?
Yeah, more damage is nice. WildHeart is now actually in the lead. Even though they are down 5-9 in kills, and they don't have a Dahaka for global, they still have equalized in experience. And just to take a quick look and see where that comes from, I don't actually see it. They have less XP from heroes, but slightly more from Mercs, slightly more from minions.
Little on structures.
Yeah, a little bit more on structures.
It's very narrow between both teams. The one thing I want to note really quickly is the save from PitKid right there to utilize the suppression pulse into the enemy team that was just trying to burn down that top lane fort, and all the auto attack damage in the world from the side of ONYX was just it sat there. It was like, okay, all right, well, what are we gonna do? I guess we have to back off. Portal forward, trying to dive onto Bad Benny. Big scatter arrow, micro missiles, but the brush shot comes in from Ucky.
He needs to go early or he's going to get Twilight Dream blown up again. Icebound Fortitude already used. He's now weak against Twilight Dream. There it is used. Oh, there, actually, Icebound did block him. There's the high five. He's going to be able to survive for now. He's eating golds. He's going back up to full life. That's probably a good fight then for ONYX as they managed to survive Twilight Dream without casualties this time though. But a good stable fight by WildHeart.
Unrelenting Strike comes out. Go for the throat came from the Grey Mane. The mech comes down from Zergling, who gets through the portal and protected by the way, mounting up and disengaging. And it was a good fight set up from ONYX. Didn't work out in the end. WildHeart was able to just kind of poke back at them. D.Va immediately runs to bottom lane to clear out the Fallen Shaman camp to be able to mitigate any sort of siege potential on that bottom lane keep front gate. Portal set up for Weary Day and crew to take so they can disengage against Valimar. And okay, I was afraid of the push off and the dive from the
top
enemy
fort
side.
is going down to 2 archer minions. Can they get another shot? No, they're attacking the wrong thing, so that's really close. Meanwhile, PitKid actually doesn't proc the damage of Force of Will because he used Blade Dash to get away. I thought that's kind of the combo, right? Force of Will, Blade Dash forward, do like 750 damage with Arcane Explosion. Bottom keep has been half exposed with 1 tower being down on the side of WildHeart, courtesy of the Bruiser camp. Level 16 apiece. I feel like, Bahamut, I get the sense everything is going to come down to this team fight.
And if that's going to be the case, do you want to jump into some comms really quickly?
Yeah, let's go WildHeart.
Look at Funds.
Any help?
Already out, ready?
Okay, I'm coming down.
Funds.
Oh, I'm dead. You have tongue on me?
I'm leyline, or I'm
I don't have ult for 10. Try to play by
That's
our
good.
Immortal.
Hit Benny.
I have to play slow. I have to play on my W cooldown. Hitting Funds. I have a blind soon. I'm blinding.
I just have to burn.
Yeah. I'm gonna die.
I saw.
Just get it. Try to loop.
Sorry, I'm.
We jump in and we cast a curse on Grubby.
Sorry, I chose wrong.
There was still like life though being breathed into that team fight from WildHeart.
No.
Well, they were attempting to try and keep that fight going, because you did hear some call outs here and there, like I got to shred or maybe focus this target, even when they did lose a couple players in that initial team fight. It just WildHeart trying to just correct the steer, and it's not work. It didn't work out in that one. And another Immortal goes over to ONYX, which will definitely take down the top lane fort. What else will it get? Keep front gate? Maybe a keep?
Yeah, not necessarily. Hanzo arrows can do really well. The keep can be saved, but a quick kill is required. He's going to go quick with the Dragon Strike just to buy a bit of space for PitKid to get a couple of those triple strike amateur opponent hits. Now, this is good damage being put on the Immortal, but in comes the Haka, Drag Tongue misses, PitKid half-life gets the tap. Pretty good defense, actually.
Amazing defense. Only the keep front gate will be going down. One auto attack onto the actual keep itself will connect from Alarian. Arthas, I think, is hearthing at the top of the minimap. Okay, no, they were just kind of sitting, maybe trying to catch the enemy team in a flank into this invade onto the camp. Wait, Bad Benny, where are you going, bud? Okay.
Deep flank. Not exactly
Extremely
sure.
Deep flank.
He was trying to catch the portal numerous times, by the way.
And it was into the face of the entire team. Bad Benny started going for a massive flank into the enemy side from that little corridor. Leyline Seal comes out from the Medivh. Tongue Drag did go out as well from the Dahaka. Root underneath, Mecha Explosion, but Ucky lives. D.Va doesn't get enough damage. Unrelenting Strike comes out from Funds, and Greymane goes in for the throat, finds the kill onto this Hanzo. Another go for the throat will be on to PitKid, who's trying to back off right now. Push off from the Lucio, slows them. Greymane finds the second kill in this engagement. Funds and crew, what's the game plan with the double kill you just found in the next 30 seconds?
Yeah, they're going to want to take probably a wave. They're thinking about the Bruiser camp. I think that's incorrect. It loses you more than 10 seconds. They're going to go with the follow-up, trying to get the fort here raw with just a few minions. It feels correct. They've got Lucio in case anything goes wrong. The two big damage dealers, Hanzo and Artanis, are not here, so they can take down this keep. A good decision by ONYX, and a very important near final move of the game required to close it out, to be honest.
The next Immortal phase will be spawning here. 20 talent here in favor for ONYX, who do steal away this camp for the top lane now. This does go straight into the core, but it won't end the game. This camp is good for structures, but it actually steps too far forward into the core range and will naturally be taken down. So maybe we see a little bit of scratching on the shields of WildHeart, but this feels, I hate the phrase a little bit, but it feels a little do or die for WildHeart in this situation, Grubby.
Yeah, definitely, Bahamut. I think you definitely portrayed that correctly. I think WildHeart is going to try and defend 100% Immortal and maybe, like you said, scratch it a bit. But the positioning is not good for them. So instead, they will decide to go for the defense of the Immortal. Like you said, do or die. The swap by Pitkit misses. The root was ready. Many resources being used. Drag Tongue on Pitkit. Quick ley line to save him. We have Funds going in on the backline. There's the ult from Kira. He gets the silence into the stun. Bad Bunny survives with the ghouls as well. They're gonna get 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. 1 counter kill by WildHeart. A small moment of reprieve. They get the Arthas, but is it going to be enough? Very unlikely.
Tongue Drag will connect onto Pitkid. The Soundwave pushes them back. Kira finds a revolving sweep. Funds and crew step to Zergling, and that's a stun. That's a pentakill. All 5 members of WildHeart go down. ONYX rush through the top lane. Grubby, for the first time in CCL history, we are going to have a reverse sweep. It'll be ONYX reverse sweeping WildHeart Esports, taking game number 5 in a hard-fought best-of-5 series here on Battlefield of Eternity. How do you feel to be able to make history, Grubby?
Yeah, many histories were made. We have the hubris of a Cho'Gall. We have the first reverse sweep. We have the... Is it the first Kira win? I'm not 100% sure about that.
You might be right with that.
It is the first Kira Unrelenting Strikes, which feels like the best. Heroic for her, not that stupid little poke damage. The first Artanis, and also the first Artanis loss. Still waiting for the first win. A lot of premieres being made here in this match, and it's only our first match of the night. ONYX versus WildHeart really lived up to expectations, and it is unbelievable that ONYX was able to win 3-2 against WildHeart, one of the favorites in this league.
Casanova, let's get you back in here, my friend. Did the game go as expected? I know you totally had a clear indicator of who would win and everything. You weren't unsure whatsoever, right?
Yeah, I was so sure that the Artanis was going to take it home, but no, it definitely felt like it fell flat. I don't want to harp on Mason Blaze too much because I think overall he had a decent series, but I do feel that I've talked about backlines over and over again. This is something I always harp on. I think that Got Filth and Funds is a very good backline, and I'm excited to see their potential growth. And I think they had an exceptional series. The back half of it, even better. The Kira, I'm not sure if it was an amazing pick, but Funds played it exceptionally, and he comboed with Got Filth really well on finding ways into the backline to pick up the kills. And Mason Blaze, I don't think his Medivh was terrible, but it did leave some to be desired. I don't think the portals were placed as optimally as they could be. He was getting hit by too much, not playing far enough back to find just the portals and the shields, playing a bit too much, trying to get damage, and in doing so, he was dying a lot as one of the main targets. Now, granted, I think the composition could have been a lot better to help him thrive. I don't think the Artanis is doing him any favors, but it did come down to the backlines just playing even better when I thought that both drafts were a little bit rough, and we even saw Bad Benny getting blown up early, kind of, throwing away some of their advantages. We saw on the other side, it wasn't really the Artanis throwing away advantages, even though it was just an Artanis. It felt like Pitkid was doing what Artanis can do best. It felt like it was just a difference of these backliners going at each other and ONYX's backline coming out ahead.
The consistent dives through the backline into the backline, that big flank that actually closed out the game from Funds. I was watching that and Grubby called it out perfectly. Is just such a great setup. The revolving sweep into the silent killer, unrelenting strike, 20 talent tier burst. It It was so very well played. And actually, on the note of Funds, we can bring him on in here. We have an interview with him. And welcome in, Funds. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations on your victory against WildHeart Esports and the first reverse sweep of HeroesCCL in history. There wasn't actually one last season, and I just want to. How are you feeling after all that?
I don't even think words can describe how I feel right now. I was literally slamming my desk. I'm not even joking. It's been a very up and down series, and really enjoyable. Super excited for this series.
Well, let me throw it on over to Grubby and Casanova for a few questions. Grubby, take it away, my friend.
Funds, you showed such the flexibility and versatility in this series. It must be fun and satisfying, not just to have the very first reverse sweep in CCL Season 1 and 2, coming back from O2, but also to have such a great team to play it with and to be able to play so many different heroes. You took Lunara with Abolish Magic to try and counter Taunt Varian before, and this time, the best Kira we have seen so far in CCL in general. And you took a different heroic than most people have been taking. Talk to us about it.
I just really hate the straight line ults because it just feels so weird to use it as like a finisher with Kira, and the spin ult fits my style of, you know, Ooga Booga go in a lot more. And I think the 20 is actually like one of the best 20s in the game. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Like having that just on-demand silence, especially in the Medivh as well. It's I like that ult a lot. I also just don't like the straight line ult though.
For sure. Hey, Funds, second one. I felt like it would have been very tough for you guys to recover psychologically after being down 0-2. Here was my reasoning, and you tell me if I'm on the mark or not. Game 1, you guys were playing nearly perfectly. Maybe one mistake on everyone that wasn't Bad Benny and Godfilth. Just one mistake, like Valamar. He was one death on Stukov, and he had that one death, the taunt at the bottom, Dragonshire Temple that ended up actually finishing the game. You guys played it so well, you worked for it, you were leading all game, and then one kill, you lost the game. Then game 2, almost no chance against this Zul'jin multi-support draft with Zul front hypercarry. Your O2, you've lost to a draft that you were not able to solve in draft or in game. And then game 3 starts. Isn't that a tough place to start fighting from?
Yeah, it was it was a struggle for sure. I want to shout out Bad Benny for a little bit. So I'll get y'all a little insider on the team environment a tiny bit. At the start of the season, I actually had a lot of not struggling, but like me and Benny are both pretty vocal, and it's like, you know, EU versus NA and stuff. We both have very different ideas about the game. And that was a big struggle at first, because we were running that similar style on D-Shire at the beginning of the season, but we didn't have the same synergy, so there was a lot more mistakes, and it was kind of messing with my mental, because it's hard for a new team to not make those mistakes, and then after every game, Benny, you know, being Bad Benny, he points out those mistakes, and I was kind of being a little immature, I will admit, because I was letting those mistakes affect me every time he pointed it out. But as we built those synergies, and, you know, I got over myself a little bit, we stopped making those mistakes. And all of a sudden, like, D-Shire, I think D-Shire started becoming like our best map. As long as we don't make those small mistakes. We still make them once in a while. But I think Bad Benny pointing out those mistakes actually helped out a lot. And he's been a big part of our improvement. And he's probably a good reason why our team mental is really strong. Because he was so hard on us at first. It's like tough love, you know? At first, I wasn't used to it, but as the season's been progressing, we've been getting a lot stronger mentally, and I think that mentality has helped us a lot in these series. Like no matter how far down, we're gonna go for the win, no matter what.
All right. Well, it was a phenomenal series. Thank you so much for the interview. Before I let you run out of here, are there any shoutouts that you'd like to give? The floor is all yours, Funds.
Yeah. Let me check something real quick.
Oh no.
So I was told, I had no idea this happened. I heard there was technical difficulties. I want to shout out Cassandra. Apparently she like single-handedly saved CCL. I don't know all the details, but that's what I was told. So I want to shout out her first. Good job, Cassandra. Really appreciate that. And then at first, I want to shout out my team. Team's been it's been an amazing journey for me. Leaving WildHeart and spreading my wild wings and and leaving the team has been it's been an interesting journey to say the least. And can't forget to shout out Fun's mom, of course.
Yeah, good.
Oh, thank you so much for the interview, Funds. Congratulations on your 3-2 victory against WildHeart. And as we keep saying, the first reverse sweep in HeroesCCL history. You have a wonderful day. Good luck in your scrims this week, and we'll see you next weekend in more best of 5 matches.
Yeah, see y'all later.
See you later. All right. Well, he at least did the most important shout out at the end. So at least we did get the shout out to his mom, and I'm sure that's the reason ONYX won that game. They came back after that game number 2 into Towers of Doom with a few Caprice Suns, and they were able to win it back. But it's not over just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready for our next matchup. It is going to be 30K versus Granit Gaming. One more best of 5 for this Sunday afternoon. It has been so much fun here at CCL, and as I said, we're not done just yet. Will 30K be able to 3KO? Is that what you said, Grubby? Or will Granit Gaming be able to innovate this weekend and showcase that they've grown as a team? We'll have to see after a little break. And in that break, I want to also encourage you all to check out the prize pool. Exclamation point prize pool will get you over to the custom Matcherino page. And if you'd like to donate towards that prize pool that's broken $9,000 today, thank you very much. We highly encourage that as well. So as I said, we're going to take a short little break. We'll be back with 30K versus Granit Gaming in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. This is HeroesCCL.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome to the CCL Halftime Show. I'm Kyle Ferguson, and today I get to sit down with Healer Main, Storm Esports' BBJ. Welcome, BBJ. Congrats on an awesome season so far.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, 2-0. Good start. Last season on 30K, started 0-2, so hopefully we don't do the opposite, because I think we started 0-2 and then won our next 3 or 4, so hopefully we keep the win streak going.
Well, and you also got second place in the Icebreaker. So a brand new team kind of came together and immediately hit the ground running. How do you think that worked out?
Well, I think we're, pretty competent players all individually. And then because we have 2 players that don't talk a ton, right? Ivy doesn't talk at all. And Kepi, he understands English pretty well and he can speak it when he needs to. But most of the time he's pretty quiet. So pretty much we're all just following Lauber unless I say not to or Quaza does. And pretty much all on the same page the whole time.
That was definitely when everyone saw the team coming together. That was the combination everyone was most interested in, is how Lauber and BBJ would combine together to make a force that either would die a bit or stop each other from dying.
Yeah, I think our deaths have been surprisingly low so far this season, but I guess we've had kind of easier teams in the first 2 weeks, so maybe they'll spike up later in the season.
Definitely seems a little about that. Do you think you guys have kind of figured out the teams that you're facing, or your particular comps and play styles just gel well?
Yeah, I think we all are pretty aggressive players. So, going in is pretty natural for all of us, which helps. We don't have to try and make someone more aggressive than they are. Honestly, it's more about getting Kepi to maybe back out more than he does right now, because sometimes, we're saying they're coming, get out, and he just, keeps going. Got to get that top hero damage every game.
So what does a engage like what happened this past weekend? Anubrak sitting in a bush. You take a wild guess that he happens to be sitting there, and then Lauber immediately follows up. How did that execution take place on the team?
I think either the objective or the Rainer Raider, one of them, gave us vision of him walking in the bush before he got stealth. And then Lauber just said, hey, this guy's in the bush, kill him. And then he jump stuns. Pretty sure I threw my combo before the stun even hit, because I trusted. And then, yeah. Snowballed the fight from there.
Okay, removes a little bit of the magic. From what we saw, it was just completely blind. You were just gonna random Stukov combo a bush and just happened to find the enemy tank there.
Yeah, I don't know if we full saw him going into the bush, but we saw him walking that way. And if Anubrak's walking towards that direction, he's probably gonna sit in that bush.
Has the healer and support meta changed up a lot from season 1? And let's just ignore the medallion times of last year.
Yeah, I've blocked that from my memory completely. I guess Lucio's more in than he was. Anna's maybe less relevant than she was, I feel like, a bit. Malfurion's kind of back as well with his new level 1 root talent. other than that, it's still, Stukov, Deckard, Brightwing, those types of healers. So a little variation, but not a major change. No like Lilies spiking up or anything like that, thankfully.
Yeah, we all kind of thought that was going to take place, but you were on the Brightwing train in Season 1 for a very long time, and eventually those nerfs kind of rolled in. I'm sure Medallion had a play in that, but you've also moved a little bit away from Deckard. 100% win rate Stukov right now in Season 2. Do you see yourself working in anything else? I've seen some Anduins around.
Oof, yeah, I mean, only lost this season was on Anduin, so putting that one away, I guess.
I mean, it worked in the other games. Don't give up. There's a lot of Anduin fans out there.
Yeah, they're all in my chat trying to get me to play Anduin. I don't like the Hero in Storm League. It's too team reliant for me.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably some heroes that maybe are on the niche end, but I don't know. It feels pretty good to play like Stukov, Deckard, even Anna. I think right now could probably see some play.
And this weekend you're going to be fighting Simplicity, who 0-3'd their first opponent, ONYX, went on to get 2 off of WildHeart. Are you guys concerned about that team at all? Thinking about them?
I mean, we're thinking about them, obviously, so we play them, but I don't think we're very concerned. I think they looked pretty weak this weekend against WildHeart. Even if they would have won Game 3, I would have said they looked, kind of sloppy at best. It seems like they're kind of back to their regular season form that they were in last season, where they didn't take it too seriously, played a little bit, kind of got, I mean, they ended, 6th place? And then in playoffs, they kind of started playing a bunch more, turned it around. I guess they also had the roster swap come in with Legacy and Masca, so that helped them too. But yeah, I don't think we're too worried about them.
Well, since you seem to have an idea of every team going on right now, let's go a little deeper. The weekend after that, you're going to fight WildHeart, who has done really well. Are you guys concerned about them?
I don't know about concerned. I mean, WildHeart's always interesting because, you can't really get scrim practice for a team like WildHeart because they're going to play stuff that you're not playing against pretty much ever. So it's more about, kind of theorizing what'll work well against their drafts and then hoping it comes to fruition. So, I'll leave that up to Kepi. I'll let the Korean mind go to work and see if we come out on top.
Some of the teams we haven't talked about yet, are any of those interesting to you, or you think have a good power ranking that hasn't quite shown itself yet?
I think ONYX is kind of sleeper right now. I think their early games look really well, actually, like really good. They follow Bad Benny around a lot. He makes a lot of plays, and then I don't know, just late game they seem to flounder a bit. But I think they've cleaned that up. They could, potentially be a top 4 playoff team.
What about,
despite being, 0-2 right now?
What about 30K, one of the teams that we heard the most buzz about when they initially put together their roster?
I mean, yeah, I think 30K is potentially the best team right now. It's hard to see without the top teams clashing too much, but I have them number 1 in my power ranks right now. I think they're really strong, and then I mean, we'll see. We play them the last week, I believe, so hopefully, potentially both teams go in undefeated. Could be a bit of a showdown.
Looking forward to it. Are you guys cooking up anything interesting versus Simplicity for this weekend? Anything in particular come to mind that you'd be able to share?
I don't think so. I think we're probably gonna just play our style. We'll let them draft whatever they want, and then we'll just pick what we like and outplay them, I think.
Solid moves. I like the idea. Would you be interested in getting back to Deckard? Because I know you played him a little bit, but he's kind of fallen off, it seems, at least in the picks for your team.
Yeah, I mean, I always like Deckard, always willing to play him. I think not having a cleanse right now feels kind of weak. Stukov doesn't have a cleanse either, but he kind of makes up for it with his stupid broken 75 physical armor at level 4. And then he also has so much of his own CC that isn't really as counterable, right? Like Deckard, root and sleep, there's more counterplay, you can interrupt it easier, whereas Stukov, you combo root somebody, they have nothing to do. They're basically stunned in a puddle that silences them for 2 seconds.
Well, it's awesome. It's been really cool seeing Stormy Esports just immediately gel, at least from the perspective of the audience. And you guys just hit that ground running. Are there any shout outs you'd like to do here as we end?
Shout outs to, all the Storm people behind the scene, making our lives easy. Appreciate it. Shout out to my teammates, obviously, carrying me because I'm washed up. And then...
Okay. Where did this come from? Where did this idea that BBJ struggles out there? Because I see your stream. where you play awesomely. You light bomb yourself because you can't trust anybody else, and you get the kills. I see you bring it on the Bright Wing. Where did this begin?
I mean, they see me play heroes that I'm bad at, and then they flame me. My Malfurion's pretty bad right now. My Ana was really bad. I spent like a whole day playing nothing but Ana, so now I'm a little bit better. But they see, they see the heroes that I'm bad at, not just the Stukov plays and the Deckards.
Hey, if it wins, no need to change it up. But please continue your shoutouts.
And shout out to CCL and all the production crew behind the scenes. Appreciate you guys. And that's it. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you everybody for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to HeroesCCL. My name is Bahamut, joined by Grubby and Casanova. But Grubby, I believe we have a special guest that you can bring on camera here. Is that a possibility? Is the contract signed? Can we get him in here?
Yeah, I believe so, because we want to thank you all so much for contributing in such a big way to the CCL. We can feel the love for the league, and you're helping sponsoring the players to be even more motivated for trying to get that cut off that prize money. So just a little reward here. We're bringing on Logan, and most of all, Logan also wants to say hi to all the dogs out there, including Bandit. How lovely it would be to have like this big dog party someday. But if everyone is ready, I would like to bring him on. We cool?
Yeah, looks like we're ready to go. There he is.
There he is.
Just this is it, chat. This is the entire stream now. Oh, it's a Logan stream. I'm happy about this.
What a good boy.
I'm very happy about this. Thank you all once again for supporting HeroesCCL. We did say if we hit $9,000, we would get Logan on camera, and we get him a little treat as well, as you can see that right now. If you would like to check out the prize pool that we are talking about, you can hit / prize pool, and we'll try and figure out some other stretch goals for you in the future. Maybe when Mac's back, we can potentially get Ralph on stream. And oh god, Logan's just doing all the tricks for us to showcase that he's a very talented dog. And thank you all once again for supporting HeroesCCL. Thank you for getting us to $9,000, and I'm sure Logan is very happy for that as well. Thank you for supporting. Oh my god, this is adorable. My heart is breaking.
POV, you're high-fiving Logan.
I know.
There we go. Love it. Yeah.
Now I'm curious what buff Grubby gives when he high fives Logan. That's a big question from me. Welcome back, Grubby. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much, Grubby, for the treats for Logan. Thanks for bringing him on, and thanks once again to you at home for supporting HeroesCCL. My heart is absolutely just. It's the most adorable thing on earth. When we can't sit here and talk about Logan all day as much as we would love to. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's unfolded so far today in our matches. We just saw ONYX beat WildHeart Esports in a reverse sweep 3-2. And we get ready for our next matchup here, Grubby, 30K versus Granit Gaming. Thoughts, expectations? I want to get both of your opinions on this, but let's kick it off with Grubby.
Well, we already have one bucked expectation in ONYX beating WildHeart, so I guess tonight anything is possible. 9,000 in the pool, Logan came on, ONYX won. Who knows what's going to happen? But I still remember our initial predictions is that 30K would most likely win this one.
Oh, okay. Well, let's look at the 30K roster, actually. And Casanova, I want to get your same thoughts on this as we're looking at this 30K roster. Expectations, or even just maybe a highlight player that you're excited to watch?
I mean, it's just been kind of the week of upsets, right? Chili Mountain taking a 3-0 earlier on. We then have ONYX take down WildHeart in the reverse sweep. Is it time for Granit to finally show up and prove themselves as well? I think probably not. It's an uphill battle. You're going up against 30K. Granit hasn't done anything yet to tell me that they should be taking down 30K. So I'll stick with my prediction of 30K, but it would be a very cool week to see yet another upset come through.
Granted, as we're looking at their roster, are definitely the team that I like to say need to innovate this weekend. They have been playing these explosive compositions that are led by Ultralisk, or maybe they're explosive through Ultralisk. And I wonder if, that's not the best play. Maybe it's let's go back to the drawing board and move away from the Kerrigan single target blow up compositions, maybe play to globals. They did attempt that last weekend, if I'm not mistaken, when they had a few Zeratul compositions, but those unfortunately just did not look super, super strong. They kind of fell apart in the mid to late game up against, I believe it was actually ONYX who played against them last week, if memory serves correct. So it's an exciting matchup here, and we're moving quickly. So let's actually find out where we're going to for map number 1, because I'm excited to get into this draft. And of course, we got to figure out where we're going to here. Grubby, it is going to be Garden of Terror, chosen by the side of Granit Gaming, with 30K opting for first pick, banning out Infernal, and Granit Gaming banning out Battlefield of Eternity.
All right, that's going to be the second Garden of Terror in CCL Season 2.
And I was talking to Casanova before the broadcast. I was saying how my predictions on Tomb of the Spider Queen have just been wrong. Like I have a 20-some% prediction rate over 7 maps on Tomb and a 0% prediction rate on Garden of Terror. So maybe we can make that 50% today in this matchup here. So we're going to go ahead and get into this draft in just a second. And Casanova, thoughts on Garden of Terror as a kickoff map for this best of 5 series?
Yeah, I mean, you got to even up your predictions here, Baha. You got to find a way in. But weirdly, this is a Granite pick, and it's really not a Kerrigan map. So interesting to see this one chosen by Granite Gaming. And I wonder, I mean, they'll pick Kerrigan on any map. So any map's a Kerrigan map, realistically, with Ultralisk. But we'll see if they end up going for it here. As I've seen, you know, that ends up showing up in a lot more drafts than you would expect. And sometimes in spots that seem unadvisable, and that's my concern for Granite is I'm fine with going for Kerrigan. If you're comfortable playing Kerrigan, if your team's comfortable playing around Kerrigan, that's okay with me. But I would like to see them pick it in spots that it makes sense, and maybe we'll see them do so against 30K. That's going to be just a first ban Medivh. Get that out of here. It's very good on Garden of Terror.
I'm wondering if there's any bans onto Lucio, Chromie. There's a lot of great heroes, but I feel like you don't want to let Yasuo have Lucio. It's hard to say, because like Yasuo actually didn't play any Lucio last week, and I think they played like a bunch of Uther, and it was really, really, really good. I think it was actually solo support Uther too, Grubby, right?
Yeah, I think more than once, if I'm not mistaken. That's true, Bahamut. Good on the memory there. So it could be Uther, it could be Lucio, and look, this is 30K saying Ultralisk Kerrigan is really good, and is the only thing validating a Kerrigan pick normally, Ultralisk.
Ultralisk being able to summon Ultralisks is also very perfect through that hero. But Casanova, we're looking at the bans here, but I want to actually kind of poke your brain a little bit about the draft evolution or draft theory. Like what could be coming out from either side into Garden of Terror that's very, very macro heavy with the ban onto Sonya. Oh, also really quick, Hogger's up and available.
Yeah, we could see Hogger for Liam because he does like that pick a lot, but also, I mean, there's so many offlaners open, and Liam has a decent pool, so I could see them not go offlane, but it is about just flexing, so maybe they just want to go for a flexible pick like the Hogger. I think Falstad's pretty good on this map as well. We might see some more, but I did want to bring up Uther. Uther and Lucio are both good first picks because they can flex into double support comps. Uther, of course, can flex into a healer role or a support role or a second support role. So, wow, a Rhaegar. That is unexpected for me. The Falstad I like, Rhaegar is for mercenaries, which mercenaries are very important on this map, but I don't know if they really validate that early of a pick of Rhaegar. Doesn't Henning have like a Rhaegar tattoo though? Isn't he like Rhaegar gamer? Yeah, okay, maybe this is just like a comfort pick for Henning.
But look, Rhaegar, the way I explain Rhaegar is he is a healer that fixes bad drafts, that fail to draft wave clear. Great for Storm League, doesn't have a place in competitive. Why here now the Rhaegar when Lucio is available? You can take camps, sure. Ancestral healing, how about Decades Growing Healing Potion? That's 5 ancestral healings. So why Rhaegar? There really only is one explanation.
Say it.
Bloodlust!
Yeah, the Argle Bargle, if some of us also will call it too, because I can't do voice lines as good as Grubby can.
Well,
yeah,
I was gonna say it's feels kind of rough to just grab it there because it just got answered by Lucio Hogger. That's pretty good to answer Bloodlust already. You can speed away if you need to. You can break it down. Hogger's got good disengage.
It's the best CCL weekend ever. Oh my god, yes!
Why did I get brought on for this week? This is shenanigans, Baha. This is like so many drafts today. I've just been like, I don't even know how I'm supposed to break it down. It's so far out of the norm. And like Asmo has good push pressure, but this isn't Bloodlust anymore, is it, Grubby? I mean, this is Asmodan Deathwing. Like, come on.
This could be Asmodan auto attack talent. Yeah, with Bloodlust, so good. Imagine being an analyst on a draft that cannot be explained.
It's almost like it's like Granit Gaming was watching that last series between ONYX and WildHeart, saw that game 5 and was like, hold my Red Bull, I got this, don't worry about it. Like, you saw some weird drafts, let's really bring a weird draft out right now. And Granit Gaming, I haven't seen the last pick. I'm putting Granit Gaming in my book. I don't care if I'm wrong or right. I really don't care. I'm calling an Asmodan. Oh my god, what are you doing, Granit?
Do they not want to win? Like, I was gonna say that you can keep the soundbite if they beat 30K with this, but I'm flabbergasted. Like, this is 30K in 10 minutes. I don't know. Like, come on, what is this,
Grubby?
If this was ladder, I'd actually give it to Granit. If this was Storm League, you've got a team that is clearly not worried about the game result. Like, they're just gonna play the game and have fun. They're gonna flood the map in pressure, and that wins games on Storm League. And especially on Garden of Terror, which is a very wave-heavy map. But I cannot imagine that a team of the stature of 30K, with the players they have, the tools they have, between Lucio and Greymane and Chromie, that they would lose to this.
I'm with you 100%, Grubby. I just don't get... It's not like their comp was like severely lacking wave clear to where they could get overwhelmed by pressure. Like, they have Chromie and Greymane. That's enough. They're fine. Like, they shouldn't be struggling to deal with the push of these side lanes. And on top of that, you get to the team fights, they literally can't stop this Greymane. He should actually go. And I talk about this with Crowan and Mac all the time, and they still fight me on this. This is a Wizen Duelist game for Greymane. Yeah. He should be going Wizen Duelist. He will stack it to 30, and he will get Alpha Killer later, and he is going to completely destroy this lineup every time he sees anybody. He cannot die to this team when he has a Lucio and an Uther. This game is so free if he takes that talent. It's also free if he doesn't take that talent. So, I don't know. It's a 30K win.
I disagree with you, Casanova, but
why, Baha? Please, pray tell.
Asmodan Siege wins. Murky Siege wins. Deathwing just does Deathwing things, wins. Meanwhile, you just got Rhaegar winning. You got it's just everything wins on the side of Granit Gaming here.
Yes. Indeed.
In all seriousness, now though, like, it is very memey, but there is a level of like overwhelming siege potential that I do see from the side of Granit. It's not like there's lack of wave clear in the side of 30K, but I do feel like you could really just overwhelm the enemy team with just the amount of push pressure through a lane. So maybe it's that realm, and that's actually the reason I kind of do like 30K, or not 30K, excuse me, Granit Gaming's draft, is because it feels like it's this very much like we are just not running it down, but we are just going to force the enemy team to constantly make rotations into us, and it just... I feel like it actually could spiral out of control for Granit, but that spiral does have to happen. You make very good points, though, Casanova, and I do agree with a lot of the points you made. You know, the Alpha Killer, the Wizen Duelist. Like, there's a lot of value that you're going to get from even just these core members of 30K. It's an uphill battle, but it's an uphill battle for a potential win on the side of Granit. And I lean that potential is enough for me to lean onto that side. So, and I also love the memes, too, okay? I love the memes. Yeah. I'll admit it as well. We're getting ready for our... so it looks like the lobby had a little interesting interaction, as we'll like to call it. So they have to go through that draft really quickly. They're going to speed run that one for us in the background. But, you know, we have this time to sit here and discuss things. Grubby, we haven't really heard from you in a little bit. I want to hear your breakdown, maybe which way you lean a little bit. I heard you say if it was Storm League, you'd vote for Granit, but not in CCL?
Yeah, not in CCL. You know, the reason that Murky ever wins games is because people get sick of his crap and they just leave the lane that he's pushing. But if you stay there, he cannot get pufferfish off. You can kill the pufferfish, and so on and so forth. Demonic Invasion, Asmodan. Yes, it has 20 range, which it's great. It's going to get nerfed next patch for Suicide. Asmodan runs in Storm League, but that should not be an issue right here. Like, you are going to use Lucio to rotate and to find camps. You're going to have Rhaegar. He's going to try to take siege camp. Lucio will be there. He'll be like, pew, pew, pew. It's like, what are you going to do? Bring in Asmodan to take down Lucio? I'm afraid this is going to be more one-sided than the Cho'Gall fiasco. that we saw earlier on Towers of Doom.
You're both probably right, but I want to live in a world that I am, so I'm going to say that you're wrong, Grubby.
Okay, no, and here's the thing. I'll put on the positivity hat for a second, right? We'll look at this draft, and it's like, okay, well, they've got Falstad. They've got the global presence alongside all of this push. So maybe with the pressure that they can put on with this push and the global of the Falstad into a double support composition, even though they have some solid clear with the Greymane and the Chromie, they can find some small advantages and pick up some of the seeds early on to get the actual terror. If they actually get the terrors at any point, it does become a little bit problematic for the side of 30k, because yes, they have those 2 strong wave clears, but if there are the 3 lanes of the pushing siege alongside these very strong siegers such as Azmodan and Murky, with the global threat of Falstad, there could be some big leads generated, and maybe they can utilize the global from there. Do I think that's ever going to happen in any world? I really don't, but that's kind of where it's like, that's where this comp can actually work.
It's very much the flooding of Siege, in a sense, into 30k, and 30k becoming overwhelmed with just everything on the map, but I joke about disagreeing with you, but I also do see both of your sides in this, and you do bring a lot of logic to the argument, whereas I just bring a lot of fantasy and hopefulness. So it's we'll see if my whimsy is the correct thing, or if it's going to be the logic and knowledge of you two against that. We'll have to see. We're almost into the game, everyone. Thank you so much for being patient. We had a little lobby DC kind of thing to be figured out, so that is now fixed. We're loading into Garden of Terror, and just to kind of recap for everyone, Casanova, as we're loading into this, just want to get, who do you think wins? I mean, you've called for maybe a 30k free win?
Yeah, clearly I think Granit is going to win this game.
No, cool. All right, nice.
It's 30k, of course. It's 30k.
All right, well, we got Casanova calling for a 30k win. Thank you so much for the analysis, and thank you too thank both of you for breaking it down a little bit further while we were waiting for that lobby to go through. But as I said, we're loading on into Garden of Terror here at any moment, and we'll see what happens here in this 30k versus Granit Gaming map number 1 in our second best of 5 of the day. Cass, we'll see you after this map. And we are into it here, Grubby. On the left-hand side, we got 30k. Liam on the Hogger, Hazuab's on the Chromie, Dino playing the Greymane, Yasu on the Lucio, and X-Ray on the Uther. For the right-hand side, we have got the draft, you can call it, for the side of Granit Gaming. Ty on the Azmodan, Ultralisk will be on the Falstad, Henning playing Rhaegar, Skoog on the Deathwing, and Svamgrada on the Murky. I think we kind of know your opinion here, Grubby. So, what's for dinner?
Oh man, I mean, imagine taking Artanis and multiplying him by 5, and then allowing Divergent Evolution, and this is the team you end up with by Granit Gaming.
I want a world where this works, Grubby. I really do.
Okay.
But,
all right. We're gonna play devil's advocate.
Okay.
And we're gonna defend this comp. We have an Asmo stacking team here. He just got 6 out of 7 stacks. Granit with the huge lead.
I will keep everyone up to date as well on the Murky stacks for the bribe, because that was taken at level 1, that fishy deal. Unfortunately, a little anti-synergy from the Deathwing, the Azmodan, because you need that pufferfish to explode on the minions and get the kill with that to get your stacks on bribe. And, Murky had that, everything cleared out before the explosion even happened. But what I love right now is Murky doing Murky things in top lane. And there's a massive dive onto Falstad in top lane, so he gets picked off. But Murky doing that thing where he's actually proxying the wave before the fort itself, which is really, really cool. It looks like there's no one really even answer. I'm surprised Chromie hasn't answered this already.
Yeah, well, this is why it works, because Chromie doesn't get her wave at her wall. That means enemy wave quickly gets to your wall. And you will lose it to your towers. Therefore, you need to stay there. If you go for Chromie, your towers will massacre that wave instead of it being slowly frozen in the center. That's why proxying works. And that's why it always needs 2 people to respond. And it's the way that pro Murkies always play it. By the way, Yasu being an absolute berk and taking down that fountain by himself. He's now going through 3 members of the red team with complete impunity, hitting Rhaegar, as I said he would, and he actually could have gone for the top fountain as well.
Push off into the point. Now, Yasu, I highlighted a clip a week or so ago about Monka steering on Dragonshire. It was the same setup as that Dragonshire game, but you can't bop the Deathwing, so unfortunately there's no steal, but a nice amount of just kind of poke annoyance, and Yasu just being that Overwatch hero, a busy bee, something annoying that's just always shooting at you.
Yep, and he's gonna keep doing that. Let's look at his auto attack damage, 28, but that's times 3. How much is that, Bahamut?
You know I can't caster math.
84.
It's probably like 116.
It's 90 right now, so every time he's doing 90 damage, guess who's gonna end up with highest hero damage in the game? Lucio already has double that of Greymade. There's no counter to him.
How is Yasu just able to do what he's doing right now?
Can we go to comms for 30k?
You want to right now?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. I'll move us on in there.
Yeah.
You can reset Lucio, I think. Can we look on the fight side? We can gank him, maybe.
I might have.
Can't just push.
Probably not.
Okay.
Maybe push bot a bit anyway. Bot
I go cleanse. Look, we see 3 people.
We're pushing bot, careful.
Okay. I mean, we are Giga fine, they don't have pressure.
I'm gonna anchor for you, we can hit this guy maybe.
5 sets on me.
Careful, there are 4 heroes here.
I cannot die.
Any mid-wave?
I need a bit healing.
Where are you?
Yeah.
I have a tap.
There's the bot wave coming in, I guess I go grab it.
Yeah.
How do we play the tribute? We
got the first one.
I think we just go to it, right? Like, Hogger splits and then we
I'm gonna be late, yeah.
I think we play it for sure. Like, pre-play. Yeah. I mean, can we just stall?
Coming now, I'm on the way.
I'm coming to Chromie.
Allsad's here, he's pretty low actually.
We might be able to. Okay, nice.
I
can stall the. Yeah, okay, good. Look my pulse.
Yeah.
No way they cap. I'm starting to cap though.
Allsad is like literally 1 HP.
I want them to walk up and we poke them with Chromie.
There's a mid-wave, maybe somebody gets it.
It's gonna be really disgusting to cap.
Okay.
I will push out top. I will push out top.
Oh, Rhaegar's here. Rhaegar's bot.
Yeah, I know. We clear the waves and then we cap. We pressure
guys,
cap.
that thing is impossible to cap.
I know. Look, I know. I mean, I just want to push it.
I shoot top wall.
We are doing good damage here. Look.
I want to go bottom, to be honest.
He can actually die.
Kind of missing.
Okay.
I'm bottom now.
I didn't.
Here, Murky bot. He's coming.
Fightset is dying.
A lot of really good information constantly being communicated, Grubby, especially in just, who's low in what lane. Capping this is going to be absolutely annoying because of Azmodan, because of the Deathwing. I like all of this.
Deathwing just keeps pooping fire on top of Uther's head. Like Hasu said, capping this is going to be absolutely disgusting. But in the meantime, 30k has inched ahead. They now have their level 10s.
Can we talk about how Ty is just letting Yasu take down the well? What the hell?
What can he do? This is the second well that Yasu took down.
Put a laser on him. Put a laser. Auto attack him.
He will
Do
instantly
something.
Disengage, take 10 damage, and go back in again. Start.
That's fair. It looks like such a defeated Azmodan moment. Just take the well. I'm done. I'm just gonna keep dunking on your Uther that's trying to get the channel, or waiting for Skyfall from the Deathwing. But 10 talent here is here from both sides. And I gotta be honest though, Grubby, it's a lot less kills than I had anticipated for this game after the conversations we were having loading into this.
Oh, there we have an Octograb in the bottom lane. We get a kill. That's the power of Murky. Now, yeah. Fewer kills, thanks for the curse by the way, got an instant kill, as Granit has done a good job of not getting gobsmacked yet in terms of the team killing department, but they are not ahead, even though they are the quote-unquote macro comp. Now, late game, Murky actually gets a significant health pool when he goes for the,
I was thinking that there was going to be a kill from the, dear lord, I'm blanking on the name, the demonic invasion onto that Uther, but Xer was able to just kind of slink away on that healer. Bottom lane still being pushed in from the Falstad Murky after they got that kill onto Hogger, and finally, finally 30k is able to grab that seed.
Oh, you know what this actually is?
What?
I think Granit has a stalling comp. This isn't a pure meme.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no one ever said it was a meme, but like I actually am starting to think it isn't a meme. I think... Oh, Ancestral, okay. I was thinking it's going to be Bloodlust, after all, even though there's no one worthy of a Bloodlust.
Murky, maybe.
This is... Yeah, Murky level 20. Nice. But don't you think that the way that Granit sees this ending is either A, very badly, which I think I'm expecting, or B, them just doing a cheeky Coral in. Level 20, 4-second Mighty Gust, Siege Breaker Demonic Invasion, double Ancestral Healing that splashes, Murky, I don't know, doing stuff, and Deathwing doing stuff as well. And you just click the core, you just try to win. Going back to the basics, the very prime win condition. Kill the core, even if you can't do anything else.
Cataclysm in from the Deathwing, though, into this bottom lane. Skoog not able to save their fort. Curse Bullet from the Greymane connects. Bellerin War will be out. Skoog needs to take flight, needs to do something. Gets sniped by Hazuabs on that Chromie. Ty getting pushed around and slowed. Greymane dives in. Dino trying to get a lot of value. That Wizened Duelist from level 7, as Casanova was noting, was picked up. Already 10 out of 30 stacks on that one, as Hazuabs is able to throw some damage back, get a little revenge from the Asmodee install during that last engagement. Excuse me, during the last objective phase, and this is looking like Garden Terror to go over to the side of 30k. Oh my god, Ultralisk in top lane with no health. But here's the thing, Grubby, did Casanova reach into the future and pull out that this is going to be a 10-minute Garden game? Because we're approaching 9 minutes with a keep down and an objective up that could actually march to core.
Yeah, I think it very well could end here, because I believe on the comms, I'm not sure if I heard correctly, Lucio said, like, I can't die, Yazus?
Yeah, I think I heard that too.
I think that remains true.
Very much.
Secret Weapon Valsat can chunk him something fierce, but the key about Lucio is if you don't have big CC, you can't lock him down. I guess Octograb into Secret Weapon Laser is like the thing that can take him down, but there's D-Shield. So there really is no way except for Granit to click the core, and they need to open up the map. They're going for the top fort right now. They have lost the keep, but their team is pretty good at clearing waves. The Garden Terror now going to be summoned, and the funny thing about Deathwing is he can interrupt with complete impunity. That's why you have to channel as 3 people. He's actually just cancelled 3 people, but finally the cap of the seed has been done. Not before top fort went down though.
Murky hearthing out from that top lane. We do have mid crashing right onto the fort. Bottom lane is actually approaching straight where that keep went down in favor of 30k. Granite has an exposed core through the bottom lane. I'm surprised 30k isn't trying to run it through over there. Maybe 30k just looking to continue to open up this map. They don't find that they can end the game just yet. Maybe if they find a kill or 2 in this push through mid, that could be a game-winning march at that point. But Garden Terror in bottom lane, already on a sliver of health. Get a couple smacks on the core onto that shielding. Little scrape, if you will. Asmodee doing their best to clear it with the rest of the friendly team, but this is looking a little hectic and a little scary on the side of Granite here, Grubby.
There's still D-Shield, there's still Sound Barrier. 30k is not really in trouble. They've got the keep pretty much dead to rights. And there we go. That's 2 keeps down, Bahamut. 4 structures against just the final keep standing Sentinel with the wall already gone. And that Planter is actually really slow at decaying in health. It's still at 70%. They're gonna get that keep.
Garden Terror, yeah, the in Garden Terror
they don't decay.
Yeah, so it's like their spawn is similar to Tomb of the Spider Queen, in that it spawns with the minion wave rather than the enemy minion wave, but no decay. So that's like it can spawn further back. Regardless, the Garden Terror in top lane does go down. We do have this keep being threatened. Deathwing actually with just the Molten Flame out, no conflagration from level 16. Zones back the Greymane. 1 keep remains in this top lane for the side of Granite, but now 30k split off and invade the enemy side camps. Or I guess I wouldn't even say this is an invade. They just take what's rightfully theirs because 30k is controlling this map, honestly.
I feel like if we go to Granite comms now, it'll be the biggest copium or sad comms ever. So probably let's not. Let's look at this final. Let's look at this final keep attack and cast this thing and talk about. Oh, you know what? That's Lucio going down. Not so invincible anymore. The beginning of the comeback for Granite.
Great gust out from Ultralist. Bellowing Roar will come out from the Deathwing. Ancestor Healing is not going to connect as Hazuops finds the kill onto the Rhaegar. There was a little bubble used by Svampgrot to get out, and this is a Deathwing getting picked off as well. Svampgrata able to live because there was that laser thrown onto Dino, and he's using the Razor Swipe on the Greymane to just get further away from that laser beam. Another seed spawns on the left-hand side of the map. All the cores are down on the side of Granite.
Yeah.
Granite's got to make some crazy plays, but I will say this, that Octograb burst could be a way to get themselves back in the game on the side of Granite.
Can't help but notice, though, how useless Ancestral Healing is proving. Dying before using it, dying after using it, it didn't proc because of that 1 second delay. Man, really, I feel like that Ancestral Healing, that 1 second, it feels like half a second in Storm League, but in competitive, that feels like 10 seconds.
You're just like, I see the animation, I see it coming in, I'm dead. I'm okay.
Like, that's a really big delay in competitive, 1 second. And, well, Azmodan trying to do some deep push out. This is not allowed, and he is being admonished most vehemently by 30k.
Ultralist flies Ancestor Healing! Ancestor Healing won't connect this time either. Falstead flew into the bottom. Yasu pushes off, chasing in. Has to back off for a second from the Earth Shatter from the Deathwing. Ultralist has to barrel roll away. This is going to be Scoot. Cataclysm over to the Nexus. They won't heal them, but it will keep them safe as the Falstead goes down. And the members of 30k approach core. Greymane really the main source of damage onto this. We do see the upgrade onto the Divine Shield from the Uther utilized right there. Game number 1 in our second best of 5 goes over to 30k. It's not 10 minutes, but a 14-minute game on Garden, that's pretty quick here, Grubby.
It is pretty quick. And, well, sorry for all the believers. I almost believed as well. You try to find that win condition for Granite, and you actually start believing in the madness for a second. But nice try. A cheese comp that they presumably practiced with some success. This was always going to be a tough match. 30k might be the best team in the league right now. I certainly believe they haven't lost anything yet.
I don't think I can actually check that really quickly as we bring Casanova back in onto this one. Okay, they've dropped one map. Casanova, how you feel? How you feeling after that one?
Yeah, I mean, told you, kinda. I mean, 10 minutes was a little bit. I was just angry, to be honest. I because they have a lot of stall, so it took a little while to get the objective. But once the objective came in, it was just over. I mean, what are you gonna do about the level 30 Greymane hitting your Deathwing and killing him in 3 hits? They can't. I know Yasu is saying I literally cannot die. To be fair, he shouldn't ever die. He kind of griefed it. Good catch though for Granite to get the kill. But Dino actually cannot die on this Greymane. It just shouldn't be possible with an Uther and with a Lucio in the game. And so he can just stack up his Wisdom Duelist the entire time. He gets to the point in the game. I like the build he went. Unfettered is one that I don't generally love, but because of the fact that it was Asmodan and Deathwing, he was just trying to permanently stay in Worgen instead of flexing between the two forms. So I thought it was pretty cool. Goes the Alpha Killer, and he's just destroying everybody on that team, destroying the structures extremely quickly. It really didn't feel like Granit Gaming even played the game for the entire time. It was just Yasu running in circles around them, and they're just ignoring him because they can't do anything about it, as Grubby stated. They actually can't. I don't know. It was silly, a really silly game 1. But 30k, of course, finds that win.
You brought up a really cool point with that actual 13 on Greymane. I was seeing it and saying it during the game that Greymane was using their Razor Swipe to actually get out of the Asmodan all-shell burn, because in the late game, it does really chunk into you. And I believe that that level 13 for the Greymane increases your lunge distance by 60%, so you're able to get away from that all-shell burn. I did also see really quickly, Grubby, and I think you might have said this during the game, Yasu on the Lucio had the second highest hero damage overall, not just on their team, in the entire game. Greymane was 10,000 more, so it was 36,000. Oh, 7,000 more? Oh my god, dear lord. It was a very good game number 1, Grubby, in my opinion. I had a blast casting it. 30k probably had a lot of fun playing at Granite Gaming. I feel like Granite Gaming had a good time with that too, Grubby, though. It's a little bit of a fun composition.
We'll never know because I didn't dare to go into the comms with you. Well, we won't know if it was fun. Some ideas, they seem really fun at first, and maybe you have some merit, and then you try them and it actually wasn't fun. Yeah. I don't know which one it was. They got to play some of the heroes that probably they had been itching to play. They are the big underdog in this series, so it may not have mattered even had they brought their ultimate A game. It's good to cheese when you are the team that has less chances. A few map wins against teams that you would normally 0-3 against because of a cheese can be valuable as the season draws to a close and the points get tallied.
Yeah, the map wins do matter. And speaking of maps, we're ready to let you know where we're going to for map number 2 in the second best of 5 of the day. This is going to be the map choice of 30K, choosing to take us to Sky Temple, meaning that Granit Gaming opted for first pick priority going into this map number 2. Casanova, Sky Temple. Does 30K read? I don't know. What is 30? Not 30K. Excuse me. What does Granit Gaming do here? Do you think they actually meme again? Do you think they that composition was a meme? Okay, I'll say
what
it.
do you want me to say after that game 1? What do you want me to talk about for Granit? Their drafts. We talked about this earlier in the week, right? When we were doing a little prep for this, and I said Granit Gaming's drafts never make any sense to me, and it's like WildHeart's where it's unexpected. I can never expect what they're doing. But with WildHearts, generally, I can piece them together. We're not going to talk about today's drafts, but generally, I can piece together what they have put after the fact. With Granit, I don't get there, right? Like, I look at that draft, and it's like, yes, I can identify the strengths and weaknesses of the draft, but I can't give you a justification for why I ever would have picked those heroes together and actually made that my composition. And I'm hoping that we see something turned around on Sky Temple, but it's up to Granit to just show us, show me, show the community, like, that they have a lot more in the tank than what was just displayed.
You know what's been bothering me? That was what I would call a reckless cheese.
Yeah, fair.
Where you just do it and you haven't covered your bases. Good cheeses actually prevent the easy counter to formulate. And I don't want to say that it was only Lucio, but if you have a good cheese, you make it not look like one immediately. It's the second Rhaegar got picked up that you just know something weird is going to happen. And just even while you're doing a cheese, you should still respect your opponent's strengths. Lucio, for instance. You want to make it look like one thing and make it a clever cheese. And it wasn't it. That's been bothering me the most about the draft. It was a reckless one.
Let's live in this world where Granit's, they've gone to the market, they bought a lot of cheese today. Going into Sky Temple, do you see any sort of potential for, like, and this is a legit question, do you think they could maybe like Juice Pirates this? Like if they intend just to bring a bunch of cheese to CCL and share it with us all, do you think that that's a direction, or do you think Granit says, all right, we had fun in game 1, let's reel it?
Infinity spin. What can happen though is that someone tiptoes on the bottom of the shrine and no one captures it. You don't take damage from the spin. You can be at the edge. So it's not an oppressive spin. It's a blocking spin.
Great Medivh Sonya here, Cass, coming out from the side of 30K. What are your thoughts on the draft unfolding?
I think Medivh's a broken character. So anytime I see a Medivh, I feel like, as long as the team executes on the Medivh well and builds a good comp around it, to shore up his weaknesses like wave clear, which you really only need like one character that can kind of solve that, then you're generally quite good. Get some aggression, people who can utilize the portals quite well. Or this is a map, well, no, not as much as Infernal Shrines, where you can build just a stand your ground composition like we saw earlier from WildHeart. I think you might want a little bit more engage, a little bit more proactivity, or else you can get macroed down. Raynor Malfurion on the other side, this is at least more standard from Granit. Raynor can be good at stopping people from getting into portals and just putting out consistent damage into the Sonya. I liked your note on zone control from Hogger. It's not oppressive, but he does create that kind of like area where it becomes hard to walk through. You added Malfurion to that with the roots, and you have Raynor. We'll see if he goes Hyperion. I mean, Hyperion can be zone control. The Banshees can do a good amount of damage, so we'll just see which route he goes. But overall, there's some good zone control from Granit to play on these temples or to play for bosses, and we'll see if they continue to round out the comp in that fashion.
Well, Good analysis, good breakdown from the first half of our draft as we have a Stukov to close out the last ban. Good bans across the table for both sides. A nice pick, a nice target onto that Stukov from the side of Granit Gaming. Really like the ability and the synergy he would have brought to the table for 30k. What are your thoughts though going into the second half of this, Grubby?
It's got to be May. Stukov has biotic armor, that's why you remove it when you have Raynor. He's also really oppressive against Hager. But I think it's got to be a May normally. They're actually going to keep their pick for now. You don't have to blind Raynor when you kill him. I'm actually feeling Diablo is going to be coming out in the final pick. You've already got Raynor, who's there for camp control and is an okay team fighter, but not as good as Tychus into a Sonya or a Diablo. You're not going to go Raynor and Tychus, right? So Diablo feels pretty free here. So Granit needs something that can deal with this huge deletion of 7-sided. All right. No cleanse. You get Mosh Pit, but no cleanse. And then MyF.
Yeah. I like ETC because I agree with you. This should be a Diablo as the last pick for 30k. You have Diablo Medivh alongside Greymane, Karazim, Sonya. This is a very aggressive, just go forward comp. Normally I would say something like Ethereal could be good, but it's with Medivh. So I want CC, I want Diablo, I want something, bigger like that. Zul is interesting. I think this is fine. I personally think I prefer the Diablo, but this adds more of a wave clear element, more of a rotational ability. I don't think Zul's bad. I personally still prefer the Diablo, but I think Zul is fine. I think ETC was a good answer to Medivh to try and continue to stop the portals and stop this engage. This is Karazim Greymane. This is trying to blow someone up immediately. ETC to bump them off and peel is going to be quite good, and ETC can be slippery on his own, being able to escape with the power slide, use that face melt to continue to try and disengage the best as he can. I like that as a tank pick, but I feel like Granit is in a tough spot where they're playing against a very difficult comp to execute against, and Granit so far has struggled with execution as a whole.
Well, it sounds like you're leaning into 30k on this one here, Casanova.
Yeah, the Zul's a little bit weird.
Dino on the Greymane, Liam on the Sonya, and Yasu on the Karazim. For the side of Granit Gaming, we're going to be looking at Ty on the Raynor, Skoog on the ETC, Ultralisk playing Maev, Swamp Grotto on the Hogger, and Henning on the Malfurion. Grubby, let me get your thoughts on this as we got you in here and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm equally befuddled by the Zul main tank pick. I feel like Diablo could give a better coordination. What I do like about Zul is that he is defensive into Raynor and Maev, giving auto attack slows against both of them who are relevant auto attackers. It's also nifty that Karazim was picked up with Earth Ally, giving a 50 physical armor block against Raynor's shots. It will be difficult for Granit to get some good damage in the mid-game teamfights. Zul is good for AoE wave clear, and Medivh can help portal him back and forth, but I feel like it just lacks a little bit of decisiveness without an aggressive tank. Well, let's see how it plays out. We've got two pretty solid drafts on either side, and it's all to play for.
It's gonna be a very good game. I do agree with you, and I'm excited just to see how things do unfold. That mid game will be interesting from the side of Granit. But this early game control and aggression with the portals, that's the one thing I'm excited for, as well as how quickly Hazuabs can finish out those stacks. If we're comparing to earlier, I believe Buds finished out their stacks at like 5 minutes 30-some seconds in that WildHeart game. So Hazuabs, there you go. It's not like you know that you're racing against WildHeart, but now you are that have decided it. So we'll see how those stacks come together. First objective phase, always going to be standard. It will be in the north and mid position. Second objective phase will always be a single in the bottom. With that knowledge, is it going to be a trade, or is it going to be a little bit of a split from Granit or even 30k to try and control both, Grubby? It's always hard to decide, I feel.
Yeah, we have the quicker bruiser count for Granit, and they're going to try to push with that, try to get that wall down, and then go for the top.
Also to note, Medivh has the Dust of Appearance at level 4, so a little extra vision, a little extra scouting for the side of 30k across the Sky Temple map. And here's going to be ETC, Skoog getting channel, or getting some shots out into this top fort. Sonya defending, Medivh flying around, and in bottom lane it's going to be Hogger versus Zul with really no win to either side. Little damage onto X-Ray, and Swamp Grotto feeling fine down there. It's a good kickoff here for Granit Gaming in this game number 2, Grubby.
Yeah, not bad at all. They're a little bit down on XP, but they're splitting temples. They've got the top fort down. Overall, not too bad. Now a lot of damage on Dino. We have Dino stepping into the root. He tried to get the portal. He will be getting away. Whoa, he was at 19 life.
The easy throw, Dynamite almost finding the easy kill. Yasu tries to double back through Henning, and Henning gets that kill. First blood over to the side of Granit Gaming, with the last shots from mid lane going into Granit Gaming's mid fort. But as you noted, Grubby, it is going to be the top fort going down in favor for Granit Gaming. A portal out from bottom lane, as there might have been a communication from the friendly team that a few players on the side of Granit Gaming have been missing in the rotation, potentially down to bottom.
Some interesting talent picks here, Bahamut. We've got Behemoth Armor for Reyna at level 4. We haven't seen it all that much, even though I believe it's better, but we don't see it much. And then Malfurion going for the damage talent at level 4.
Increases duration by 3 seconds as well, and deals 75% more damage. That is very nice to poke on
auto attacks, right?
On auto attacks as well, yeah. Basic attacks against heroes. Excuse me, I thought it was misread something there. I thought it was just off the Moonfire. So
yeah, so Malf plays a build where he's gonna Moonfire someone and then he's gonna basic attack them for more damage. That is an interesting decision. And it is his favorite hero, Henning said in the player interview that we saw yesterday with Kyle Ferguson. And it did lead so far to a kill. Would have not got the kill probably without that talent, so fair enough. Ultralisk now gonna use the vault to get away and do.
Got to turn off the fucking beeps.
Yeah, same.
Nice one. No camps yet. Just push out bot wave.
I'm walking for shrine now. You guys can probably.
Really, of course, we get into the comms and Raynor dies immediately, but the counter kill into Medivh will reset the stacks for Hazuops, Grubby.
Yeah, they got his stacks reset. He's now the second one to lose his Medivh stacks today, together with Mason Blaze in one of the games. Of course, Hazu lost a few more. I seem to remember that did happen before once to Hazu, but the point is, it's just a small part of the equation. Much bigger here is the structural damage that 30k is doing. Trying to get the best out of losing the boss and getting the top keep wall. Interestingly, the bottom fort is still very much alive, together with Healing Fountain for Granit. And although top keep has been opened up in the wall, there is a big lead for Granit. Experience-wise, equal. Death count low, as is common on Sky Temple. But having a fort extra and getting shots on the bottom keep wall, that is a true win condition. Boss respawns in what, 4+ minutes? So that is roughly when this game could already end if Granit Gaming sees fit to get the boss again. That will be at the 12-minute mark or so. They've been playing a pretty good game, which also shows that it's not complete lack of confidence, the words of Casanova, in picking that first game draft. It was actually something they thought might work, which is even scarier actually when I think about it. But this is a good game.
Yeah, it's a very good game right now. 30k actually, I wouldn't say against the ropes, but they're starting to get cornered a little bit on the Sky Temple map in the aggressive plays from Granit Gaming. As a little camp invade as possible, we have Hazuops floating around this, that Dust of Appearance passively giving extra vision, but it won't be an invade. Siege Giants from the side of 30k are going to be approaching this bottom lane fort. Scoot gets hit with a root, knocks back a few enemy members, and the fight may break out here with Hazuops. Nope, that's a great leap in from Liam. Curse Bolt comes out onto the Hogger, who tries to hog wild away. The Leyline Seal stops them for now. X-Ray steps in, and there's just a root onto Ty as the portal gets out. All the members of 30k, no deaths. Little poke back and forth. Doesn't feel too scary on the side of Granit Gaming.
Yeah, really solid disengage. Both Skog and Swamp Grotto were in big trouble. But the Tranquility from Henning, that 10 armor, really saving there. And the fact that Swamp Grotto hit Hog Wild so quickly, Leyline Seal notwithstanding. So everyone back to safety. Little update there on the stacks. Not just Medivh is struggling with it. Ty only has 7 stacks on Behemoth Armor. Luckily, it has a passive advantage, just like Master Assassin, and a better one. 200 bonus health. And he's worked for another 35 bonus health with those stacks, for a grand total of 235 bonus HP.
Might save you from a little burst from a Sonya Slam. I'm not 100% sure on that one. Probably actually won't, because Sonya Slam's probably pushing near the 300 mark at this point. Right now, Sonya is on that top lane Temple. is able to get a few shots on this bottom lane fort, but you're taking a bottom lane fort for a bottom lane keep. It's not a 30k trade that you want, so 30k moves for this Bruiser Cam through top lane. Grubby, it almost feels like 30k is consistently trying to set up a win condition through the top lane.
Yep, very solid. Of course, bottom keep is down. Remember that boss is going to be coming back, but there's probably enough power here on the side of 30k to really... I mean, they've got Portal for disengage, right? Like, Dino must feel supremely safe here, but the Portal is early by HeroesHearth, and they lose their cool, and the temple shots are gone. Bruiser Camp has been dealt with. A sublime defense by Granit.
Oh, ETC was slowing the rotation out from this. I thought there might have been a 7-sided strike and blow up onto him, but 7-sided held, Leap is held. Boss, as you were noting, is up in less than 60 seconds. We'll see this, I would say maybe fight over the boss. Zool hits a root onto Skoog, who tries to power slide away a little bit. Curse Bullet won't connect this time. 30-second cooldown onto that heroic. Dino still poking out onto Ultralisk, who does throw the Spirit of Vengeance back, but doesn't proc it.
I love that Dino is focusing, like you said, all that damage on Ultralisk in particular. The way that Malfurion's healing works, he heals very few over time when he has no PvP contact. And when he heals everyone equally. So putting all your damage on Ultralisk was actually preventing Ultralisk to be active. Not one shot on the ETC. Good play by Dino, a sublime backline damage deal player, as Granit Gaming gets the siege camp. And a small experience advantage has been eked out by 30k across this, despite being down a keep and having catapult pressure against them.
Medivh's floating around near boss quite a bit, or maybe just on the players that would be good at grabbing boss. Sonya's up in this bush that Medivh's giving scouted vision for, so I was a little nervous for Sonya, but then I was like, oh, you know, Medivh's in bird form, he's flying above the enemy team, so Sonya easily able to rotate out of that, but now Medivh floating around the boss. No one on the side of 30k, I believe, showed in the rotation. I'm actually jumping on the vision of Skoog. Yes, no one on the side of 30k showed in this rotation, so this is just a guess from the side of Granit Gaming that 30k is on this boss. Oh, wow, no, literally, this is going to be grabbed before Skoog can even make the power slide in.
Yep, I think he never wanted to.
That's fair.
Wow, 7-sided.
Yeah, that's too. Just
I
like
think
ETC... If you step in, I got a bunch of punchies for you.
yeah, exactly. I mean, who has the better boss control? There's nothing on the side. Like, what, Face Melt is going to get the boss? Not against cleansing punches from Karazim. Like, someone is not going to get pushed back. Leyline will steal it. So, Granit can only get the boss if they get kills.
That would make sense. That absolutely makes sense. Sonya split off to grab the temple through mid lane. Greymane going into top lane to grab more experience and push towards 20 talent tier. Hazuab's on the Medivh at 5 stacks baseline. Still 7 stacks on the Rainers. There's a power slide through onto X-Ray, who pops their bone armor. There's going to be a pull from Ultralisk. Moshpit comes out, but X-Ray avoids it. There's a leyline seal from Medivh to buy a little bit of time. Leap in from the Sonya just as the leyline seal, and Skoog is going to take too much damage. Will go down. Greymane finding that kill. Hyperion out from the Rainer. Bit of a bop around from that Warden's Cage. The portal, you'll get Yasuo out as the Hyperion still dumping damage into the enemy team, and Ultralisk gets 1 Fan of Knives reset.
Honestly, Ultralisk has been doing good damage. 25,000 hero damage, 0 deaths, puts Ultralisk at the top of hero damage. We had a very desperate scramble for Granit to get a little bit of value out of this mid-temple, and it seems like they got just as much as they were allowed to. Despite losing ETC, they still managed to steal a few shots, kill a tower, and keep their own keep more alive. It's only got 5% damage now, despite losing ETC. Actually, Granit now has the end stretch inside, where they can have a 20-20 fight with superior structures. I'm so surprised Hager is spinning in here to his own death. I think that's the one mistake Granit was not allowed to make.
That was insanely risky. Isn't even the right word. I was trying to like just look in my brain, just find a better word for it, but it was just.
You know the word. You don't want to say it. Insanely inty. Hager can do that when you're against the mage comp. Pummel will do so much reduction, but oh, nice cleanse there by Henning on Ty. Did Liam
No, Liam's fine. The face melt was actually pretty good there. Nice use of the Vault of the Warden from Ultralisk to avoid the Bone Prison. The Skeletal Mages are thrown out. Ultralisk still chasing in. Fan and Knife reset after Fan and Knife reset forces the Leyline Seal with the Medivh cheats for the full disengage. But the nice thing for Hazuabs, it's not the fact that he finished those stacks, it's that level 16, that Temporal Flux for cooldown reduction on your Heroic as you hit, it's like 3% per autos into heroes and 9% if you hit an Arcane Flare, excuse me, or not Arcane Flare, your Arcane Rift into an enemy hero. Thank you, yes.
So what did that actually cost them, the Hogger deaths? Not too much. I'm very surprised that the top keep is still standing. Granted, actually, Ultralisk is such a sick player because every time they're 4v5 and Ultralisk is moving forward, not back, levels down, talents down, and doing so much damage that it forces nice one there by Granit. Oh, the leap!
Big leap. There's also going to be a pick onto Henning. A lot of damage goes out onto Sonya. She's not able to get her Ignore Pain off in time. Skoog has literally no health. Yasu wants the punches, will be able to get them. It's a 2-for-1. Spirit of Vengeance not utilized, and that'll be Maev running through the bottom lane, but they should be caught off, or they're going to be, yeah, this is Hazuabs maybe. Oh!
That was so sick.
That was very, very good, but the question that I posed to you, Grubby, no, I don't think Double Temple doesn't end the game, does it? No.
No, it doesn't, but it does get 2, if not 3 keeps, if 30k is in full control of it. They shouldn't be, though. Maev is alive.
So Sonya, it's 4 versus 3. Mid lane keep will go down. Hogger already on the top. Zul grabbing a camp from the left-hand side. Yasu actually leaves the mid, rotates to top, and we have the Benny Hill music playing in the background with Granit Gaming rotating off the top and just going into wave clear.
Why? They're really just hardcore waiting. They're expecting, because they don't have Watchtower and it's 3v4, they're hardcore waiting and giving both temples. Those 2 keeps would have always gone down to either temple. Giving both, though, gets their 3rd keep killed. This is like Granit accepting that it's all going to be down to a single team fight anyway, which I'm not sure that's true. This is a very passive, safe play. They're going to try to put everything on this team fight. It's the Shockwave, it's the Maev pull, but X-Ray, where did you get that boost of movement speed from? Quicksilver.
Maybe? From,
Karazim Quicksilver? Yeah,
maybe. Yeah. Because I was unsure. Like you said, I started looking at Karazim Towns, and I was like, was Karazim around? I think he was. So, wow, 30% will still fall off the core of Granit Gaming. But look at this right now, Skoog and team. I think both sides, 30k and Granit Gaming, both know this boss is a win condition for either side or a lose condition.
Yeah. Like, can they get boss? There's no death metal in ETC, and we have core pressure by 30k. Like, if there is a boss attempt by Granit, they're just gonna go core with Sonya Karazim.
Yeah, I'm seeing that setup. Or is there a dive onto Hogger who uses the Hog Wild? No. Okay. So yeah, they showed, and now there is the big retreat from 30k. Granit Gaming shouldn't be able to intercept.
And they go for the boss. They've created enough space, they feel like, but it was an option. They're willing to give the option up because Ultralisk is so near on Maev. Leyline steal anyone?
I'm looking, I keep swapping between Vision. I'm just looking at the Karazim Sonya who are playing within the Vision on the map, but that top lane camp was grabbed, so there is pressure up there. Sonya does show in the top lane to ETC, so does the Karazim just now, so that's why we're seeing the invade onto this camp on the bottom left. But look at this going
core time. Core time. And you know what? Hasu up to Medivh is there to stop backs.
Will he be able to get these back stops?
Catapult stopped it!
Oh my god, the catapult is actually OP, but Sonya and Karazim, they back off of this. Because they know that temple could end.
Yeah, and now it's double temple and boss. This is an impossible situation for Granit. They need to start running at 30k and saying foul words. X-ray.
30k though? Yeah, 30k is trying to disengage as best they can. Oh, that'll be a pick onto...
Core
Stacks.
moment!
Stacks going down. but Core on the right-hand side, Yasu trying to punch his way through this. We've got Sonya on the temple on the top. MyEv and ETC aren't hearthing back. They're actually rotating to top lane. We have Greymane on Core as well. Shots are still firing out from top lane. It doesn't matter if Dino and Yasu go down because Sonya finishes out the game through top, or it was Greymane and Karazim. Either way, the members of 30K clutched that game number 2 on Sky Temple. Grubby, it got hairy towards the end. Like, Granite could have actually won out that game if a few pieces moved a little differently in that last few minutes, I feel.
Well, it was a little awkward that Hazelobs missed his leyline seal on everyone, even though he has Medivh cheats. But at the end of the day, they had put themselves in an unlosable position. Great play by 30K. Constantly having the Karazim and someone, either Sonya or Greymane, threatening a core, and then also putting someone on temple. It is impermissible to throw away a lead that big when double tempo comes if you are 30K. And they did not make any rookie mistakes there. Losing 1 or 2 didn't matter. They had spread themselves wide. You know what? If Zul and Medivh don't die because they're not being pressured, then they are the ones that go to bottom temple. It was an impossible situation for Granite. Well played, 30K.
I want to get your thoughts on this as well, Casanova. Break it on down for us. Was it just that easy for 30K, or were there a lot more moving factors?
No, actually, I was pretty impressed with Granite this game. I think as a whole, they played pretty well, especially Ultralisk on that MyEv. He was creating plays left and right. He was turning around 4v5s. He was landing his resets. He did so much damage in that game. I don't even think he died. Really exceptional, Jesus, play from Ultralisk on that MyEv, and I think he just needs to continue to be the catalyst for that team, that they draft around him and continue to find ways to enable this player, because they had a lot of good moments in this game throughout, finding good catches, finding good picks, playing good on the macro to get that first keep of the game. And then at the end, they almost, in what Grubby is saying and what is an impossible scenario, almost found a way back in by finding those 2 picks. They just needed to be able to collapse a little bit quicker. I mean, it was essentially impossible, right? Because it's the 2 temples plus people going core. It becomes really, really difficult. But they almost pulled it off. They tried to find their way back in. They gave themselves the best shot they could have in that impossible scenario. I think this is a lot better from Granite, and I hope that they continue to scale as this series goes on, and we maybe have an even better Game 3.
We'll have to see what's going to happen for Game 3, but before we do that, we're going to take a short break. We're going to stretch our legs, let these players get some water, and we'll be coming back with game number 3 of Granit Gaming versus 30K. In that break, I highly encourage you all to hit ! prize pool in Twitch chat. That'll get you a link over to the custom Matcherino page. And I got to thank you all at home once again for donating $9,105. That is a lot to this prize pool, and so thank you all again once again. Thank you all once again for supporting HeroesCCL. We'll be right back with game number 3. Will 30K close it out, or will Granit Gaming take us to a game 4? We'll find out in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to HeroesCCL, ladies and gentlemen. We're here in what could be the final game of the day. My name is Bahamut. I am joined by Grubby and Casanova, and just want to kind of just get a check on both of you in this series. Expectations met? Are you, or even just, are you having a blast with the series? Because I know I am. I got a Cho'Gall today, and I got an Asmodean, so I'm happy, Grubby.
Yeah, well, I didn't expect Granit to win a map. That sounds really like Spartan and Merciless, but it really isn't. They're good. 30k is just really, really good. And that's like 2 release more. And I think Granit did play well in game number 2. And of all the things I think that are worth saying, Ultralisk really impressed. I think this team with 5 Ultralisks would have won many games. And he's just like, he almost looks too good here. If the rest of the team can play near his level, like, they will win some maps against teams like 30k.
What are your thoughts here, Casanova, in the series so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Grubby where I didn't expect Granit to win a map, but this map 2 was promising for Granit as the team as a whole. I think, against 30k on Sky Temple, 30k played the map spectacularly. They set up a checkmate to end the game. But even despite 30k playing extremely well, Granit was matching them step by step for most of the game. And it just came down to a few small mistakes and faltering that 30k capitalized on that made the difference. So if Granit can shore up their late game and make sure to eliminate some of these big mistakes that ended up costing them in the long run, their early game macro was looking fine. They were playing a lot of the early game solid. They were looking for picks. They were finding executions off of Ultralisk, finding turnarounds on overextensions from 30k. I think there's a lot of good things that we're going for Granit. And as we go into game 3, if they can continue those and eliminate some of the late game missteps, they might be able to actually even take a game. I wouldn't predict that they will. I still expect the 3-0, but I wouldn't see it as an impossibility. I don't think Granit is so far behind 30k that they can't win. I think they have the tools, they have the players, they have a lot of skill on this roster, and they just need to get it all together and make it work.
I agree with you, absolutely. And let's go find out where we're going to for map number 3. And that might actually have a little help for Granit or for 30k. It's going to be the map choice of 30k, as Granit has opted for first pick priority on that losing side. 30k choosing to take us to Cursed Hollow, a large map, a lot of macro. We saw good macro out from 30k in the last game. And Grubby, we saw really good responses from Granit Gaming as well in those macro situations, though we're going to a map where there's no temple to end game. There are lots of camps, there's bosses that can end game, but is this a map where we could actually see Granit, as Casanova was saying, maybe start to really bring not better fights, but more impactful and scarier moments to 30k, or will it be 30k just continuing to control this series?
It could go both ways. After game 1, it could only go one way. But with game number 2, Granit showed that they can play at this level, that they are able to defend and hold off 30k's attacks. And Granit did a really, really good job. Until the very last 2 minutes, it looked like it could go in any direction. So absolutely, Granit has a chance here. And let's see how they start playing it out. They have to worry about many 30k weapons, including Greymane pushes, Medivh, and then of course also Sergeant Hammer, Bama the Hammer.
And the Lost Vikings too. I believe Hazuabs has a Lost Vikings in their repertoire of heroes. It's a scary map from what we've seen from 30k in the past. It's not so scary from Granit because we just don't have enough information, and I don't know if I don't think Granit's played on Cursed Hollow just yet this season. I'd have to double check my stats on that one, which I can do in a little bit here. But as we're unfolding things, Casanova, do you lean away? Do you lean into globals? Do you go for macro? Like, what's your kind of draft style for this map, for even just yourself?
I mean, I like to go for globals. I like kind of guerrilla warfare. I like Abathur. I like being able to play things like Abathur and Zeratul and Tyrael and even Genji on this map. I think can find good spots where you can continue to stall tribs, and you want to play that alongside characters that can macro or push very well, so you can keep stalling tribs and play to pick your fights while controlling the map and the mercenary camps. I'm curious if we'll actually see the Kerrigan ban maintained on Cursed Hollow. I actually think Kerrigan can play quite well on Cursed Hollow with a kill composition, so it is a map you don't think she would be very good on, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Granit still go in that direction if they want to continue to put the eggs into the Kerrigan basket. And now this is the first time that it is up and available, so we may see Granit go in that direction. Maiev is a similar style of play, so when I was talking about a style, the fact that they went Maiev last game is more towards that Kerrigan style of play than anything else that they could have done, and Ultralisk popped off on the Maiev. I thought the Maiev was a strong point of the team, so I would like to see them continue to play this style if this is their comfort, but just make sure that you're drafting it in a way that you're not opening yourself up to too many counter picks.
First pick's gonna come through. It will be the Brightwing. Is there any cheeky world we live in, Grubby, where 30k takes the Kerrigan away, or do you feel like it's not even worth considering as like a steal pick?
I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think we're at that point yet. I think more likely to see something like Anubarak Stukov coming out.
Oh,
Anubarak, the anti-mage, Stukov, the anti-physical. It's just a solid start to open things up with. No, it's going to be Hager and Chromie. So we have Chromie and Chromie's counter in Hager. I feel like he counters her really well with the pommel and the deep engage. I really didn't expect to see this come out.
I like this a lot from 30k. It's great picks for the map as well. Hager's able to solo both of or pretty much any camp that isn't a boss, but also Chromie's poke potential is massive. Time stop is good. You've also got armor buffs and debuffs from that one, as we have a Tyrael coming through. In the past, Tyrael's a little on the kind of, for me at least, we've seen some, like, it's two ends. Like, I don't feel like we have a middle on Tyrael. Like, it's either like really, really good sanctification, speed boost, shielding, all the stuff, and then there's just lackluster Tyrael. Like, I don't feel like we have like a mid ground. It's either amazing or it's just kind of eh. And I don't know if you feel that same way, Casanova. It's just he feels.
I wonder if Kerrigan gets banned. No? Okay, so it's false dad. So they're getting rid of. I wonder if there still is a Kerrigan potential, because it pairs well with the Tyrael and the Brightwing. I know we see a melee already with Sonya, but I think that's okay. It's just additional follow-up, and it's an offlaner. I'm not like, I don't want to tunnel too hard onto Granit picking Kerrigan. I know they like it a lot.
Sure.
Cursed Hollow isn't like her best map, but it's fine. And when I see Tyrael, I do think of Kerrigan a lot because they do pair well together. I also wonder if either team's going to just pick up a Greymane. I think Greymane is great with the Tyrael as well. It's very good on this map in doing mercenaries. It's very good at taking bosses. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. I know Liam likes Hager. I think he's good on the mercenary camps as well. Grubby was pointing out that you're also taking the counter to the Chromie that you just selected, so I think that the combination of the two makes a lot of sense. I like Granit's start for Cursed Hollow. I really like Tyrael. I really like Brightwing on this map. I think Sonya's fine. It can do mercenaries. It can offlane. I really want to see where they go with this, because I think Kerrigan is a potential. I also think Greymane is very good. And there's the Anubarak that Grubby was talking about. They don't pair it with Stukov. Instead, they do Tyrande. I would have liked the Stukov into the Tyrael a lot personally, but what are you thinking of the Tyrande, Grubby?
It seems like this is to prevent themselves getting surprised. I think she gets picked up here as a vision, vision creation support. Like, that's the unique thing here. Like, they're gonna try to prevent getting blown up by what could be a Sulfurous judgment all in.
Okay.
The other thing.
Didn't we see this before from Granit?
Have they done this?
Feel like that's a yes. I'd have to tab out for a hot second here and look. I'm just trying to skim quickly.
Alterac Pass.
Yep.
Falstad Hinterlands, Sonya Leap, Tyrael Judgment, Ragnar Sulfurous Smash, and it was with Uther.
Okay.
Yep.
Against Storm and okay. Well, there's the counter engage tool, Blaze with Bunker, though it has a bit of a delay.
I'm going to bluntly give this over to 30k. I think there's just way too much CC. I think the burst potential is way too high, and they're riding a great momentum, and they have good control. Casanova, what are your thoughts on the draft? Who do you think is going to win this one on Cursed Hollow?
So I think Granit's comp is cool. I think Genji, Tyrael, and Brightwing are all very strong on this map. You can stall out Tribs, and then they're setting up for a combo to then pick their engages once they've macroed with the Sonya and the Ragnaros. They'll then rotate. And once they've finished stalling, they will find a pick trying to force like 4v5s and 3v5s, like trying to find good numbers advantage fights. I understand what they're doing with this comp, and for me, that does make me happy from Granit. I do think 30k is going to do a good job of playing around their bunker and utilizing the Tyrande to try and keep everyone else alive to the judgment. She's going to have to play very smart, very safe, so that she's not the ire of the Tyrael. But I think that 30k has the skill to play around this. I don't think they're going to fall to this composition necessarily. I think they have all the tools that they need to not. And I'm going to still give it to 30k, but I like this Granite composition. I like what they're trying to do, and I hope they pop off.
We'll have to see what happens here in game number 3. Casanova, we'll see you at the end of the game. Thank you for your breakdown. As on the left-hand side, we're seeing 30k in the blue. Anubarak played by X-Ray, Hazuabs on the Chromie, Yasu on the Tyrande, Liam on the Hogger, Dino playing that Blaze. For the right-hand side, we're looking at Granit Gaming trying to win a map through Cursed Hollow. Skoog on the Tyrael, Ultralis playing the Ragnaros, Henning on the Brightwing, Ty on the Genji, and Swamp Grotto on the Sonya. Grubby, we haven't heard from you in a little bit. I want to get your thoughts and your take on these two drafts.
I think this might be the first Tyrande solo heal we see in CCL. I'm not super confident on it, but I do remember double support Tyrande. And then he goes for Owl build as well at level 1. So what this does is it can shrink 2 players as they jump in. You hit him with the Ranger Sentinel that at level 13 shrinks people. They are slow and they deal less damage. That is pretty cool to hit into a Judge Material and Genji jumping in. Or is it Sonya with Leap? Here's the thing I'm hoping the most.
Okay.
That Granit doesn't take all the YOLO heroic abilities. I feel like that was partially their downfall on Alterac. Taking Judgment and Leap feels like overkill. Take one or the other. You either...
Okay.
Yeah.
No, please, yeah. Break it on
You
down.
either give movement speed to your team and then Judgment in so that they can walk through the smite and they can come in with the Wrath of the Berserker Spear and Wrath Slam. Or you Sanctify and then allow Sonya to leap into the Sanctification and Genji with Dragon Blade. So I really don't think you need both engages, and I feel like that's what they did wrong last time. I would love to see them actually heal this Sonya. But I would love to see fix that if they consider that to be an issue as well. I don't know how their post-mortem was after that game.
That's why I was kind of like humming into your conversation, because I was just like, yeah, I absolutely agree. I don't think you need just CC and CC and CC. Like, if you're gonna go Sulfur Smash, you just need one of those two, Leap or Judgment. The other, I would actually say Sanctification would be so useful just to be able to kind of have a panic button save. And even, dare I say, you can use Sanctification to steal away a boss maybe or something. So there's, I feel
Holy
like
Ground,
exactly, Holy Ground, Sank. There's a lot of utility, and I would lean into like Leap, Sulfur Smash maybe. I also kind of like the Lava Wave for a little map control if things start to go sideways for Granit Gaming in their macro, but we have to see how things unfold, because we're only at level 5 on both these sides, with our first objective being announced in the bottom of the map. And I do also like, you were mentioning that Harsh Moonlight at level 13 for the Tyrande. I think that's a big factor in the late game team fight for 30k. I think it's a big bolster in damage. But the other factor too, you're saying solo heal Tyrande. The nice thing about it is there's so much chain CC from her and higher burst potential with that Huntress Mark onto an enemy hero. So the Nubrak goes in burrows, Huntress Mark, Lunar Flare, Blaze maybe comes in with a Jet Propulsion. You got Hogger with maybe not displacement, a Staggering Blow, or even a Shockwave. It's just a lot to be used on the side of 30k, and we'll have to see, as I said, as everything unfolds in the game. First objective in the bottom lane.
This is untakeable for Granit. With Chromie there, really hard to get the jump on her. So Granit is looking to stall as much as they can, and they have a solo Sonya top. I haven't given my full thoughts on the draft yet, by the way. I've speculated on the abilities. Oh my god.
Oh, please, yeah.
Lol. All right, I changed my mind. No, I just wanted to say I really like Granit's draft. I think it has full potential to get the W here, as long as they pick the heroics right.
What are you making of the Genji build? It's some spell armor as well in there. I don't feel like I see Cyber Shield. Agile dismount every so often, but I don't feel like I ever see Cyber Shield at all.
I love it, yeah. We almost never see it. It's almost always damage taken becomes shields. Nice spell armor there by Brightwing. It was just enough. They're going to go with the turnaround play, but they're unable to get Hazuabs. I like it. He's got the level 1 jump CDR. So when he walks up mounted and jumps in, he has a jump cooldown of 6 seconds. So you jump in with the D, which has great range. You have 50% spell armor, and then you can do that again 6 seconds later. And it's almost all spell damage on the side of 30k. So I really love it. I'm expecting Tai to be much more survivable than we are used to.
That was the one thing I noticed. I was just like, wow, that spell armor's a nice adaptation for the Genji, just to be able to, well, be more in your face or in the face of Hazuabs. Realistically, anyone on the side of 30k. This is a bottom lane objective still being stalled out. Sentinel comes through the mid lane. Dino backs off. Tai gets a swift strike into Dino, but won't be able to get a kill, while Dino heals up through their own from their own flame stream. But it is going to be first objective over to the side of 30k with a Sentinel over to the camp that was grabbed by the Ragnaros. And Hogger goes up into top lane, up against the Sonya. Little experience advantage to the side of 30k in the end. Not by much, but a little bit.
And just tallying where that came from, we have about 3% more minion XP by 30k.
Really?
And they have the hero kill with 550 hero XP. That's where it came from. The smallest of leads.
Shadowstalk from the Tyrande, so there's going to be a little burst healing, as well as a potential setup for some sneaky plays into the enemy side, or maybe some even bush ganks. Hogger did go into the Hortipulse, Cocoon, pretty standard across the board. The only thing is just, I was curious, do we get Starfall or Shadows Walk? Oh, what happened?
Leap and Judgment. Again, no Sanct. Without
and an
Sanct,
X-Strike.
how can you go through Slowing Sands? I feel like it's so much better. Of course, why not Sanct? It has a wind up. Anubarak, Cocoon, Burrow Charge, Impale, Shockwave, Hortipulse. There's a lot of interrupts. But still, if played well, can't you? Can't you though? Can Henning polymorph Chromie to prevent the blow up?
I'm sitting, yeah, that's what I was sitting here like, oh my god, Shadowstalk cancels Judgment.
Oh my god.
Makes sense logically. But the turnaround into Genji, second kill over the side of 30k.
Shadowstalk canceling Judgment.
Yep. I honest to God, like, it makes sense when I say it, but I learned today. Like, I won't lie about it. I didn't know.
Another reason why he should have gone Sanct. In comes Brightwing. Another Judgment comes in. There's a Sephora Smash, and that's Tyrande blown up. I knew it. Bunker isn't going to be on time. I knew it.
Bunker has a little bit of poke for the objective phase. The Sulfurous, excuse me, my lord, I can't think, what is Ragnaros's Molten Core form?
Molten Core.
Thank you. Yeah, I could not think of it, but that was poking things out. Does turn around the objective phase, and a kill over for Granit Gaming. Maybe are we not stuck, but are we really right about this, Grubby? Is the Judgment Leap Sulfur Smash, is it actually good? Was it just that one game that on Alterac that it just didn't work? I don't know.
Well, to be fair, in that game, right, it was against Deckard. There was also no cleanse. So you would think that having all these layered CCs is good, but it didn't work. It was a very well-playing Storm Esports. And now again with Tyrande, for a long time there is no cleanse. She does have some form of cleanse at level 16. Oh, there's the leap. Judgment isn't back yet. Here's budget Judgment with leap. Hey, you know what? Maybe they are onto something. Maybe you're right. Maybe we are selling this short. Of course, question mark. Blaze coming in with the check here against the high aggression comp from Granit. Should you really scout it? You kind of know they're doing it.
He scouted and stayed around. That was the confusing part to me. Like I was watching. I was like, the entire team of 30k wasn't rotating up from the boss and bottom. It just that was a confusing play to me. But either way. Our third objective phase is up and available on the top left of the map. Chromie can poke out into this. Boss is pushing in through top. Boss pushing in through bottom. That's being managed by Sonya. Ragnaros taking care of that mid lane wave that was pushed up. So 30k gets the Cocoon onto Brightwing, slowing Sands a little bit underneath there. Liam going to maybe try and pop them in. There's the Judgment onto the backline. The Shadowstalk will not be able to cancel it. There is the bunker from Dino this time. Yasuo trying to work their way out. Sapphire Smash will connect onto Yasuo. Shifting Meteor will be able to cook the Tyrande, but Hogger chases down a Brightwing. It's a 1-for-1, Grubby. Oh, Tai.
Oh, Tai, so close. If the spin is good! If the spin is good! It very nearly was.
Ooh. almost a perfect spin, but a staggering blow into the wall into Swamp Grotto isn't enough, and X-Ray misses the impale, misses any sort of damage. Swamp Grotto running for their life. Jet Propulsion will be shy. There's the burrow charge, and a snipe onto the Sonya, staggering out of death just as Brightwing comes back.
Oh yeah, and did he have phase shift available? He did, so he very nearly survived with some pretty good dodging. Nice job by Swamp Grotto, but good job by 30k running him down like the barbarian he is. She is, Sonya? Anyway, pretty cool fight so far. We have 2 tributes for 30k. The next tribute is going to be center top. An auspicious place leading to an even fight. Not really any positional advantage for either side.
Want to just quickly note, both of the bosses are about 3 minutes off. There's actually a 6-second difference between the 2 bosses, so that'll be up around 13 minutes into the game for anyone that is wondering. Both of those bosses, top right, bottom left. But here's a curse, or excuse me, here is a tribute that could go over to the side of 30k. I feel like Molten Core was used a little early there.
Yep.
16 talents here will trickle in.
He was afraid.
Okay.
He was afraid he was gonna get dove. That's
really?
why he did it. So it's the pressure of 30k that made him make it. A mistake, yes. Maybe not entirely unforced. But I agree with you. That's super early. Because now he doesn't have the long-range Sephora Smash.
All the heroics are off cooldown. A new Brat going for the channel. Assist pings coming out. Henning has one of those arcane flares to poke at the Nubrak. Actually, did go into Dream Shot at level 4 for that increased range. So Henning able to stall things out. Druin's Might in from Skoog. Jet Propulsion from Dino to force back the Swamp Grotto. And actually, a Nubrak leaves. Maybe going to try and force a fight into this Ragnaros on top. But actually, Swamp Grotto gets hit with a little bit of a spin. Gets the phase shift from Henning.
Horda pulled out.
Mm-hmm.
He was that scared. He knew he had no more Hog Wild. There's the 50% spell armor for 4 seconds. He's gonna have it again in 2 seconds from now, if he wants to.
Judgment. Sapphire Smash. X-Ray, Burrow charges away. He's actually fine for now, and the members of the 30k are the one who are actually needing an ambulance as Liam comes in for the flank. But I can't believe it. Grubby, Granit Gaming are going to run away with the sliver of life, except for Ultralisk. Ultralisk did get hit with the cocoon, but I can't believe how many members of Granite lived right there. Oh my god, the bounces are good. The curse comes out. Great turnaround bounce from Liam. Doesn't get the staggering blow, but X-Ray comes through with the chain CC, and Genji can't get away from that one. Henning getting chased on the bottom right of our screen from Dino and Yasu, but there's a blink heal over the wall, and Henning is okay.
Yeah, he is okay for now. Swamp Grotto gets the spell armor and will be saved by Henning. Siege Cap is actually big time freezing bottom curse value, so Granite has that going at least. They also have pretty short cooldowns. Oh, the big play into the keep wall. Can Henning get away? He's gonna get shot once by Dragon Breath, dodging a lot of other stuff. Nice escape. This is a deep dive. Oh my god, Molten Core should be up available again. Tyrael with Judgment is coming back. There's a leap. Oh, is this a big mistake by 30k?
I can't believe X-Ray walked out of that one, but Tyranda's gonna get smashed with the Sulfurous Smash. So much was used onto X-Ray. X-Ray was tanking core shots there, Grubby, and was able to burrow away from the Judgment, the leap, the extra, just so much. X-Ray was 1 HP, literally Yasu saying right now. And of course, you know, he's complaining because he was the actual target.
Yasu is like, X-Ray is 1 HP, at least use the first on him. Come on, he's the target again. Okay. But here we have a Holy Ground boss attack. As you said, 6 seconds delay between the 2 bosses. Granite going for it. You can't do this. This feels illegal.
Phase shift from Brightwing has that peekaboo value, and Nubrak is gonna get chunked. X-Ray. Ooh,
How?
X-Ray looked.
How does X-Ray have such a guardian angel on his shoulder every time?
I believe their name is Yasu.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry. So boss and bottom will be grabbed for Granite Gaming, and I feel like Granite just goes top and grabs secondary boss, and this is 30k just clearing up the lanes until then. Yeah,
they're just gonna use it to get the second boss. They really need to deal with that top wave. Slow response, boys. They just have a bit of a buffer still. I guess Ultralisk can just do a blast wave on one of the minions. Now he's gonna cast it on himself. And they will continue with the boss. It's Half-Life given over by 30k as they recognize they've got the weaker boss control. and they still have the buffer of their own fort. What are they playing for? Level 20 rewind?
Shadowstalk is what is the Shadowstalk upgrade? I'm
Reveal all enemies all over the map. That's pretty sick.
That is pretty good as well. Is there a 20 Sentinel for talent for Toronto? I honestly don't remember.
Nope.
No, I didn't think so.
She has every 8th auto attack is a Lunar Flare, Shadowstalk reveals enemies, and maybe heal for more or something. And then she has a Ice Blade arrows. When you auto attack people, you keep auto attacking faster and faster and reducing enemy damage dealt. There's no way she can get value out of that. It's gonna be the vision thing. Meanwhile, Granit furiously, quickly doing these quick rotations to mid, trying to get a bit of fort damage, but they're not built for sustain. They're built for blow up, so it's not easy to just meander into Blaze.
Blaze tries to actually push into the enemy team's face. Ty comes through. Oh my god, with the Swift Strike, and Blaze. Blaze is gonna go ahead and just hang out on the ground for the next 55 seconds. Death timers are quite long. Ty looking to jump into the back line, but 30k are going to respect the enemy team. Ty jumps in for the siege through mid lane as Hogger actually pushing out the top lane, trying to soak up, because that experience gap is a little in favor for Granit Gaming. Not a curse, but will be nice stall for now with the Sentinel.
A few fun facts. Tyrande is currently top hero damage, shared with Sonya and Ragnaros.
I'm sorry, what?
She's the highest on her team with a lead of 20% over Chromie. Blaze is actually second. I guess Owls is a lot of fake damage spam, right?
That is true.
But it proves that Granit is making really short team fights.
I want to bring up the fact that we have Angel of Justice. So
But
that is basically your screen. For anyone that wants to know the range increase, like if you're playing Heroes of the Storm Standard, because we're currently in the Observer Zoom second mode, so we're a little bit further out. But if we're in the standard player vision, that is your entire screen. So if you can see someone on your screen in your Tyrael, you can press R on them. The other thing to note too, it is going to be the Trader King for the Anurak. We're seeing more and more Trader King, Grubby.
Yeah, and I think it's mostly X-Ray rocking that.
Lauber as well.
He has Lauber as well, okay. Oh, that's true. So, I picked it recently as well. It was quite key to stay alive. There's just many fights, it's hard to believe, but there's many fights where you burrow charge in, you impale, you rewind, and you don't even get your second round of abilities.
Yeah.
Because of the delay. Dino jumping in with the big stun here. Chromie in a good position. We have Ty jumping over the wall, but it's more of a bait.
Shadowstalk was used by the Tyrande as well. Cocoon onto this Tyrael. He's going to try and get himself out of there. The follow-up CC from Blaze will be available. We do have Hogger actually going down. Anubrak trying to find a counter kill. Heading able to save this right now. Ty in the backline harassing on this Genji. Molten Core used by Ragnaros. Not going to be able to get the swipe, but has poke damage and did go for the oh my god. The X-Strike coming through from Genji will find the kill into Tyrande. Judgment is going to be time stopped by Hazuabs. Svangrata has literally no health. Goes down to Hazuabs. What the? Wait, what is this turnaround? Oh no, it's not a turnaround. I thought that 30k was turning this fight around, but no, Genji gets the kill into the Chromie. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of Granit Gaming. Can Granit go core off this? No, they can't.
Let's see, bosses are up in... Bottom bosses are up in 35 seconds. So you stall this curse a bit, or you don't stall, you just take it. You start working on the keep wall, you work on the keep, then you go boss and you try to win off of that. I think that's the win condition for Granit, and they're working on that. By the way, that fight was bonkers. I was as confused as you were. Ragnaros still had to come out of the Molten Core to start to join his team. Sonya was so low. Oh, they're gonna go with another Angel of Justice. Nice burrow charge away. We have an unstoppable Blaze in the middle of everyone. Pyromania, heat treatment, going ham.
30k is defending this bottom lane keep really well. The Anubrak is going to find the Cocoon onto this Genji, but he gets the X-Strike out, and it will connect onto the Blaze, but the Brightwing Genji go down. Scoop with 23. Like 2 HP is going to be able to leave. Ultralisk gets the double blast wave with the Echo coming through, but the snipe! The Owl gets the snipe, Grubby!
Get out of here!
That
Owl's not supposed to get significant kills.
Exclamation point Owl in chat. That's a good one right there, as we are going to see the boss through bottom lane go over to the side of 30k. 30k will lose their top lane keep to the minion wave, but I think 30k is A-okay with that trade. 3 kills, a Blaze, a boss, and the game continues. Grubby, it is it's a sweaty game right now. Like, I don't think 30K feels comfortable on this map. Like, Granit's been really making 30K, like, not struggle, but really just putting them through the paces. That's the wording I'm looking for.
Yeah, it's been very hype actually from both sides. A super enjoyable game to cast, and it's not over yet. We have 30K going for the boss here, and if you think that they can just step up with this boss in a gentlemanly or gentlewomanly fashion and go for the core, you've got another thing coming, because even accompanied by the boss, Granit could just turn on the pain train, press R, and try to delete someone. Bottom boss being dealt with. This is a high damage draft by Granit. They're not even going to lose their full keep wall. Meanwhile, bottom keep is nearly dead. Mid keep is going down. Top keep was killed. 30K is going all in. Such is the depth of their desperation. They do try to win the game here with this boss. Let's see if it's possible.
Molten Core will be used by Ragnaros in the mid lane as the top lane keep does go down. Anubrak going to have a little bit of CC into the enemy team. Hogger going to hog wild into the enemy team. Does have that no control, but oh my god. Hortipult is used. There's going to be the Angel of Justice. Sulfur smash into the far distance onto Yasu. Big knockback from this Hogger who has the no control. That's Tyrande going down. Genji trying to make the big plays here. Boss is getting some damage onto the core. Anubrak comes
too much
through.
boss.
The core is almost going to go down. The core is falling, and 30K in a, once again, cursed hollow rush to core, Grubby. This is literally X-Ray once again leading the charge on Anubrak, on Cursed Hollow to end the game. Not through bottom like last week, through top lane this week.
Very well played by 30K. The boss was so healthy. They get the 3-0. Well played. I think this shouldn't be about what Granit did wrong. Like, who can play it better, right? But I'm just thinking, like, should they have flipped the switch a bit earlier and then multicore on top keep to make the boss turn around? I don't know. It was always going to be very difficult. Most of all, big chapeau, big hats off to 30K for surviving this aggressive comp, for being down and out almost, and then making the heroic defense on their bottom keep, getting the double boss, making the right decisions, pushing with it, and winning. Grats.
Well played over to the side of 30K. Let's get Casanova back in here and let's hear your breakdown of that game, my friend.
This game was heartbreaking for Granit Gaming. I think they were outplaying 30K almost every step of the way. I think they won the draft, actually. The more I was looking at it, the more I was like, I really liked what they were doing in the first place, but Grubby pointed out in game, Bunker can't come down fast enough. The kills are happening too quickly. I thought the blow up was great because once you blow up the backline, it's just a bunch of bruisers versus Ragnaros that should be good for you as the Ragnaros team. I really liked what Granit was doing, and they just overstayed a little bit too much on the bottom side after they got the curse. They should have been resetting, trying to set up for the bosses, find another kill, and set up a nice smooth win. They overreach, they get killed, they get sniped down, and 30K takes it. But this was a good step for Granit Gaming.
It was a really, really fun game, and it was that I was kind of sitting here, you know, looking at my notebook like, maybe I should have voted for 30K. And granted, I was also looking, I was like, I feel like we could go to that game number 4. It was well played from both sides, but I think 30K found that opportunity to rush through that top lane and take game. It was very hairy, much like I said last week, but 30K played it out very well, and at this time we are ready to have an interview, I believe, with Liam. Congratulations on your 3-0 victory, my friend. How you feeling after that series?
Pretty good. Glad we pulled out the win.
Yeah, it was. It got a little crazy in the end right there, but I'm going to throw this over to Casanova to ask you a question or two, and we'll get Grubby's insight as well.
Well, Liam, it's good to see you, buddy. I mean, nowadays you're kind of the veteran of the league, and coming into this match, you know, helping to lead your team to victory. Are you the last NA player on this team? Is this a bunch of EU boys with you now? I'm just excited to see your growth as a player, and I feel like 30K has been doing great. Looking forward, really, how do you feel about 30K in the league? Do you feel like you guys are the best right now, or where do you feel you stack up?
I think we still definitely have a long way to go. You know, Simplicity is obviously a very good team. I think they're still probably at the top currently, but I think that if we can get our drafts down a bit more, I think we have a good chance because mechanically, I think we're all really good. So we'll see how it goes.
Alrighty.
All right, Liam.
Grubby, any questions for Liam?
I was curious about Sky Temple. You drafted a comp that left its tank to its final spot. Then you went with the Zul main tank. Is this a trend that you have picked up from analyzing other teams and then realizing its potential? Did you think Zul was definitely the best tank pick there, also in hindsight? And by the way, congrats on that win. But the question.
Thank you. Yeah, I think Zul was a really good pick, actually. I think it was exactly what our comp needed because we didn't really have any wave clear with the heroes that we had. So I'm really glad that we got Zul there. I thought they were going to ban it, to be honest. But yeah, I think it was perfect for our comp because, you know, without it, we would have had no wave clear. So yeah, I think it was good.
It was a fun series, and I need to ask you about this. Game 1. What were comms like for 30K after you see the draft of Granit Gaming?
I mean, honestly, we were just really confused. We thought, like, I don't know, maybe they misclicked or something. I mean, we were really not sure what to feel. So, yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say about that game, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Well, what I do want to ask you about, though, is because I think actually you were saying earlier you're not sure if you're at the top. I'm actually looking at the standings right now. You are 30K is with 3-0, 9-1's map score. You are number 1 in the standings for HeroesCCL going into Chili Mountain next weekend. Are you nervous, excited? Chili Mountain earlier this weekend took a 3-0 against Oxygen. Do you feel like Chili Mountain's going to be a difficult opponent, or do you think you have their number going into next weekend?
Yeah, I think Chili Mountain's really good. Honestly, I think we've struggled the most against them as a team, actually, in terms of like scrims and stuff. So, I mean, Hasu sometimes jokes around and says they're our kryptonite. So, I mean, we'll see how it goes next week. I hope that we can, you know, refine our drafts and, you know, maybe we'll get the win. So we'll see.
It was a phenomenal series. We look forward to that Chili Mountain versus 30K game next weekend. But before I let you run out of here, Liam, any shoutouts that you'd like to give, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, just, I mean, shout out to you guys, first of all, just for making this happen, you know, so I'm super happy to play here. Shout out to 30K, my team, and yeah, that's about it.
Well, thank you so much for the interview, Liam. As I said beforehand, good luck in your preparation for Chili Mountain next weekend, and we may see you in the interview if you guys can beat them out. But you have a great week and enjoy your scrims leading into next weekend.
All right, thank you. You too.
Thanks for joining us, my friend. I gotta say this, very humble man. Like, we asked him about how he's feeling. He's like, well, you know, there's some really good teams out there, even though they're literally number 1 in the standings right now. Liam's still saying, you know, we can refine ourselves, we can really build ourselves back up, and I love that humbleness, Casanova. Like, I think that's a really great way to kind of analyze and look at your team within the standings and the CCL itself.
Yeah, Liam's always kind of been a very humble player. I was trying to get him to you know, talk a little bit. I was trying to get him to get out of his shell, but I know he is very much a humble player. I've known Liam. I've watched him grow up. I've been playing Heroes with Liam for like 5 years, so I'm excited to see the player he's become. I think he's becoming a leader for his team as well, and I think it's really cool to see his continued growth with CCL and the growth of 30K and what they can do in this league.
It has been really awesome. As we just looked at those standings, we are going to be seeing 30K Storm and WildHeart at the top of our standings, our top 3 teams after week number 3. Grubby, how is this weekend kind of shaken out for you? Is you know, obviously it was fun, but like, did you expect some of these games? I personally am shocked by that Chili Mountain versus Oxygen matchup still.
Yeah, that one, and then WildHeart losing to ONYX. Seeing Asbanan, Artanis, Kira winning. There were many surprises this weekend. We have many premieres, things we've seen for the first time. So it has been super enjoyable. Big contrast as well. I agree with you guys between Liam's interview style. And I was still laughing about Hostie's interview last night. I'm not sure who the players are in the team we're going to be facing next, but I'm sure they're good, but we're going to win 3-0. That has something too.
Yeah, you got some confidence. You got some confidence behind that one. And you just saw that the standings from today, as Grubby was mentioning, there was the 3-2 from Oxygen to WildHeart, and we just saw 30K take the 3-0 against Granit Gaming. But it was a hard-fought 3-0 for the side of 30K. Now that we've caught you up on today's results, let's actually get you all prepped up for next weekend, because it's HeroesCCL. We are nowhere. We're not even halfway through the season just yet, which is very exciting for all of us. Next Saturday, we're going to be seeing WildHeart up against Storm. Oh, that's going to be a great matchup. And then, as we were just talking about, Chili Mountain will go up against 30K. And, you know, it sounds like that one's actually going to be a bit of a tough match for 30K, Grubby. Like, Chili Mountain coming into Season 2 with a lot more aggression, a lot more prowess. And I still got to say, Chili Mountain beating out Oxygen on Saturday, that's a big turn of events in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that means that both of Saturday's matches are going to be incredible because we have Storm versus WildHeart, which is just two teams that are 2-1 in score, just an absolute banger. And then, yeah, according to 30K's own admission, Chili Mountain's been really good against them in scrims. Let's see if they can translate that to battlefield performance.
We had please go ahead.
We saw that with Chili Mountain in their match against Oxygen. They've been coming out of their shell, becoming a really big threat in the league with just how they were playing in that match. And the fact that 30K has been struggling with them, I think a match that initially I would be like, oh wow, that's just a 30K 3-0. I think that's one that people should be getting excited for and see if that's the next step of Chili Mountain's improvement.
We had 16 amazing maps this weekend between Saturday and Sunday. And before we kind of wrap things up here, I want to get both of your opinions, Grubby. Kind of final thoughts of the weekend. Yeah.
Very happy to see a lot of new heroes coming out. Thanks for the time investments, I'm sure, for the practice, to the teams that have made that possible to happen as well. Thanks to all the viewers and fans who have been following this league and supporting it and giving us this chance to enjoy the games from first row while talking words over them. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been great casting alongside you as always, Bahamut, and you too, Casanova.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been really fun coming on to the show with Baha. I've cast with Baha before, but I've never been on a broadcast with Grubby, so I was really excited, and it's been a pleasure. You know, I've been out of HOTS for a while, but I felt like it was going to be a good time to come in here and fill in for Mac for just a day or two, talk about heroes, watch some games, and it was an absolute blast. All these games were a treat. I'm glad we got some upsets, some exciting drafts, some times where the players got to confuse the hell out of me. It's been a great time, and I hope to be back at some point.
And we love having you here, Casanova. The players did not speedrun your appearance like they did with Crowans, and we definitely got a lot of really interesting matches this weekend. I had a blast with it. I got to see an Asmodan. Whether it was a win, whether it was a loss, doesn't matter to me. I also got to see that Shogun lose all my channel points with all of you at home. So thank you all for supporting HeroesCCL. One more really quick thanks to everyone at home as well for the donations. We had nearly $1,000 donated today. We're at $9,330, and that's because of your support. We want to thank you at home again for supporting HeroesCCL. But as I said, that is the end of our broadcast this weekend. We'll be back next Saturday and Sunday at 1 o'clock PDT, 4 o'clock EDT, 10 p.m. CEST for HeroesCCL. Until then, stay safe, and we'll see you in the Nexus. Good night.